Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, guys. Whoa. Sorry, I'm late. Sorry, I'm late, boss. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, I'm late, guys. The traffic, the excuses. Sorry, I'm late. What? In all seriousness, I left my fucking. I went to the gym with a friend today, and I left my fucking phone in their car, and they came over, and I felt bad making them drive here to give me my phone back, so I made them a coffee, and but then I realized they had to drink the coffee, so I'm like, okay, why? Okay, okay, we're here. Gooning is important too. Oh yeah, that too. Obviously. Bearded belly dancers and guys. It's just unbelievable. Oh no. What the fuck? I don't know. I've just had a random spurg out on Twitter about people who are posting this shit. I just I can't handle it, right? I can't handle these stupid fucking LARPing Renaissance Festival cunts with their like, oh, look what they took from you. No, look what they, our precious town. Like, I told you guys, I told this to, what was it, to Dev, to Sargon's old friend. I was like, these guys basically, if you want to know what their political ideology is and what their nationalism is just watching the fucking Lord of the Rings and listening to the Shire music and getting sad. Like, that's it. That's all it is. Like, it's fucking bullshit. You fucking kidding me? What is this? This still exists in Britain, right? No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? With these little bicycles and the double-decker buses, the red buses, and the diseases and the low life expectancy and the infant mortality rates and the polio and the tuberculosis and the rations and the and the homophobia. What are you talking about? And the domestic abuse and the marital rape and the chimney sweeps, the child labor. Just so you know, if you live in the UK, you are at 1 or 2 hours drive away from a town that looks like this. Like it's so stupid. This is just St Andrews. Yeah. Oh my god, this tilted door. Where would we be without this tilted door and this poor sanitation? And you know what's so fucked? This is I believe this is Canterbury. Do you know what Canterbury looks like today? Before and after. Okay, this is after the Browns. Okay. Oh. What? Wait. Excuse me. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro! Look at it! Before TB vaccines, or whatever the fuck they used to get rid of TB. After. Before sub 5% infant mortality rates. After. Oh god. Did you see that insane Callum tweet? Which one? That guy has a lot of insane tweets. I don't know what to say. I don't know what you want from me. Callum. What's his Twitter handle? Is it two L's? I don't know what his Twitter is. Oh, a CAD secretary. It's fucking these people, bro. Yeah, I get it. I understand. You just want to be a hobbit. You just want to live in the Shire. Yes. What is this? Fucking poor man's Frodo Baggins. It's like you put Frodo Baggins in a council house for 2 years, introduce him some domestic violence and fucking hard drugs. They just want to, yeah. This guy is just he just wants to be a hobbit, and he's what's he tweeting? What's the insane tweet here? Ukraine. Um. Okay. Ableism. Okay. Libtards. LGBT fascism. Okay. Look for Pakistani. Oh no. Oh no. You will never be English. You have no Anglo. You have no Saxon. You're Pakistani, twisted by ideology and delusion into a crude mockery of nature's perfection. The Celts are utterly repulsed by you. They'll even bury you with a headstone marked with your birth name, and every passerby for the rest of eternity will know a Pakistani is buried there. With a name like that, she could also be Bangladeshi, right? Right. Okay. Your body will decay and go back to the dust. All that remain of your legacy is a skeleton that is unmistakable. A skeleton! Holy shit, bro. Nature's perfection. Hang on, wait. Okay. Okay, we're tweeting. We're doing it. We're going. I have a special. I have a pet peeve today. I don't know why. I scroll through Twitter and it's just every other fucking cunt is just someone who has clearly been bewitched by little fucking flutes, by shitty like 15th century English classical music, 16th century or whatever, and they just look at it with some old videos of Canterbury and they cry. Nature's, what did he call it? What did he call it? Nature's perfection. Nature's perfection. Little house on the prairie. Yeah. You called him pal instead of bub. Well, I've got to be authentic, you know. Bub is American, really. Pal is like Scottish, you know. Ugh. I'm just fucking fuming at these people. I don't. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. What's wrong with these people? Ooh. We'll get into Trump. Don't worry. I know he was in the Lawrence Southern debate. Yeah, he's mental. He's absolutely insane. Should I say he looks like? I don't know. Okay. Ooh. Who the fuck is? Wait. Have you seen the radicalization of Anna? Who is Anna? Who? Kasparian. Yeah, she's that's been happening for quite a long time. I've got the Trump video though, don't worry. I don't know. I feel like I just Ukrainian Anna. What's happened to her? Is she pro-Russian now? What? Couldn't tell you. Let's see. What are you referring to? She's pro 9/11 now. What? Ukrainian Anna? Shut up. Nature's perfection. Okay. Of course, Elon Levy. God, this guy is so cringe. Fucking hell. He's like, you know what? Maybe he didn't actually lose his job as the spokesperson because Netanyahu's wife had a fucking spat with him. I know that was true. Like I know that Netanyahu's wife didn't really like the cut of his jib, right? But I don't know if that's why he lost his position as a spokesperson. I think he lost his position as a spokesperson because he is a walking embarrassment. Like what the fuck is that? Like it's so bad. It's like really it's like bad advertising. He's just a shit salesman. The fuck is this?
Tunnels coming to set you free, bringing the light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is
We got bearded belly dancers, or we got bearded ladies dancing in Gaza. What the fuck?
Gaza is finally here. Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new life. Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza.
What are they? Of course, they think it's gonna be. They want it to become like Dubai, where it's like really fucking Islamic and devout and everything, but also people are on yachts, and Trump is groping the fucking dancers at the bar, where they are all the alcohol is sold under the counter, and it's all just like see no, hear no, speak no.
Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza.
What the fuck?
Trump Gaza shining bright, golden future, a brand new life.
It's so disgusting, man. It's so gross.
Feast and dance, the deal is done. Trump Gaza, number one.
He just needs Hamas just needs to. The thing is, Hamas already has all this. That's why they're not in Gaza. Hamas leaders, okay, they've already got all this. But they're not in Gaza. He doesn't need to sell this to Hamas. Their leadership are just they've gone to Qatar and they live like this anyway. The fuck? The Anna tweet. What, Ukrainian Anna? Is it? It better be Ukrainian Anna, because you guys are. Is it a response to this? Okay, is it this one? Okay, hear me out. You know, I am not the biggest Hassan fan, and that's an understatement of the century. But when he said that a certain country deserved an event that happened in September, after watching this, I'm having thoughts now. Bearded woman dancing is very progressive. Okay. On a serious note, I can't fucking imagine how Palestinians must be feeling watching this. Basic human decency is enough to feel like you want to vomit watching this. Grotesque, a mockery of everything decent in the world. I saw this fucking revolted last time. I saw Russian bloggers posing in Mariupol in front of destroyed homes, dancing on people's bones. That was obviously not AI, but very real. But this evokes similar feeling. Whoa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Cyberpunk Palestine. Yeah, based. Yes. Why would he? The Riviera of the Middle East. It's so. Where's the slave labor? Where's the AI slave labor? Come on. I know Israel Jolani. I know. I don't even know where to start, man. The news is so depressing right now. This administration is just. It's so gross. I want to watch Corey first. What is What are the Gazans? How did Corey interview Gazans?
ايش رايك في مخطط ترامب؟
والله ترامب يعني بيقول حاجات غريبة يعني على هالبلد هذه، ولكن بسبب سوء المعيشة وسوء الأحوال الموجودة في البلد
Oh, did he get someone in Gaza to ask these questions, maybe?
هذه، إنه نص الشعب أو ثلاث أرباع الشعب نفسه يطلع ويهاجر ويسيب البلد بدون ما يشتريها أو ما يشتريهاش. معظم الناس زهقانة وقرفانة العيشة، بدها تطلع تعيش برا وتشوف حياتها، تسافر وضل في حياة في غزة عشان الناس يعني تدور عليها، حياة زي القنطرة من الآخر.
يعني مع المخطط ولا مع ايش رايك؟
انا مش مع المخططات، احنا
بس
قرفنا،
أنت مع
بدنا نطلع، بدنا نطلع نعيش برا، ناخذ اولادنا يتعلموا ويعيشوا زي الناس.
اجيال خربت.
دمرت الاجيال والبلد اتدمرت، بدنا الناس تعيش زي الناس.
I don't know if I trust this. What, you don't trust that Gazans want to leave? Bro, like before October 7th, something like 40% of young Gazan youth said that they were like, they liked the idea of leaving. The problem is that they want to go to countries that are never going to take them. They want to go to Qatar. They want to go to Germany. They want to go to like nice places. Okay. How many, those Gulf states, how many refugees did they take in from Syria? I believe it was zero. Yeah, it was zero. None. They didn't take any. None. None. Monkey Man, thanks for the 5 Australian. Appreciate it.
بكفي خلص، بكفي حروب، زهقنا حروب، بدنا الناس تعيش.
يعطيك العافيه. ايش رايك في مخطط ترامب؟
انا موافق، هاي جربنا ودينا عند المسلمين كلياتهم.
ناوي تطلع؟ يعني مش ضايل في البلد، بشوفك من اول يوم بتنام في رفح.
مين؟ اول يوم انا جاي عشان اشوف الدار.
I wonder if it's because with the youth, because I know that, I mean, I don't know that, I've been told, and it seems true, that for some reason, like with, I guess most people have this, but I think in the Arab and Islamic world, there's like this kind of extra, like people value their homes and the homes and of their families and their grandparents and everything like a lot more than I think Western people do, because like when I think of my ancestral homelands or whatever, like when I think of like the homeland, like the fucking shitty village that my mom grew up in, or I've even seen the house that my dad grew up in. I was like, I just don't care. It doesn't do anything for me. But I think for Palestinians, or I think for Arabs in general, like they seem to really care about that kind of thing. But I wonder if it's changing now because like people just have more access to the internet and they know what the rest of the world is like. But also because with Gaza, there's just like, it is just that much of a horrible situation that if you're not interested in fighting, then it's like, yeah, of course you're not going to want to be there. Or at least you want to be that you want to leave there until you can go back when it's actually peaceful and prosperous. But
يعني انت ضد مخطط ترامب ولا
لا
معاه؟
معاه.
معاه لصالح ايش؟
ايه لصالح الشعب كلياته. يهجرنا احسن من اللي احنا قاعدين فيه.
بدك تعويض قبل ما تطلع ولا
بديش طعم.
ايش رايك في مخطط ترامب؟
ينعن صنع غزة كله عشان اضل نلم نحاس بس وضلنا نترزق
What's he
ودخل.
saying here?
يهجرنا احسن من اللي احنا قاعدين فيه.
بدك تعويض قبل ما تطلع ولا
بديش طعم.
ايش رايك في مخطط ترامب؟
ينعن صنع غزة كله عشان اضل نلم نحاس بس وضلنا نترزق ودخل. ينعن العالم كله.
بدك تطلع
ما عنديش فايدة.
يطلعك بدك تطلع ولا تصمد؟
لا ده نلم نحاس بعدين اطلع.
يعني معاه ولا ضده؟
لا معاه.
مع المخطط. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
بدي اسالك ايش رايك في مخطط ترامب اللي مخطط التهجير؟
احنا يعني وين نروح ولا بنتهجر ليش قاعدين في هنا؟ طب انا من وقفة اطلاق النار ما صدق وارجع على رفح.
انت يعني بسطتك هيك.
من يوم الاحد عملت توقف اطلاق النار رجعت على رفح. يعني 5 شهور نزحنا في المواسم عرفنا نعيش، كيف بدنا نطلع من البلد زي ما بيحكي ترامب بالهبيله؟
يعني
Dump
ضد التهجير؟
اكيد 100% ولا لو بدنا نموت ما نطلعش من غزه، بالذات من رفح كمان مش من غزه، وخاصه رفح. يعطيك العافيه. الله يعافيك.
يعني أنا بشوف إنه دولة زي الأردن ومصر بكل الأحوال لازم يفتحوا معابر قطاع غزة والناس تنجو بحياتها وتختار طريقها. يعني ما عمره صار في حرب بالطريقة هاي في أي منطقة في العالم، وما تم السماح للناس إنهم يختاروا طريقهم أو ينزحوا أو يهربوا من الحرب. يعني لو كان الخيار بس هو الحرب، البقاء أو الحرب يعني في نفس الوقت، فلا، الناس من حقها
Morning Boner
تختار.
Box. Today's a beautiful day, even if my government is a joke. Hearing my conservative brother rag on this admin gives me faith that not every conservative is a magtard. Peace and love.
Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, hearing counterpoints screaming to Rob Noor the other day about defending American values was quite funny. Yeah, but I mean, these people didn't turn out though, did they? Republicans against Trump was not a thing.
حياتها، والسفر من حقه إنه السفر حق طبيعي لأي إنسان، ومن حق أهل غزة إنهم يتمتعوا بهذا الحق. هو مغلق ومفروض عليهم الإغلاق من أول يوم في الحرب.
ايش رايك في مخطط ترامب؟
مخطط ترامب ايش نطلع نعمل؟ احنا تبهدلنا، بده يكون دمار اكثر من الدمار، موت اكثر من الموت. شفنا الموت بعينه وشفنا الدمار وشفنا كل شيء. مش حنطلع يعني احنا نطلع نتدمر، احنا قاعدين وصامدين، يا بنموت يا بنموت يا بنموت يا بنعمرها.
يعطيك العافيه. ايش رايك في مخطط ترامب لموضوع التهجير؟
أعوذ بالله نطلع هيك تهجير. ايش نطلع وما نرجعش على بلادنا؟ احنا بنسيبش بلدنا ولا أرضنا ولا ايش مكان.
يعني ضد التهجير خالص وباقون.
باقيين هنا متقررين من هنا خالص.
انت من اول يوم لك هنا، من اول ما رجعوا عرفه؟
أول ما قالوا هدنة جيت هياتني هنا وفاتح خضرة وقاعد مكانه وببات هنا وكل حياتي.
شايفك فوق بتنظف، ناوي ترجع؟ طب ترامب بيقول بده يهجر.
يهجر مين يهجر حاله ترامب.
مش هتطلع؟
نعمرها يا بيس ان شاء الله.
وايش رايك في مخطط ترامب؟
والله ترامب كويس، يعني جاب لنا دراهم، مسكناش بر واحنا ما مسكناش والله ما احنا رايحين بدنا نتهجر ببلاش ولا نصيب حالنا.
يعني مش ناوي تطلع؟
This guy's a fucking hustler. He's a highballer.
حق الموجود بناقص 100,000 وبدنا نهجم البلد. خلي البلد للمناديب يستفيدوا ويربحوا ويذبوا كروشهم ويبيسوا.
نحن في قطاع غزة لم نكن نتخيل في يوم من الأيام أن يكون الحديث عن الهجرة أمرا واقعا، ولكن بعد الحرب التدميرية التي افتعلتها حركة حماس مع اليمين الإسرائيلي المتطرف، فقد أصبحت الهجرة الطوعية هي استجابة إنسانية طارئة للظروف المعيشية أو الظروف
This one sounds a bit scripted. I don't know.
الكارثية التي يعيشها سكان قطاع غزة، ولكن بشرط ضمان أو بشرط وجود ضمانات لحقهم في العودة إلى قطاع غزة متى أرادوا ذلك.
الله يعافيك يا رب. ايش رايك في المخطط؟
والله في البداية المخطط يبله ويشرب ميته.
What the fuck does that mean? He can squeeze the plan and drink whatever remains. Is that like a turn of phrase? What the fuck does that mean? Anyone? Show them the AI Gaza. I already played it. Don't come in late and make requests. Fuck.
يقول له
VC. Okay. Hello.
Oh yeah, about تبله وتشرب ميته like it actually says like you soak it in water and drink it and just drink its water because it's of more value this way. Just saying it's useless. Yeah, it doesn't
Okay.
really have much behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I think back during the original Trump plan, like the one in 2019 or something. I'm eating, so I'm not talking properly.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was a common phrase. I think one of the Jordanian parliament members in an official address said, "I urge Mr. Donald Trump to wrap this paper up and shove it up his ass." So there can be other phrases. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
I
kind
think
of
it
just saying it's
might have
shit.
some
It's like not worth the
politics, but
paper
I'm
it's
not sure.
written. Yeah, yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
See you later.
Bye bye.
يشرب ميته. هو ترامب فيش وراه شغل غير أهل غزة. من يوم ما مسك هو غزة غزة غزة، يروح يشوف أمريكا انحرقت كلها وما دورش عليها. إيش رأيك في خطة ترامب؟
بالنسبة لخطة ترامب هذه موضوع التهجير هذا نوع من الإعلام الكاذب 99% من الإعلام الأمريكي
Uh-oh. Called the fuck out.
كله خاطئ ولا يمكن أن يحصل.
يعني رأيك
As opposed to like as opposed to Arab media where it's 99% of it is incredibly entertaining nonsense. The Al Jazeera conspiracy theories and shit.
الأمريكي كله خاطئ ولا يمكن أن يحصل.
يعني رأيك إنه حيكون مخطط فاشل، مخطط سيكون حيث التنفيذ عن قريب؟
مخطط
إيش
فاشل على المدى القريب والبعيد، مخطط فاشل.
يعني انت كشخصيا انت ضد التهجير مع التهجير؟
انا ضد التهجير
قطعا.
قطعا. بعدين احنا كفلسطينيين احنا لا يمكن انه احنا نطلع من ارضنا، ثابتين في ارضنا رغم الجوع رغم الالام، ولا نتخلى عن ارضنا.
Okay. I mean, it's not really surprising. I feel like those are the kind of opinions, it's the kind of spectrum of opinion you'd expect to see from Gazans. I was quite surprised when I saw that title because I thought Corey had actually smuggled himself into Gaza, but obviously not very likely. Enha means here. I thought Hon meant here. Or do they both mean here? Or is it here in a different way? Who knows, eh? Who knows? Both mean it. Okay. Banger. What do you think about the theory of this whole war and the whole way of Trump handling the situation is only to be able to build a gas pipeline from Saudi to the west? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to watch this fucking... I haven't watched Pierce in a good long minute, and this one looks like a good one. The Hamas parade and the Trump-Russia deal. If anyone wants any context, should I do context first? Yeah, I'll do context. So the context behind this story is that Trump is basically trying to fleece Ukraine. He's coming in like basically like a mafia boss. He's one of the... You ever seen that in mafia films where someone gets a favor from the mob, but then they find themselves in a position where they're indebted to the mob forever. So the mob just keeps on fucking taking payments from them and they can't really get out of it. Or I guess it's like in Snatch where he's like I didn't want to be in his debt. The last place I wanted to be was in his debt. Yeah, because that's what he's doing. He's trying to say that because America has helped Ukraine financially and militarily, then Ukraine should be giving up these incredibly extortionate deals, extortionate, to repay America. And he's doing that by basically saying that America has given Ukraine a lot more money than they have. He keeps on floating this figure of 350 billion, and it's going to be up to 500 billion. That is not true. I think if you count money that has been put aside for Ukraine or approved for Ukraine, but not even transferred yet, then you're talking like it's been about less than 200 billion. It's been like 178, 179, something like that billion since the war started, which America's federal budget is what, 6.75 trillion? So over 3 years, I believe America has given less than 0.5% of their federal budget towards helping Ukraine. And that's assuming it's just giving it for nothing, which it's not. Ukraine is America's ally, okay? America and their ability to defend Ukraine and to show that they can uphold their guarantees matters for making deals with the rest of the world. It also matters in terms of American business, because American business and the whole like anti-corruption incentives that they've been doing in Ukraine is with the purpose of benefiting the American economy as well, because Ukraine is is very rich in resources. And it also matters because when America helps Ukraine against Russia, which was seen as one of the biggest, most lethal, dangerous military powers in the world, America is learning lessons from this. This is the biggest ground war since World War II, at least in Europe. Maybe in the rest of the world, but it's big, okay? And if America is anticipating a confrontation with China at some point, they're learning things from helping Ukraine, from using their equipment and their intelligence and their personnel in Ukraine, and from Russia's actions as well. So like, it's not even like they're just giving it as a donation for nothing. So this deal that Trump tries to impose on Ukraine was that he tried to. The idea was that Ukraine is going to set up there's going to be this fund where Ukraine contributes a percentage of their proceeds from state-owned resources, which include like minerals, oil and gas, lithium, titanium, cobalt, coal, uranium, that kind of thing. And there's like a kind of joint ownership. So basically Ukraine in post-war, I'd imagine, utilizes their resources to pay back the people who help them, but also to rebuild Ukraine for themselves. And what Trump wanted was that he wanted this reconstruction fund to be so that the US had 100% financial interest in it. And Ukraine would contribute 50% of their revenue to it, up to 500 billion. So Trump overstates massively the amount of money that America has given to Ukraine, assumes all that money is that America gets nothing back for it, and then increases that number and says Ukraine owes them that. He's basically wanting Ukraine to just give up their, like a massive portion of their resources and their reconstruction. That's what he wants. Now, he didn't get it. They did approve a deal at the end, which is still full of holes. I think the final deal now involves there will be a fund where Ukraine will contribute proceeds from future monetization. So not from like the existing oil and gas companies, like the large ones don't have to pay for this, but future state-owned projects with Ukraine's resources will pay something to this fund. And some of that would probably go to America. So they pay back something. But even then, it's like you get to learn so much about the details of how Trump is trying to run this show. Like the final version of this draft needs the Ukrainian parliament to ratify it, but it doesn't need ratification from the Senate. That's not mentioned. You know, the way this works is that in American civics, is that the president negotiates international deals and treaties, and the Senate has to ratify it with a 2/3 vote. But for some reason, the final version of this deal just leaves that out. So I think Trump is just assuming that he can do this without Senate approval, which is pretty cringe. But it's just so fucking mental that Trump is coming in here like some mafioso fucking spiv cunt and seeing that Ukraine obviously has a lot of valuable resources. They've got like 1/3 of Europe's lithium, I think 7% of the world's titanium. They got cobalt, they got gas, they got oil, uranium. They're really, not to mention the food production. And he's just sitting there being like, what can I get out of these guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gross. Fuck. And not to
Sorry for
mention,
Hey.
I'm so sorry, not to mention, he does all this shit, betrays Zelensky on the narrative, and basically starts spewing Russian propaganda on Truth Social, suggesting that Ukraine started the war, doesn't give any guarantees for security in this deal with the minerals, but he does suggest there should be some kind of peacekeeping post-war. And Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, dismisses it. He says that's a joke. We don't want to do that. So even after Trump is basically putting his fucking knob on the table for Russia, Russia's not even taking yes for an answer. Because again, if you're dealing with European authoritarian fascist fucks, they don't take yes for an answer. They want more. Yeah, sorry, you were saying? Hello.
Hi. Sorry if my mic is shit. I'm on my phone.
That's fine.
About the money spent by the US. What I'm guessing what he means is not actually direct aid that Ukraine has received. It is the total amount of money that the US had to spend for obviously also the aid that they've given directly, but also the advanced forward position in Europe, which means like the amount of troops that they've sent to Europe, the NATO stockpiles they've had to fill up in Europe because Europeans wanted to give direct aid also to Ukraine, which would have decreased the basically like the standard of defense in Europe if they have just like, I don't know, cleared out their stockpiles to give to Ukraine and they had nothing to replace it with. So the US had to replace those stockpiles for Europe, which like obviously is not really talked about much, for example, like because it's not really direct aid to Ukraine, but it's still costs incurred for the sake of foreign policy or defense of allies.
Yeah, in terms of direct aid, the number is like less than 70 billion, right? Direct is, yeah. As far as I can see.
26, no, 64 billion to Ukraine. This doesn't include how much they've given to Europe. This doesn't include the maintenance and stuff like that. This doesn't include the procurement they had to do for the stuff that they have given to Ukraine and Europe, because obviously if they didn't need to give foreign aid, they wouldn't need to procure extra assets. So I'm guessing what he references is the cost that America had to basically bankroll for the defense of Europe in its entirety.
Oh, so
I
he's
think he
added all
also
that as well. Okay, right.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think he also includes Prosperity Guardian in this because technically the US has no direct interest in trade from the Suez Canal. So this doesn't just protect Israel from the Houthis, this also protects European trade. So and because Europe kind of, I don't know, dropped the ball on that one. Yeah, this basically includes all the supplemental bills, defense bills that they've had to pass through Congress. This includes the NDAA defense bills. This probably includes some other stuff that has maybe not been accounted for in its entirety because it's really hard to track everything.
Yeah, I can see the numbers here. So I think for total appropriated by Congress for Ukraine, it's 174 billion, but yeah, like only but 40 billion of that is not obligated yet. So it's he said that the US had spent more than Europe, but even that's not true. In terms of what they've spent so far, if you count obligated, then US is still behind Europe. Yeah.
I'm like I said, I'm not gonna fucking pull up all the bills that have passed Congress or not passed Congress and like type out all the numbers that are in reference to Europe or Ukraine or their defense in that aspect. what, for example, Epic Fail has told me is that it's well over 200 billion what they've spent overall in for the defense of Europe. But you can obviously, I don't know, ask him about this directly about where he has his numbers from. But yeah, that's what I
Okay.
understand about those numbers. So it's you could say he maybe overstated the numbers, sure, but like it's not really talked about how much the US actually is involved in European defense and how much Europe has actually dropped the ball on European defense.
How much US has dropped the ball, you saying?
No, how much
Or how much
Europe has
Europe
dropped
has?
the
Oh,
ball
yeah,
on
okay, yeah.
its own defense, yes,
Yeah, I
because
gotcha, yeah.
they basically encouraged Europe to give more donations because they said, "Don't worry about it. We will refill your stockpiles. Just give them the stuff."
Yeah. The thing
So,
is,
yeah.
it's been 3 years. Even if you take Trump's number, you're talking like less than 1% of the federal budget. It's mental. Per year,
Yeah,
right?
but yeah, obviously it's not. It's not like personally. Obviously, America should protect its allies, and but also I can understand why Americans are pissed at Europeans for not picking up the slack, and I don't know, you know, putting their work in, considering it's their own defense and their own trade. Like, if you look at it from an American perspective, you can see why right-wing Americans, especially populists or like isolationists, are like, why the fuck should we bankroll all of this when we have our own concerns in the Pacific, and like, which is, China in terms like power is way closer to the US than it is to
Yeah,
Russia.
I get you. I know. And obviously, like, because if you go by percentage GDP, like Germany and France and Italy, like all these countries are fucking pathetic, right? Like it's below America. Yeah. Um,
And
and then you got countries. Yeah.
only recently, since Trump has been a complete like lunatic when it comes to foreign policy, only recently did the Europeans were like, oh fuck, he actually means it, and now they're like scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, now what happens if the US actually doesn't defend us? What if they actually pull out the troops from Eastern Europe? What if this and what if that? What if they take away all the stuff that they put into the NATO stockpiles, And now all of a sudden it's like, okay, it's kind of late, but I suppose it's better late than never in this aspect. But yeah.
Do you think that Europe has given Trump this ammunition then?
No, this has been said, like the Americans have tried to encourage Europe all along, like 30 over 30 years, like they've encouraged Europe maybe more gently to take care of its own shit. But I don't know if I have this analogy of like basically you have an adult child in your home that is like freeloading off of you, even though they work and they earn money. They don't pay rent. Basically, they don't pay for their food. They take the food and they bring it to their friend and don't refill the fridge, shit like that, And then as a parent, basically, you're like, okay, fuck off. Basically, you can deal with your shit yourself. This is like the kind of like, I'm guessing, sentiment that Americans have right now about Europe, or Trump has about Europe right now.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah, I gotta go now.
All
So
right.
I see ya.
It's been good chatting again. Take care. Recently, fucking speaking of Europe, Keir Starmer has raised defense spending. He's going to raise it by to 2.5% of GDP by 2027. And obviously, your usual suspects, fucking Owen Jones, asking in the most stupid way possible, can someone explain in a material sense why Britain spending more money on defense would be a deterrence to Russia? Given an actual war between UK and Russia would involve very little fighting and would be over in about 10 minutes after an exchange of nuclear missiles. Does he just think that the entire UK defense budget just sits in the UK? Like, the UK defense budget is just in case Russia invades us? Like, that's it? What are you talking about? The UK commits money to Ukraine, like military aid, from the defense budget. Cringe. Anyway. What a shame. Can you watch the Yes Prime Minister clip with the defense advisor? Yeah, I know that Mina doesn't agree with Trump. She's just thought, yeah, I know you're steel manning the Republicans. I don't believe in steel manning these people. They are isolationist, fascist fuckheads who in World War II would have actually just, they would have seen, Trump would have come in to lend lease and literally just fucking swung his tiny little dick around and just been like, it's a pretty low interest rate on the, like, he would have just fucking been like, okay, huh. He'd have just seen opportunity. That's what he would have seen. Fleece the absolute shit. And then the Jews, the couple of 100,000 Jews who actually got to come to America after the end of the war, even though America still kept up the Johnson-Reed Act, like they still kept their quotas that basically meant most Jews couldn't come to America even after they saw Auschwitz. After everyone knew about Auschwitz, they were still just like, yeah, but don't come here. Don't come here. Trump would have just been like, well, we can let them come here, okay? Because they'll, you know what they'll do? They'll be in our debt, okay? They can come here as long as they pay us a thank you fee for the rest of their fucking lives. He'd have brought them in and he'd just moved the camps, just move the forced labor camps into America. Be like, sorry, someone's got to pay for it. All right.
So we're asking for.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Piers Morgan, the finest minds of alternative media have come to discuss this issue.
So we're asking for rare earth and oil, anything we can get. And he doesn't.
Just gave Trump some ideas for Gaza. Oh, yeah. He sees it. Okay. He sees those Durhams. Oh, God. Anything we can get.
Base? Care about Russia or Ukraine. So this is a robbery now. Tesla has lithium go in its batteries. Elon wants that lithium.
I do think it's kind of gangster to try to like strong arm Ukraine into giving us what really.
There's no way Dave Smith enjoys that. He's using my analogy, but he sounds like he's fawning. Surely not.
Isn't rightfully ours.
Okay.
NATO has generally been.
Well done, Dave Smith. Wow. Dave Smith standing up to Trump. Yes.
Kind of a force for good, yeah.
No, he doesn't like that.
I find it to be very immature thinking to say NATO's either good or bad. Pierce, you and Tucker had your argument about this, but if you want to say NATO's a defensive alliance, I mean, I guess, except for all of the times when it's not.
There's no going back from a parade celebrating the mutilated, strangled bodies of babies.
What Hamas did is so stupid, but are we ever going to talk about the 15,000 dead children that Israel slaughtered?
There will never be peace in this region as long as the Palestinian people do not believe Israel has a right to exist.
When is it going to get through your thick heads that Palestine doesn't exist because of the murderous terrorist state of Israel?
On the third anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Trump was clear.
Is it too loud?
About what he wants, an end to the war. The US president has doubled down on his false claim that President Zelensky is a dictator and that Ukraine started the conflict. Zelensky says he'll give up the presidency for peace and offered to do so immediately in exchange for membership of NATO.
If it's about peace in Ukraine, and you really want me to leave my position, I'm ready to do that. Secondly, I can exchange it for NATO membership, if there is such an opportunity. I'll do it immediately, without a long conversation about it. I am focused on Ukraine's security today and not in 20 years. I don't plan to be in power for decades.
Spoken like a true dictator, I'm sure we can all agree. Well, the US and Ukraine are also sparring over whether tens of billions in US aid, much of it spent...
Well, yes, Pierce he's so on board with this. Do you know why? Because Churchill would have been a dictator. If you agree with Trump on this, you're giving up on your favorite man. You're giving up on Churchill, and Pierce will never give up on Churchill.
The US on US weapons will have to be paid back. Trump's coarse words have muddied the waters, but the negotiating stance is becoming clearer. The United States wants a share of Ukraine's vast mineral wealth, and it also wants Europe, not Washington, D.C., to guarantee its security and future. And the president's personal attacks on Zelensky may be the uncomfortable cost of bringing Putin to the table. If he's not there, the war can't end. Trump said in a statement on Monday that the minerals deal is an economic partnership to ensure the American people recoup tens of billions of dollars. He also said that he's now in serious discussions with Putin about ending the war and that talks are proceeding.
What was the famous Churchill phrase again? Excuse me, Wololo Ayo, are you really trying to do that? Are you trying to bait me into giving a free impression? You're trying to bait me into a free Churchill impression? Nice try, buddy.
Very well. Well, so far, so good. But dealing with devils carries risks, laid bare in the latest chilling scenes from Gaza. Hamas turned the release of 4 dead hostages, 2 of them children, into a sick parade. One coffin contained the wrong remains. Others were stuffed with Hamas propaganda. 3 empty commuter buses in Tel Aviv and exploded in a botched terror attack. You can believe in the art of the deal, but not the people that the United States is dealing with. Well, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, host of the Part of the Problem podcast, Dave Smith, Free Press writer and author of Second Class, How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men and Women, Batia Ungar-Sargon, and the host of Social Contract and former Republican presidential candidate Joe Walsh, all join me. I'm also joined by the retired US Army Brigadier and a former Assistant Secretary of State under George W. Bush, General Mark Kimmett. Well, welcome to all of you. I want to start by playing a clip from an interview I did with the former British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. There is this weird disconnect.
Oh my God!
By many in America, particularly on the.
He's back. He's back. I've not seen Boris in so long. Is this how long it takes? Is this how long it takes for people to forget that you hired a pincher called Pincher, knowing he was a pincher, and made jokes about him being a pincher? You promoted a pincher called Pincher. A guy who was in trouble for sexual impropriety, for groping, and his name was Chris Pincher. And Boris joked that Pincher by name, Pincher by nature. And that's why he had to resign, because there's a conservative walkout.
Conservative right, who do not share our view, who seem to think that...
Just to remind you guys, I know he's waited long enough and he hoped that story would go away, He's given the public enough time to forget.
Zelensky is the real villain here, and that Putin was provoked into doing this to safeguard his own security because of NATO encroachment and so on.
No.
What do you say to that specific argument?
It's totally mad. It's totally mad. It's through the looking glass. It's the complete opposite. And by the way, to say that I had some role in persuading the Ukrainians to fight for their country is a great, it's obviously totally implausible, but it's also a great big fat steaming lie.
Well, let me start with General Kimmett on this, just from a pure military perspective, General, and thank you for joining me tonight. Who started this war?
Famous Churchill phrase again.
Thanks for the 50 PLN, Auntie Lou. I really appreciate that. I don't know. I believe I have it on my soundboard. 1 second. I've added more things to the soundboard as well. I believe it's this one.
Base?
We should fight them on the
base?
Well, first of all, I think it's pretty clear that the Russians invaded in 2022. There's some questions, I'd say, historically about what happened in 2014. But if you're talking about what happened 3 years ago, it was clearly the Russians. There was no warning about it. There was no provocation on the part of Zelensky. There was certainly no movement of Ukrainian forces to threaten the Russians in the east. So this one goes to this one definitely goes to Putin.
And in terms of where we are in this potential peace settlement, it seems to be more and more that the jungle drums are beating. I got this feeling from Boris Johnson. I got it actually from interviewing President Zelensky 10 days ago or so, that there's a kind of general acceptance of various things, even if they're not being stated explicitly. But one is that Ukraine will not, as part of the settlement, get full membership of NATO. That seems to be completely off the table. Secondly, there's likely to be a freezing of the territorial lines where they are right now. In other words, where they barely moved in the last virtually a year, actually. That kind of eastern slide, the 20% that Putin's taken, where things have been pretty well at a stalemate, that will remain under Russian occupation, but probably not without any sovereignty transfer to Russia. And that America will recoup some of the money it's put up to help protect Ukraine and to continue supplying protection, perhaps as part of a united force, including Europeans going forward, by taking a chunk of Ukraine's mineral revenue going forward and minerals themselves. That seems to be where we're heading here. Is that your reading of this, and how workable would that be?
Well, if you're asking me, first of all, the battle lines have been at a stalemate for almost 2 years now. I wrote an article for the Wall Street Journal in July of 2022 predicting that we are going to see this World War I Flanders field trench warfare. So nothing has happened on the ground of any consequence. But I think you've outlined what the basic framework of the American position is. And I think it's important to understand that the view from the conservative right is that if we're going to support a country in Eastern Europe like Ukraine, there should be a return on that investment, that the American taxpayer shouldn't have a total cost to them. If there's a return on that investment, mineral wealth, I think that's where the businessman Donald Trump comes in. I think he described it right. It will probably end up as a frozen conflict. The Europeans right now are talking about not only a frozen conflict, but a situation where it could well be that peacekeepers are put into the Donbass so that both sides withdraw outside. So it looks much like, say, Kashmir or the area between North Korea and South Korea. But that has to be negotiated. I think we're a long way from a settlement before we actually see what the architecture of the deal looks like.
Yeah, let me bring in some of the rest of the panel. So, Joe Walsh, I mean, I hoped and prayed that Ukraine could repel Russia, but my army brother, who I've cited a lot, but he was a colonel in the British Army, fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, and knows more about these things than I do. He said from the very start...
Is Dave Smith actually a Russian propagandist? No, he's like a fucking brain-dead, cringe libertarian who thinks he's another one of those guys who clearly like built his entire worldview off of watching The Matrix too many times when he was fucking youth.
There is not a chance that Ukraine is going to beat Russia. They just do not have enough firepower to do this. And he said that steadfastly through it, to the point where I understood he's right. And I don't think anybody thinks that Ukraine can now win this war. Which brings me to Donald Trump and his blunt instrument way of dealing with these things. We saw it in Gaza. We're seeing it again with Ukraine. I don't like the way he talks about President Zelensky. I don't know why he has to demonize him in all this. I think calling him a dictator when you're not calling Putin a dictator is ludicrous. I think saying Ukraine started this is also ludicrous. However, if the bigger picture for Trump is taking a battering ram to an intransigent military scenario, just painted so well by General Kimmich, where it's just going nowhere. And excuse me, I spoke to Trump on the phone a few weeks ago, and he told me about the reports he was getting about the killing on the ground, and he said it was exactly like World War I, just big open fields and both sides gunning each other down, thousands of casualties a day. And he said this cannot go on. So I think he genuinely wants to end this senseless slaughter. And I've not seen a better idea, frankly, to getting this sorted than the kind of scenario that Trump has laid out, which is we get minerals, and we supply some security, and the Europeans have to step up too and supply security, and that's how we move forward. Do you see a better way of resolving this? Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. Our sponsors mean we can bring it to you for free. Support for today's show comes from Beam, who can help you out with an issue of utmost
he doesn't usually take sponsors. This is weird. All right.
importance. Sleep. Good sleep, as I can confirm, is the foundation of physical and mental health. Our daily performance depends on it. That's why we are delighted to talk about Beam's Dream Powder, a science-backed, healthy hot cocoa for sleep. It's tested for high quality efficiency and formulated to ease your body into rest, supporting the 4 stages of the...
You know melatonin is fucking prescription in the UK, in case you guys forgot. That's insane. Why? It's unbelievable. I have to get a prescription and pay for melatonin, like quite a lot. Beans. Maybe I should just get this, eh? Magic fucking pixie sleep dust.
The sleep cycle to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. Many other sleep
Can you
aids
snort
cause
it?
next day grogginess, but Dream contains a powerful, all-natural blend of reishi magnesium, L-theanine,
Wow.
L-theanine, and melatonin.
That's exactly what you
Helps
need.
Fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. If you, like me, need a good lie down after an uncensored debate, you can try Beam's best-selling Dream Powder with 40% off for a limited time.
I do need a good sleep. Chase, stop being a fucking retard. What the fuck's wrong with you? Shut up.
When you go to shopbeam.com/peers and use code peers at checkout. That's shopbeam, BEAM.com/peers, P-I-E-R-S, and promo code peers at checkout. Now, on with the show.
I don't know, Pierce, but even if you buy that benign view of Trump, that he just wants to end the war, I still don't know how you explain what he's done and said in the past month. If you wanted to end the war, then why are you only beating up on and bad-mouthing and lying about the country that was invaded? Lying, Pierce, that Ukraine started this war. I'm coming to you today, Pierce. The UN just passed a resolution earlier today on the 3-year anniversary calling on Russia to simply withdraw from sovereign Ukraine. The United States of America voted against that UN resolution. Think about that.
They sided with North Korea, Belarus, Russia, and Eritrea, and Israel. Ooh, Dave Smith.
The United States joined Russia and North Korea in voting against a simple resolution that says, Russia, get out of sovereign Ukraine. Every freedom democratic country in the world voted for that resolution.
But you know why America has voted against it? It's because they know it's not going to happen. And they are trying, Trump is trying, and I believe this, I think he is a guy who prefers peace to war. I think he proved that in his first term. So regardless of the rhetoric, which I think is very unfortunate, I do think that the idea...
Really? Has Trump said anything about Israel bombing Syria for no fucking reason? I don't think Jelani has indicated any desire to go to war with Israel. Nothing's happened recently, and Israel just bombed the shit out of Damascus yesterday, the military sites in Damascus. Why? Did Trump say anything about that? The pro-peace president.
That America right now in this process is going to suddenly vote with the UN, which they feel is pretty discredited anyway, that they're going to vote with a UN resolution to kick Russia out, knowing it's not going to happen. How does that advance the cause of peace? It won't.
It's a resolution, Pierce, honoring the 3rd-year anniversary of Putin's invasion. For the United States to simply say on the 3rd-year anniversary that it was wrong for Putin to invade and he ought to withdraw, that seems like a fairly easy thing for the United States of America to do. But Trump can't do that because he will not distance himself from Putin.
What's your opinion on the Druze saying they want to join Israel? It's probably the same as my opinion on the Druze who are protesting against Israeli occupation of that territory. I don't know. Like, give me a poll. Stop giving me these fucking anecdotes or this random Druze leader who's like, yo, guys in Israel, come on, let's go. Give me a poll. Go through a process. Get a referendum. You know that just because some people, you're literally making the arguments that Russia tried to make to start fighting in eastern Ukraine in 2014. You're Crimea. You're a Crimea cuck. Like,
Biden wouldn't have done it either.
I think he would have.
Really? I don't think
he
so.
would have.
I don't think so. But let me bring in Batia. I mean, Batia, look, we're at a very febrile moment in this whole war, but we could also be at the beginning of the end of the war. And if that is what is going on here, and there's a recognition on all sides it's got to come to an end, and we're now just trying to work out how that happens. What is your feeling about the kind of settlement it looks like is on the table?
So, Piers, I so appreciate you being willing to admit this about Donald Trump, because you have been such a stalwart defender of the Ukraine, and yet you are 100% correct. Donald Trump hates war. He thinks it's totally wasteful. He thinks it's bad for business, and he wants this to end. You know, from the point of view of the American people, there has never been widespread support for this. The American people have never understood.
Didn't he spend the entire war saying that he wants Israel to finish the job? They got to finish the war. Finish the job against Hamas, regardless of, just do what you want, regardless of how long it takes, regardless of how many civilians die. He just wanted to keep going. Where's his opposition to Israel bombing Syria?
Why this is our job to fund this. And I think Donald Trump expected, when he came into office, to find Zelensky the one eager to have this settled, and Putin the one sort of holding off and being recalcitrant. And when he found the opposite, and when he found Zelensky totally unwilling to do the most basic act of gratitude and give the United States a stake in these minerals, I think Trump got very angry about that. Now, I want to address something that I think I agree with people. It seems a little mysterious.
Yeah, just let them, even though America actually benefits in several ways from helping Ukraine. It's not like they just give it away for free, but also, just show some gratitude. Even if they offered to show gratitude, they just didn't want to give 500 billion. They just wanted to give half of their country. They didn't just want to give half of their fucking income from their natural resources to America. They didn't want to get fleeced, you dumb cunt. Fuck. Just show some gratitude. Come on. Just let them completely hamstring your post-war reconstruction. For a quick buck. Come on.
Hear people saying this all the time. Why is he, demeaning Zelensky and building up Putin? I think the answer to that is because Donald Trump is a deal maker, and he does not view international relations the way that the liberal post-world order saw things. The Obama administration, the Biden administration, they have this view of diplomacy that you need to sort of have two equals at the table, or as equal as possible. And so if your ally is the one who is stronger, you got to bring them down a little. If the person that you're not dealing with is weak, you lift them up a little. You get people to an even playing field, and then you can make a deal. And I think Donald Trump sees things in the exact opposite way. He sees them from a real estate point of view. You're never going to get a deal if both sides have equal power. What you actually want is a power disparity, because then the weaker party has more of an incentive to compromise. And the stronger party is going to compromise as well, because they get to remain the stronger party. And I think he is playing Putin like a fiddle. He knows that if he goes out there and builds up Zelensky and makes Putin feel the exact same fears about NATO not being that buffer zone, and Ukraine not being a
that fleece deal, by the way, that 500 billion of revenue from your natural resources and from your laborers and from your investment, there was no security guarantee in exchange for it. Nothing. And you just called him a dictator, and you blamed him for starting the war. But yeah, totally. Putin's the one that he's hurting right now. Fuck this person, man. God.
Buffer zone, about NATO not being that buffer zone, and Ukraine not being a buffer zone, Ukraine being part of NATO, Putin will never come to the table. But if he says to Putin, I respect where you're coming from, I don't care about the history, I just want this to end, then that is what's going to get Putin to the table. And I think he assumed that.
And I repeated all your state's propaganda points, and I completely undermined the guy who you're invading. All right.
Because Ukraine has gotten $200 billion out of the American taxpayer, that they would be willing to come to the table too. And I think he's very upset that Zelensky has not turned out to be that way.
Okay, Cenk, you were laughing, but I mean, that could be entirely accurate.
No, there's no chance that's accurate. Sorry, Bob.
200 billion. If you count the money that has been spent and the money that has been guaranteed, or whatever the word, obligated, and then the money that has been approved, then yeah, you get to like 170 something billion, yeah, for Ukraine. I think the amount of money that's actually been transferred, like for military purposes for Ukraine, is like 70, 80 billion or something like that. So yeah, even if you take the 200 billion though, that would be like less than 0.5% of America's federal budget. But that counts money that's been allocated but not obligated yet. So
yeah. Okay. So look, at the beginning, this was a giant mystery. I didn't understand what was going on. I might have said this on your show, Piers. I was like, why would we be attacking our ally? Put aside the fact that they're our ally. It doesn't make any sense in negotiation. You want to put leverage.
Still an insane amount. It's not, you fucking idiot. It's not an insane amount, especially considering that America loses things. America doesn't just give that money away for nothing.
On the opposing party, Russia, so that they are willing to get to a deal that we could live with and our ally can live with. Putting pressure on your own ally who's in the weaker position makes no logical sense in a negotiation ever. It's the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. So putting aside any feelings about Zelensky and...
Did you see that Hassan reacted to a less than 1K sub Lonerbox hate channel that reacted to Ethan's video instead of just watching Ethan himself? Yeah, that's what Hassan does. Yes, it's the classic Hassan strategy. He needs someone to hold his hand as he responds to his critics, yes. He can't go in alone. He needs a minder. Vazraka, thanks for the $5.
Russia, this isn't about that. Just in sheer negotiation, it makes no sense. Okay, so, but now I've solved it because it's clear now what's happening. Because they want the mineral rights. So he's putting pressure on Zelensky because he doesn't give a damn about what kind of deal Russia and Ukraine strike and how much land one keeps or the other. Do you know what's in the mineral? We keep calling it mineral rights. Titanium and lithium. Oh, what? Who needs lithium? Oh, right. Tesla has lithium go in its batteries. Elon wants that lithium. So the deal that our Treasury Secretary pushed across the table to Zelensky when they were one-on-one and tried to bully him into signing was, we spent $100 or $200 billion in Ukraine. There's conflicting numbers. But look, we all want peace. We all want to stop spending that money. That's legitimate. The negotiations are perfectly legitimate. The drive for peace, perfectly legitimate. He pushes across a deal for $500 billion in mineral rights. And here's the most important thing that American voters have to understand. Those minerals do not go to us, the American taxpayers, the American citizens. They go to American corporations. We are going to get $0 out of that. But Elon Musk is going to get fabulously even richer. He wants that lithium, and he doesn't care about Russia or Ukraine. So this is a robbery now. And that's why they're pressuring Zelensky instead of Putin.
Okay, Dave Smith. It's a robbery. Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue: prosperity. US national debt is at crisis levels. Inflation has made life more expensive for everybody, and the stock market is precarious. It's enough to make anyone's financial future feel grim. So what is the solution? Well, a simple one is to opt out of the chaos and invest in something solid and reliable: physical gold and silver. And there's only one name you need to remember: American Hartford Gold. This company has earned the trust of thousands of customers with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and glowing reviews you can see for yourself. They offer an incredible range of gold and silver bars and coins. They can be delivered directly to your door, or they'll help you set them up in a tax-advantaged gold IRA.
Absolutely milking it. My God, Piers. Okay.
First-class customer service makes the whole process simple, secure, and straightforward.
Get 'em.
American Hartford Gold is committed to getting the truth out there and giving you peace of mind in uncertain times. And if that wasn't enough, you'll get up to $15,000 worth of free silver when you make your first purchase and mention my name, Piers. So, make the smart move. call 866-692-2474 or text PEERS, that's PIERS, to 65532. That's 866-692-2474 or text PEERS to 65532. All the details are in the description. Now on with the show.
Well, look, I mean, look, I don't completely agree with Trump's proposal. I do think it's kind of gangster to try to like strong arm Ukraine into giving us what really isn't rightfully ours, and it's kind of rightfully the people of Ukraine's. By the way, I say this not like as a commie at all. So when I'm saying rightful, I don't mean like the people own it or something. I mean like whoever homesteaded it or something about Lockean property rights. But you know, there's been this major change in Donald Trump's rhetoric towards Zelensky. Through the campaign and through the very beginning of his administration, he would always just say he had a great relationship with him and he thinks he can get a deal done. Something there has changed for sure. But in terms of the stuff, look, if you're trying to negotiate a peace to this and you accept that we're not going to get the Biden-Nancy Pelosi pipe dream, which was always a pipe dream, your brother was correct about that, Piers, that we were going to, you know, repel Vladimir Putin from Crimea. This was all just ridiculous. And hundreds of thousands of people died in the pursuit of this unachievable policy. And if we can all accept that we're going to get some type of settlement here, that we're going to have to negotiate an end to this war, and that Ukraine isn't going to be able to defeat the Russians militarily, then obviously it makes absolutely no sense to sign on to these virtue signaling UN resolutions. It makes absolutely no sense for him to be...
Then abstain. It's a UN it's a General Assembly resolution. The whole point in a General Assembly resolution is generally is to show where the international community stands politically and morally. What are they saying? Like, oh, what's the point in voting for this? Like, well, they did vote. They voted against it. They had a decision. It takes the same amount of energy to vote in favor of it as it does to vote against it. So the lack of standards here is so retarded. Yeah.
Just out there insulting Vladimir Putin, which seems to be the demand from so many progressive Democrats. Like, listen, it's not a question of whether you think Vladimir Putin is good or bad. And I would agree with you. I mean, me and you do not see eye to eye on this issue, Piers, but I agree. It's not accurate to say Zelensky started the war. There are many factors, but Vladimir Putin is the one who invaded the country. But the point is, if you have a hostage negotiation, if someone with a gun runs into a school and holds a bunch of kids hostage and you send in the negotiator, you don't start insulting the guy and just virtue signaling for no reason and talking about how terrible it is to hold kids hostage and what a monster he is and I'm such a better person than him. I would never do anything like that. And the truth is, you do in some cases try to flatter the guy a little bit, try to get the best deal that you can get. You're trying to save lives here. And I'm not going to speculate like Cenk did on, I don't think this lithium's going to end up being turned over to Elon. And I think it's quite possible that Donald Trump does have some good motives here. And that the truth is that Joe Biden's policy with regard to Ukraine is the most reckless policy in the history of the modern American policy in general. To be on a proxy war with the two countries with the 90% of the world's nuclear arsenal, to be in a proxy war over whether the Donbass region is ruled by Kiev or Moscow, never made any sense whatsoever. And there have been close calls.
I love how he's just so dismissive. Oh, the Donbass region? Yeah, that's human beings. That's hundreds of thousands of human beings, you fucking idiot. That's like, and that's thousands of children who have been kidnapped by Russia and taken to the Russian state to be turned into fucking little Russians and shit. These people are never going to see their homes again. This city's getting destroyed. There's people getting murdered and buried in mass graves, and no one's even allowed to go in to count the dead.
Throughout this thing, if you think about the Nord Stream pipeline, where we made the attempt to blame that on Vladimir Putin, which was never true. If you think about those missiles that hit Poland, which were Ukrainian missiles, which Ukraine immediately said was Russia, there were very close...
Why is Russia allowed to threaten everyone with nukes as an aggressor? Because people don't understand this idea when they're like, oh, really? What? You would... you're going to choose fighting over this piece of little territory that I don't care about over nuclear war? Well, okay, how... Yeah, nuclear war... A nuclear exchange is the worst outcome. So you could actually apply that logic forever. You can just Because if you're the kind of person who's going to say, let's give up Eastern Ukraine because we're afraid of nuclear war. Okay. Well, if you're Putin, what do? If Putin just going to the button and going like that, ooh, if he just does that, then, and that makes you cede territory, then what stops him from going, okay, how about this bit? You don't care about this region. I don't even know what it's called. How about past the Dnieper River? Mykolaiv, give us, because nuclear weapon, and they're like, oh, what, really? Well, Mykolaiv or nuclear war? I don't know. Probably give them Mykolaiv. I don't give a fuck. And then that never stops. That logic never stops. That's why you don't appease people who make nuclear threats. It's stupid.
Calls here. If you study the history of the Cold War, we came very close to nuclear war on a couple different occasions. And so I'm sorry, if Donald Trump is trying to bring an end to this war, then I think if he's successful in that, it'll be the greatest accomplishment of his life. And I'm all for trying to end this war.
Okay, General Kimmett, I mean,
But Dave, that's not the question. No, he's misdirecting, though. That's not the question. We all want the war to end. And I don't need him to yell at Putin. I don't need him to sign anything. I just need him to do rational negotiations so that everyone on here is happy and the war ends. And I don't need, like, Ukraine to win on every negotiating point. I just want to get the peace. If you want to get the peace, holding up Ukraine for a $500 billion robbery that is obviously going to go to help American corporations like Tesla who need that lithium, that makes no sense. And that hurts the cause that you care about, Dave, and that all of us care about.
I'm not as convinced, Chap, this is all just some play by Elon. I mean, I think if America can do a deal that gets a lot of Ukraine's minerals in return for the substantial support America's given to Ukraine and would then continue to give, it seems to me a pretty pragmatic deal, actually. My question for General Kimmett would be this, which is, I wouldn't trust Putin as far as I could throw him. And I think his actions in Georgia, in Crimea, now Ukraine, full Ukraine, all this suggests to me is the theory that many people have about him, which is that he wishes the Soviet Union had never been broken up, that he is intent on expanding Russia's territory, and that if he gets away with keeping 20% of Ukraine, then he'll either come back for more or he'll try and get it somewhere else and try and expand Russia's power and territorial reach elsewhere. And I've got to say, I'm very cynical. I think that's exactly what he'd like to do. Am I wrong to be cynical?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. Now, look, he's paid a pretty heavy price in terms of what he's lost in Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of dead, probably 10 times that amount wounded. But you've got to understand that the Russians can take pain like nobody's business. What he has lost in Ukraine is a fraction of what they lost in World War II. And he is testing NATO, there's no doubt about that. If he wanted to attack, he could continue this attack, not in Ukraine, but up in the Baltics, and take back that critical area up in the Baltics that gives him access to the Atlantic and the North Atlantic. The only thing I think that is holding him back is that it's not a matter of what he would lose. It's a matter of the fact that he goes from fighting one country, Ukraine, to fighting 27 countries in NATO. So I do think that he does not think for a moment about what he's lost in Ukraine and the effect it has on his population. That's the beauty of being an authoritarian leader. But I do believe that he has those long-term aspirations, as so many Russian monarchs have had throughout history, of expanding the Russian Empire well beyond where it is now. But I will tell you that I disagree with what Boris Johnson told you about, and to use your term, NATO expansion. The fact is that one could make a legitimate argument that the Russians have had a paranoia throughout history about the encroachment of the West. The word Ukraine means the frontier. The Russians have always wanted a frontier between themselves and the West. And if you want to make that argument that there was some legitimacy of this concern of NATO enlargement and try to dismiss it, I would remind Americans about the Monroe Doctrine. We go ballistic when foreign countries get anywhere near the United States, as we've done in the past. We invaded Grenada, that great existential threat to America. We invaded Panama, yet another threat to the freedom and liberty of Americans. And the only time we really had a legitimate reason for doing that was in '62 when the Soviet Union put nuclear missiles on Cuba. But let's be honest, Americans have the same paranoia about encroachment into our hemisphere as Putin does into his, what he believes is his hemisphere as well.
Yeah, but what he believes is obviously the point there, because you can just say you believe something's your hemisphere arbitrarily. Like, it kind of matters whether or not you actually have some kind of justifiable reason for believing it, which Putin never had.
Yeah.
Ryan, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it.
I do get that argument. I know it's the one that he peddles loudest with his own people, but I think the paranoia stroke desire to not see any impending encroachment as they see it on their border is probably real. It doesn't mean they're right to do what they did. It just means the paranoia is you can understand why some of them, if not a lot of them, feel that way.
If I could just quickly add, right, because I think sometimes, and even in your question to Boris Johnson, sometimes people go like all or nothing with this, right?
I
and
agree.
so it's not like it was Vladimir Putin provoked, and therefore, if he was provoked, he's a great guy and he was justified to invade the country. Like that those second two parts don't follow.
Yeah.
But the point is, and I would highly recommend, just to back up what was just said here, if anyone wants to go read, because the CIA director for all 4 years of Joe Biden's administration, who was the CIA director while this entire war was going on, Burns, right? He is the one who authored the Niet means Niet memo that was sent to Condoleezza Rice, and this was not for the public. We only know about this because Julian Assange leaked it, but he said, he was, at the time, he was the ambassador to Russia, and he put up this entire document where he was like, look, these plans of including Ukraine in NATO is going to be a disaster. And I've been over here talking.
That's why, this is the memo he's talking about. This is why this is ahead, I believe. God, he's so shit. It's annoying because he's like, you can tell he's like made an effort to learn some of the things about it, but it's just there's so many important gaps. This is ahead of Bucharest, where Ukraine and Georgia did not get on an accession path to NATO. They didn't get what they came for. Specifically for that reason. But it's a WikiLeaks memo, so it makes us really excited. You know, it's good theatrics. Kind of interesting in what the whole thing says, to be honest. It's not even that long. Following the first muted reactions to Ukraine's intent to seek a NATO membership action plan, this is what they came for. They came for a map, and they didn't get it. They left with no map. Couldn't find their way out. Lavrov and his senior officials have reiterated strong opposition, stressing Russia would view further eastward expansion as a potential military threat. NATO enlargement, particularly to Ukraine, remains an emotional and neuralgic issue for Russia, but strategic policy considerations also underlie strong opposition to NATO membership for Ukraine and Georgia. In Ukraine, these include fears that the issue could potentially split the country in two, leading to violence or even, some claim, civil war, which would force Russia to decide whether to intervene. Additionally, it's funny that they say this because we know now that there was no membership action plan. There was a civil war, but that civil war was inflamed by Russia. Additionally, the GOR and experts continued to claim that Ukrainian NATO membership would have a major impact on Russia's defense industry. Connection, okay. Potential military threat. Lavrov stressed that Russia had to view continued eastward expansion of NATO, particularly to Ukraine and Georgia, as a potential military threat. Russia might believe statements from the West that NATO was not directed against Russia. When one looked at recent military activities in NATO countries, establishment of US forward operating locations, etc., they had to be evaluated not by stated intentions, but by potential. Sphere of influence, quotation marks, nice. Legitimate interest in the region. But, he argued, while countries were free to make their own decisions about their security and which political military structures to join, they needed to keep in mind the impact on their neighbors. Lavrov emphasized that Russia was convinced that enlargement was not based on security reasons, but was a legacy of the Cold War. Disputed arguments that NATO was appropriate. Do you know what's kind of interesting here? Most of this so far is he's characterizing Lavrov's words. Where's Burns' opinion? Is it down here? So he's not really even accurately characterizing the source material, because this is him giving, I believe, what's this? Potential military threat. Okay, we did that. Russian opposition. Touches raw nerves. Concerns about stability. Russia perceives encirclements. Efforts to undermine influence in the region. Unpredictable consequences. Experts tell us that Russia is particularly worried about the strong divisions in Ukraine over NATO membership, which were not very high at this point. NATO, Ukraine wasn't even that interested in NATO in 2014. Their interest was in the EU. It wasn't in NATO. People always fuck that up. If you look at the polls, some people in Western Ukraine are more interested in joining NATO, but it's pretty decisive that most of Ukraine is not interested in joining NATO in 2014, not alone in 2008. Divisive in Ukrainian politics. Maybe amongst politicians it was more even. Black Fleet. Significant impact on labor relations. It's also interesting that the issue of Georgia wasn't as pressing as Ukraine, but obviously after this summit in Bucharest, Russia went for Georgia, not Ukraine. They went into Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Okay, yeah. Dave Smith's just being a fucking moron here. Like, the context of this memo from Burns is that he's saying that Russia would feel threatened by NATO expanding, and that Russia would potentially use it as prerequisite to fuck with these countries. But it seems that Russia did that even when these countries did not get membership action plans for NATO, because Bucharest happened, and because of I think Germany as well and France and the NATO members who were also worried about this, who wanted to appease Putin, because they did that, Ukraine and Georgia left empty-handed. And Russia attacked Georgia anyway. So this is why it's really frustrating when people like Dave Smith refer to these kind of like obscure memos and leaks, because they never really support the argument that they're making. They just sound exciting.
Talking with everybody in Russia, not just Vladimir Putin, even his sharpest liberal critics, they all agree that this is the brightest of red lines for them. They will not tolerate Ukraine being a part of America's military alliance. And I just don't understand why of course we would not tolerate that either. If China or Russia wanted to bring Mexico...
Hey, it's the Mearsheimer. Let's go.
...into their military alliance, and then just announced, as they did 2 months after this memo at the Bucharest summit, that they were going forward with that. And then there was, and then they poured tens, maybe over $100 million into a street protest, which overthrew the democratically elected president of Mexico, who was going to make a deal with...
Excuse me. Oh, he thinks the Maidan revolution was financed by the United States. What he actually means here is that there were organizations in Ukraine that were to do with civil society and helping people run polling stations and shit like that, or helping people promote democratic ideas in Ukraine, or radio shows and shit like that. That actually meant that, and these funding programs lasted since the 90s. He thinks that's the same as them funding the Euromaidan. Oh, he's so dumb.
Us, and then when in the other, we would have the exact, and I don't think Washington, D.C. would be above invading Mexico if that's what they needed to do. We would never tolerate that. And we could recognize that Vladimir Putin is no angel, and also understand that the West put him into a situation where he reasonably could claim, I cannot tolerate what your plans are here. What's the point of us doing this? It makes no sense. It's not in our interest.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Walsh, the other part of
I would add, and one thing I would add as well.
Just remember, never forget this, okay? Ukraine's NATO aspirations were frozen in 2008. They did not move. They didn't get a membership action plan, okay? They didn't get one. They didn't get one! Fuck you. All right.
What I would add as well is Bill Burns was working for James Baker when James Baker told Genscher
1 inch eastward. Oh God, do it. Come on. Edge me 1 inch eastwards, please. Until I fall off a fucking cliff.
As part of the reunification of Germany that we would not seek to expand NATO to the east. Again,
Dave
wise
loves that.
people.
Yeah, yes, he did say that. He definitely wasn't talking about military installations in the former GDR, in Germany, not talking about Warsaw Pact countries. And Gorbachev admitted that they weren't talking about Warsaw Pact countries. Dave loves that. The only sound in Dave Smith's fucking brain as this guy yaps about the 1 inch eastward quote.
Base? Like Bill Burns, James Baker understood this basic.
Look at him, he's so happy.
Perhaps unfounded, but genetic predisposition opposing approachment of NATO, Ukraine, their frontier.
Yeah. Joe Walsh, the other part of this that I think is significant is
he doesn't
we've got
know.
the British Prime Minister going to the White House on Thursday. Emmanuel Macron was there Monday. And Trump is quite right, in my opinion, about the disparity between what America contributes to NATO in terms of resource, money, weaponry, and so on, compared to the European countries.
Look at the map of foreign bases in Germany. There are still none in the territories of the former GDR. Yeah, they upheld that. Yes, they completely upheld that. The former GDR does not have NATO installations. Yeah. They literally, to this day, have kept NATO installations out of the former GDR because they said that, because that was the deal.
And through his own hectoring about this, many of the other NATO countries are now paying a lot more money than they were before into NATO. But he's also right that ultimately Europe should be moving quickly to be able to secure itself collectively from people like Vladimir Putin.
True.
And I don't understand why there's any kickback to that. I think what the UK spends about 2.3% of GDP on defence. It's nowhere near enough. We live in dangerous times. And I think that Trump is very, very accurate in saying Europe is not punching its weight.
If we have time, can we look for Gorbachev's admission? Yep, Gorbachev, 1 inch eastward. Hopefully I'll give you the one with his copium as well. Is this the one where he's like, oh, but it was the spirit of the deal? Or was that Yeltsin? That was Yeltsin. Where's Gorbachev's words? Is this the one that has Gorbachev's words, or what Gorbachev heard? Oh, it's this one from Brookings. This is where it's actually got Gorbachev's own words in it. Yeah, this is quoting from an interview. Here it is. This is Gorbachev's own words. The topic of NATO expansion was not discussed at all, and it wasn't brought up in those years. Another issue we brought up was discussed, making sure that NATO's military structures would not advance and that additional armed forces would not be deployed on the territory of the then GDR after German reunification. Baker's statement was made in that context. Everything that could have been and needed to be done to solidify that political obligation was done and fulfilled. That's Gorbachev's quote. That's what he said. And he said that in 2014. So I, just saying.
And needs to do that. And people dismiss it as America first, isolationism and so on. Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean to say he's not right. I do think that many European countries need to wake up.
Well, and Pierce, and they have the last 4 years while Trump wasn't in the White House. European nations dramatically increased their share to NATO. Europe has contributed more to Ukraine than the United States did. But Pierce, to this notion of encroachment.
Why is Dave? Oh, Dave doesn't like that one. Oh no. I love that. Get that smirk, that permanent smirk
of NATO.
Yeah,
it's true. In terms of money that's actually been sent, yeah, Europe does exceed the United States. A lot of countries in Europe that should be pulling their weight, like I think Germany, fucking Italy, France, like they're all spending a lower portion of their GDP than America is. But countries like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, fucking Denmark, yeah, European countries can't do better. But Europe has, in terms of like actual money in military to Ukraine, Europe does exceed America. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Excuse
you either
me.
believe NATO's a good thing or a bad thing. There's a reason why countries like Finland and so many other European countries want to be in NATO. It's a good thing. It's a defensive alliance for freedom-loving democratic nations. Encroaching upon Russia, NATO's a good thing, Pierce. It makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, but what about the point? Yeah, but hang on. What about the point Dave Smith made, which is surely correct? If it was America and there was a country doing this, I think America would respond very aggressively to what they would perceive as an encroachment.
Well, again, that aside for 1 second.
It's not a good analogy, though. The analogy is more like if Mexico was, voting to, if Mexico had a referendum and wanting to get out of NAFTA or some shit. Like, that's what it was more like. Yeah.
What are we to do? Finland wanted to join NATO. Finland now shares almost 1,000 miles of border with Russia. And Putin screamed to the high heavens that if Finland joined NATO, there'd be hell to pay. Nothing's happened. What do we do, Pierce?
Paper tiger.
What do we do, Pierce, if peace-loving nations in Europe
the answer is obvious. Look, Joe. I mean, look. Aside from this, I mean, I gotta say, I find it to be very immature thinking to say NATO's either good or bad.
Unlike me with my leaked documents that don't actually show you anything that I'm trying to say. Yeah, unlike those leaked documents that I'll just mention because it sounds fucking intriguing and exciting, even though it doesn't support the core of my argument in the fucking slightest. Yeah. You're very immature, Joe.
Like, I don't think that's ever how you should analyze the world. And you know, you can say, I know you and Pierce, you and Tucker had your argument about this, but if you want to say NATO's a defensive alliance, I mean, I guess, except for all of the times when it's not, you know, except for Syria, except for Serbia and Libya and Afghanistan. But okay, if you want to claim NATO as a defensive alliance.
Okay. Whether you agree with it or not, okay, Article 5 was triggered because of 9/11, and then America accused Afghanistan, the Taliban, of harboring Al-Qaeda people. Is that not okay? Afghanistan was defensive and Libya was not NATO. It was NATO countries in Libya, but was... Yeah, Article 5 was triggered to target Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, wasn't it? That's what that was for. It's because they said Al-Qaeda was operating from Afghanistan. He did say Afghanistan, didn't he? For Libya, was that a NATO decision though? Or is it just NATO countries? It was a NATO coalition. What was that even? But it wasn't Article 5. Yeah, it was NATO, yeah. And this was when Gaddafi was sending tanks to, was it Tripoli? That were basically just going to completely annihilate the fucking opposition. And he basically said that he was going to slaughter all of them, didn't he? He said that his opponents were sewer rats and he was going to send his forces over to Benghazi and just demolish them. So it's a pretty difficult fucking. It's pretty difficult. Was it not? Was Tripoli? Oh, Benghazi. Benghazi. I'm stupid. All right. And the UN Security Council, they voted in favor of Libya, didn't they? Yeah, it was approved by the Security Council. Did Russia abstain or did they vote for? I think they would have abstained. Just ask Hillary about Libya. I feel like people just mention that, but they don't really tell you what exactly Hillary did in Libya. The Benghazi hearings, where she just answered every question for like 12 hours. And they were like, oh, well, you didn't really do anything wrong, did you? And she was like, yep. Hillary. I think Yugoslavia was not approved by the Security Council, was it? Yeah. It was the bombing of Yugoslavia. That was not approved by the Security Council. But again, it's like, out of those three, Afghanistan, Libya, and Yugoslavia, that I'd say the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia was probably the most legitimate one because the Serb army, the army was literally like preparing another offensive into Kosovo after like hundreds of thousands of people had already been ethnically cleansed, and after Milosevic was losing control over the military, and they were just going to go fucking schizo, like, Gindberg, thanks to tier 1 sub.
Look, what we should do is not expand it. And I'm sorry, but who cares if other countries desire to join NATO? That's not how we should be making these decisions. Of course, lots of countries would love to join NATO. I'm sure a huge majority of them, because, yeah, you get your defense subsidized and you get protection from the most powerful government in the history of the world, the United States of America. But that's not the question. The point is, why would we want to expand NATO right up to Vladimir Putin's borders? And look, the truth is that
expanded. It's already expanded. Right.
Probably because Putin keeps threatening his fucking neighbors, bro. What are you talking about? No one makes Eastern European countries want to join NATO more than Russia does. Ukraine was not particularly interested in NATO up until after 2014. And then, obviously, after 2014, when there are little green men running around in fucking Crimea and in the Donbass, then suddenly they're like, you know what? And then by the time you reach now, like it's like 80% of them want to join NATO. Defense subsidized, yeah, even though allies pay for it, yeah.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Vladimir Putin's border.
And I didn't say it wasn't.
If you can't, David, but Dave, again, every time I'm on with you, you accuse me of immature thinking. Granted, nothing is totally black and white, but would you not say generally over the course of history, here we go again, NATO has generally been kind of a force for good? Yeah?
No.
No, you can't say that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't agree with that.
Right.
I don't believe that NATO has been a force for good. I believe it's the exact type. It's the exact type of entangling alliance that our founders were unanimous in recommending that we don't get involved in. And Cenk, you can say I'm wrong, but dude, you're as anti-war as I am. So why are you standing up for the?
Does this guy also not remember that NATO? It's 32 countries. You can't usually get 32 countries to agree on anything, let alone military, let alone European countries. I'm sorry, what the fuck have European countries been doing for the last 1,000 years? They've been fighting each other. They've been decimating themselves. Like Britain, France, Germany, these countries, they've never stopped fighting. But now they're in an alliance together. Isn't that a fairly good thing? That's why, besides Russia's activity and besides former Yugoslavia, which, again, that was not started by NATO, that was started by the breakup of Yugoslavia, yeah, Europe has been mostly quite peaceful for the last little while. Yeah, and it's coincided quite well with the expansion of NATO. There's a reason that people in the Baltic states don't have to worry about Russian invasion, and they're actually quite chill over there, even though we know that Russia wants a piece of them, right? And there are Russians living there as well that Putin can try to fucking use as his little justification, but he can't do it because they're in NATO. They're protected. That's why those countries fucking love NATO. Makes them so happy. Ooh.
Let me tell you why.
The American Empire.
Hold on.
You know what this is,
Hold on.
Frank.
Dave, he's saying we're both.
No, hold on. So listen.
I know.
You're both wrong and you're both right. So listen. I love, first of all, just quick side note here, that nobody can tell who's left or right anymore. This is beautiful.
Do you know what?
American
That's
politics.
exactly what I was thinking. The whole political pendulum
Right.
has completely gone crazy. Where if we had this debate 20
Yeah,
years
it's almost as if you have an entire panel of incoherent, illiterate fucking idiots on these fucking shows. You got Dave Smith with his like conspiracy theory level. Well, I've got this leaked document from the CIA. A fucking jank who was saying that like you should worry about all Israeli products because of the pager explosions. You've got this crazy fuck. I don't even know what this person's smoking. Yeah, isn't it so wild that people just have no ideological or political or factual coherence on anything anymore? Isn't it so fascinating how we're beyond left and right and into just different levels of how fucking mental everyone is? But we all think Trump is cute.
years ago, everyone would have known who the right are and who the left are. It is impossible anymore to define people in the way that we used to. And I like that.
I love it. I love it because we're now using our minds and independent judgment and actually talking about politics.
Fucking kill me, man. Oh my God. Oh God. No, you love it because it gives you an opportunity to just spout conspiratorial bullshit with no verification and to be wrong on like 90% of the things. Because as long as you are sticking it to the man, which in this case is what? The Democratic Party? Not Trump, you know? As long as you're sticking it to whoever people believe is the man at some point. As long as you're just not saying what mainstream media says, and as long as you're not saying what someone who actually gets in trouble and has to fact check every now and then says, you can still make your living. I love it. Ugh.
Policy rather than strict ideology on either side. So now, look, I agree with Joe. The UN is very important. I know I'm a lone voice here these days in American media, but I 100% believe in the world working together. I think NATO is very important. I'm very supportive of NATO. And I think it has definitely been a force for good and has protected the alliance. Having said that, Dave is right. Just because you like NATO doesn't mean that NATO has to get closer and closer to Russia. I mean, Joe, you were saying that if you like NATO, then you should be for NATO expansion. How about if NATO said, okay, we'd like to expand into Chechnya in the middle of Russia? That's mental. That doesn't help the alliance.
Mental.
It hurts the alliance. It makes our job of defending both Europe and America harder, not easier.
Chechnya is sovereign Russian.
We go and randomly put Taiwan in NATO. That makes no sense. So we've got to be judicious about who we put into NATO. And then now when we get back to, okay, NATO and America and Russia.
Yeah, let's not. Yeah. True. Let's just put NATO in all the countries that don't actually need defended as much as the ones that do. Yeah. NATO for everyone, apart from the countries that are most likely to get attacked. Based. So epic.
The opposite side have to get to an agreement, and that's good. We're all going to save money. We're all going to get to peace. We're going to save lives. We have to get to an agreement. But back to the negotiation. If two companies are having trouble getting to an agreement and they bring me in as a mediator, and then instead of helping them get to an agreement, I go, now I want money for my company. Well, that doesn't help the negotiations at all. It makes the mediation and the negotiation much more difficult because now you've entered a third party in there that had no business there. And he's demanding like some outrageous number, and then he starts attacking the people who brought him into the negotiation. Just so, look, we all want to get the peace,
Jake, that's
protect
not it,
NATO
though.
without encroaching on Russia.
But Cenk, it makes no sense to see America as the neutral negotiator in that. Like, we're not coming into a deal to broker a peace. We are the other side of the negotiating table. Ukraine would have had to do whatever Russia wanted to do if we didn't give them a blank check. So it's just not exactly analogous. I mean, look, again,
why does he think that's true as well? Do you know what happens when Ukraine submits territory? Like, people get thrown into mass graves, like happened in Izium, like happened in Bucha. Kids get kidnapped and taken to. Does he really think that Ukrainians would just give up if America wasn't helping? No, that's not what would happen. They're doing it with or without America, actually. They're not going to stop. Oh God, I wish I could say it to Pierce. As Churchill said, if necessary for years, if necessary, alone. Yeah. Because Russia has made it quite clear that there's not really any other option if you're Ukrainian.
But Dave, I agree with you on that. But then why are we attacking our own ally? That doesn't make any sense at all. Well, other than the mineral rights, totally, lithium is in the batteries in Tesla, just in case you don't know.
Well, also, I mean, never underestimate the fact that we are dealing with Donald Trump here. And if you said something to piss him off, he is petty enough to then go around and attack you for a couple weeks over it.
You know what? On that very point, there was a report.
It's about the money.
Well, there was a report in the Financial Times actually overnight, right to that point, Dave, which was that apparently Zelensky, when he was first told that the Americans wanted $500 billion worth of minerals, lost his rag so spectacularly with whichever American official was relaying this information that you could hear his voice apparently screaming down the corridors, and that presumably got relayed to Trump, who already has a bit of a bad feeling about Zelensky, going right back to when he first came into power and the whole thing with Hunter Biden and everything else. And Trump is, he does take stuff very personally. I always say he's got the thickest skin of anyone I've ever seen in public life, soaking up stuff that would kill anybody else. But he also has the thinnest.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
He harbors grudges and he'll use that against him. And I think there's a lot of what's going on with Zelensky. I think he took against him personally, but that doesn't mean that ultimately, at the end of all this, there might not be the best possible deal that Ukraine right now could probably hope for, which may involve a bit of transaction on minerals, but ultimately may bring the war to an end that's killing so many of their people. Anyway, look, I want to change just briefly to the other war, which we mustn't forget, which is the war between Israel and Hamas.
Speaking of minerals and wealth and fleecing, chat, just so you guys know, there's a donut goal still going, okay? You're going to push that donut goal. We're almost there. You can super chat if you want, $10 or more, and you'll get TTS. You can become a member and get a fancy color next to your name in the chat. You can even go to Patreon and send me there. Right? Yeah. Custom amounts and everything. Okay.
Hamas, and Basti, I'll start with you on this. Netanyahu has suspended the release of Palestinian prisoners because of the, as he puts it, the repeated violations by Hamas involving the ceremonies, which he says have been dishonoring the Israeli hostages, cynically using them for propaganda. So he's now delayed the release of the 600, I think it was, Palestinians that were due to be released in exchange. Now that's obviously a ratcheting up of tensions here. But I've got to say, just watching this from a distance, these scenes of Hamas in full force, with all their regalia, putting coffins of babies underneath pictures of Netanyahu looking like the devil, beaming that to the world, sending back the wrong remains of that poor woman.
$100, what's the best way to give you money? Like, one option is better than the other. For one-off donations, the best one is probably just Super Chat or PayPal. And for monthly, probably Patreon. Even though I don't really do anything with my Patreon anymore. So, but you would see stuff there that's old. You'd see some old music and stuff like that. That's all that's all there. That enough for you? Here. Where's the fucking... There you go.
Whose children were also murdered, etc., forcing one of the released hostages, it seems, to kiss Hamas terrorists standing there. We got to. I'll show you that clip actually before we discuss that. Let's just watch that moment.
Oh no. There's a fucking guy with a camera as well, like creepy. It's so stupid. It's so if you fall for this, by the way, like you are actually just you're dead. Okay, you might as well just be like a dead person, making whatever noises and smells that corpses do as they fucking rot. Like that's.
Now you heard the deafening roars of approval there for what appears to be, a conciliatory kiss by this hostage, Omar Shemtov. But his father's come out and said he did it under duress. He was forced to do it. We don't know yet. We want to hear it from him. But it certainly looked that way. Somebody goes up to him, talks to him, and the next thing he's doing that for the cameras, and it's obviously a huge propaganda moment for Hamas. So, Batia, it's all messy, it's all horrible, but the overriding imagery is that Hamas haven't gone anywhere. That this war was supposed to be the end of Hamas. They don't look like they're over, and they look like they have a lot of popularity still with Palestinian people in Gaza.
That's pretty hard to say. The problem is that once Hamas emerged from the tunnels, emerged from the belly of the earth, and finally put their fucking uniforms on, then suddenly if you're a critic of Hamas, you're going to shut the fuck up, right? It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday again. Yap Your Trap Tuesday is over. And they can't even really yap their traps during the war because Hamas still kicks around. Hamas throughout the entire war published videos themselves of them shooting people in the legs and killing people and beating the shit out of them. They love beating people's legs, I don't know, for attacking them, for opposing them, for disagreeing with them, or for, I guess, like other people, they accuse them of stealing aid and shit. Like, yeah, they're an authoritarian regime. They're not nice to political opponents. Yeah. I don't even think there were that many people there at that stupid, fucking, disgusting ceremony. There were like 100 people, maybe? Yeah.
It says in Genesis, God tells Abraham, whoever blesses you will be blessed, and whoever curses you will be cursed. And I keep thinking of this as the perfect metaphor for those scenes from that parade. Because, of course, to attend a parade in which the bodies of babies which have been strangled and mutilated are celebrated is accursed, right? To bring a child to a parade celebrating the strangling and mutilation of babies' bodies is cursed. To live under a barbaric rule like Hamas that would put on a show like that is to be cursed. To be so morally depraved is its own
times more cursed.
punishment. And I think that is the point here.
Strangling, yes. The forensic pathologist said that they were strangled to death. Yes, that's what they found in the analysis. It's is it confirmed? Well, it's what I'm pretty sure they also had international cooperation on that report, didn't they? And just so you guys know, the people trying to discredit the forensic pathologist in question, basically every piece of evidence they show is really, really dumb. They don't say who did it. I don't know if it was Hamas or if it was that other group, the Khatib Mujahideen Brigades, but let's see. How many people were involved in the What the fuck? All right. My Jesus Christ, my control F was like playing a video. Why is it doing that? Stop. Stop! Okay, I'm going somewhere else. Really? Forensic report. Did they get international colleagues? I'm pretty sure they did. Let's see. No, it's not a tax folder. Shut up. Strangled. Fate. Forensic evidence, forensic team. No, that's from October. Okay. Let's see what we have here. Where's the bit where they mentioned they had international people as well? Does anyone know where that came from? Or was it just the Israeli forensic team? Not been made public, but they've divulged details. BBC article. BBC. Bebas strangle forensic. Yeah, Hagari said it as well, but Hagari is not really the guy that Hagari fumbles every now and then. Times of Israel said it? Can't see that, huh? No, I think it was the Israeli forensics. Why is this Control F function so fucking stupid on this website? Why? Why don't you like me? It won't do it. It can't. Look, if I try to Control F on here, it just blows up this fucking video. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, yeah, so it was from the Israeli, it was from Israeli forensics. Yeah, from Israeli medical professionals, the forensic pathologist. I think they're from, there's a, what's the organization called again? That the guy's from? Israeli forensic, Israeli forensic institution. What's the name of the institution again? National Institute of Forensic Medicine. Yeah, it was these guys. There's their report. It's not Zaka, no. Abu Kabir, yeah. The Abu Kabir National Institute, yeah, of Forensic Medicine. These were the guys in Israel that said that they were strangled to death and also that someone smashed them up with rocks afterwards to make it look like they were killed in an airstrike. And they said that they sent it internationally. Did they, though? That's what I'm trying to find out. Fucking Control F. Stop! Identified remains. Sherry Bebas. Bebas. I don't know if they were cooperating with international people, but I don't see any third party confirming. Is that what you need? Just to be clear, are they a neutral third party? Well, they're a medical institution. They're not controlled by the government. They might be funded by the government in part, but they're not like, it would be like if the NHS said it, no? Let's find it. What are they? Let's learn about the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute. It is an Israeli, okay. They're the main body for forensic analysis. Only facility authorized to conduct autopsies in cases of unnatural death, rape, homicide, suicide, suspicious death, victims of terror attacks. Established part of the Police Division of Criminal Identification. They perform 2,000 autopsies annually. They transferred it to the management of medical administration at the Ministry of Health. Duties. Okay. They claim they confirmed with third parties allegations of falsification. I've seen some of the allegations against this Chen Kugel guy are complete fucking nonsense. Like the wiki on his controversies, like they just say sentences that link to sources that don't say the thing that's in the sentence at all. Like with that controversy of the British guy who was killed in 2004, even though Chen's statement didn't even contradict the fact that he had died because he was shot in the head. I don't know who said that they had international verification. Maybe colleagues? Hen. Okay, hen, obviously, yeah. You should be careful repeating this story until it's 100% confirmed by other sources that are not linked or have an interest in the story being true. Fuck you, absolutely not. Then if you want to do that for this, I'm just like, then 90% of allegations that people make are just like not verifiable because everyone has an interest. So that means that every doctor who talks about what they saw in Gaza, who has a Twitter feed where they're clearly doing like anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian, or like even some pro-Hamas propaganda, we shouldn't believe them. Really? Would you do that? The thing is that people have tried to discredit this Chen Kugel person. The problem is that they people who try to say that this person is like a hack or a fraud or whatever, it's like all the examples are just bullshit. People say that he spread the 40 beheaded babies thing. He never did. There's no direct quote of him ever saying he saw beheaded babies. It's all just inferred by journalists. Like, and it's the same with other, like this one. Look at this one. This is like Wikipedia is just absolutely insane for this. This is Chen Kugel, the same guy who said that the BBS kids were strangled. This is them saying that he was controversial over Tom Herndl. So Tom Herndl was a activist in 2003 who was shot by an IDF sniper, okay? And the defense tried to raise doubts on what caused his death. So the British, I think they said he died of pneumonia because what happened with this guy was he was basically shot in the head, but he survived in a vegetative state, like a coma or whatever, for a little while before he actually died, and he caught pneumonia. But the defense tried to say that it wasn't the pneumonia that killed him, but actually the large amounts of morphine that he was given when he had pneumonia. Now, people have tried to say that this. So one person says cause of death pneumonia, the other person says cause of death too much morphine, okay? But the people are saying that because Hen said too much morphine, that he was used in the defense case, okay? Which is not correct, okay? Even if someone goes, because the problem with too much morphine is that it's not uncommon, even where euthanasia is not technically allowed, it's not uncommon for people to see someone catch pneumonia, which they can't fight because they've been shot in the head, right? And they might even be brain dead anyway. And they just give them enough morphine because they're basically on their way out anyway. They're not going to survive, so they give them morphine. So therefore, the cause of death becomes morphine, but that does not mean they did not die because they were shot in the head, right? So people take this claim from Hen and try to say that he was covering for the sniper, even though you're a witness, okay? So if the defense lawyer comes to you and says, this person's cause of death, right? It's not by sniper, was it? And they're like, no. Pneumonia or morphine, right? Either. It's like the defense can try to use that, but then the judge can be like, okay, would either of these have happened if he was not shot in the head? It's like, no. So it's just people don't understand the way that this process works. So they can both dispute the exact cause of death, but neither of these statements are shifting blame away from the sniper. And when they say the court rejected these claims from Ken Kugel, you look at this link. They don't mention, this article doesn't mention Ken Kugel's claim about morphine. They don't mention it. They mention that the court ruled that he was killed intentionally by a sniper. But the court does not rule cause of death. They don't reject Ken Kugel's claim about cause of death. But this has been used to say that this guy is like a fucking Hasbroid doctor who takes a guy who got sniped in the head and tries to say that his cause of death was like nothing to do with getting sniped in the head. And Wikipedia is okay with this. Like this thing here following this sentence is not substantiated. This is bullshit. This is a fake citation. So if this is the kind of length your people are going to discredit this person, also there are so many reasons that you wouldn't publish a forensic report on babies who were strangled to death, okay? You realize that involves like graphic descriptions that the family might not be comfortable with. It also involves like maybe even photographic evidence that people wouldn't want to go up. Like there's so many reasons that you wouldn't do that. But yeah, you guys are like, oh, I don't know. I think we need to photos, please. From a democracy. You know what? How do we know about the abuses at State Iman? We know about it because of doctors, because of Israeli doctors. Okay.
Pierce, this is the beginning of the end, not just of Hamas, but of the left that defended them. Because, the left thinks Israel is the Palestinians' curse. It is the left who have cursed the Palestinians with their support.
Cursed.
Because they are prolonging the moral depravity that has earned the disgust of every good human being on planet Earth. And I am so grateful that my government, Donald Trump, the United States of America, stands with the Jewish people against such pure, absolute evil, because it truly is going to be a new era. There is no going back from a parade celebrating the mutilated, strangled bodies of babies.
Okay, Cenk?
Yeah, so
base?
what Hamas did is so stupid, and I totally agree that it's immoral. But are we ever going to talk about the 15,000 dead children that Israel slaughtered? You want to talk about cursed? If you think the Palestinians are cursed because of 36 children killed during October 7th, how cursed is Israel for the 15,000 children that they slaughtered?
Yeah, it was pretty stupid of Israel to do that. Pretty bad, stupid. But are we not going to talk about how Hamas are still provoking a conflict by parading the babies? You can just do this back and forth forever. It's so fucking stupid. Like,
they crushed their skulls. They lit them
I
on.
will say, are we not going to talk about how Israel are bombing Syria for no fucking reason? Oh, God. And Trump's not saying shit. Trump is just like, yeah, you do what you got to do. I have many Jewish friends. Like, what the fuck? It's so mental. Jelani seems to be doing like everything he can to avoid a confrontation. And they're hitting military targets. Like, okay, but bro, they're not doing anything to you. They're not doing shit. And you're in a buffer zone. Mental. Absolutely deranged. Though Syria officially dissolved all military factions on the 29th of January, the new government has not yet managed to form a national army. In practice, disparate militias are still not entirely under state control, with the defense ministry working out how to absorb tens of thousands of rebel fighters. So they're worried that, is that the Steelman? They're worried that one of these factions will get a hold of the weapons. It's amazing. It's amazing that I spoke about this yesterday. Israel have taken their second extension now on the withdrawal from Lebanon. Now they are currently in 5 locations in South Lebanon. They have military outposts on 5 locations, but they're just like they're like hilltops, okay? They should go. Like, they shouldn't be there forever, but they're like hilltops, like a couple of 100 meters from the border. They're not in villages anymore. And they're also fortifying the fuck out of their side of the border as well. So it's interesting that they've done that, and that's after they went to war with Hezbollah. Like, after Hezbollah was actually attacking them. But with Syria, Jelani hasn't attacked them. The Syrians have not attacked Israel. I don't even think these disparate military groups have been attacking Israel since Assad fell. And Israel is occupying populated areas in Syria. Those areas that are in the what should have been a DMZ from the 70s, there are people who live there. They live there. So it's interesting that, like, in Lebanon, they managed to pull their occupation back to the point that they're only in 5 hilltops that are not inhabited. But in Syria, that's done fuck all to them. What message are you sending? Where like, you can do nothing to us, but we're still going to take territory that has people living there. And Israel will say that some of these Druze people want to be part of Israel. And I don't doubt that some of them do. Some of them are worried about their safety under Islamist rule, or especially if one of these rogue factions maybe takes over and establishes some kind of outpost or something like that. But there's not really any polling about that. There's no process that's been called for by Druze leaders. There's been no dialogue with Jelani, who seems to actually be fairly interested in pursuing peaceful solutions, because Jelani is in no position to fight with Israel. Like, not at all. Even with those military installations that were bombed yesterday and today. It's just such a horrible message. And obviously Trump is just not doing anything about it. Like, after Europe has taken their sanctions off of Syria and are trying to encourage some kind of development and give Jelani all of the breathing space and room and assistance that he requires to stop Syria from falling back into chaos, Israel's just like, nice one. We're going to bomb you. Fuck off. They're also apparently offering Syrians in the buffer zone jobs in Israel. Technically the Golan Heights. Yeah. Didn't Syria help with the Iranian missile attacks? No. Assad would not have. No. I don't think they did. Did they? No, Syria didn't intercept Iranian missiles. No. Yeah, apparently they're offering them quite. I mean, this is, if you're a Syrian, this is quite a bit. It's similar to the Gazan model. They're basically saying, come into the Golan Heights for the day, work, and then go back home for between $75 and $100 a day, which is it's pretty good payment. But obviously, the underlying issue here is that they want to, as a prerequisite, to keep a hold of this territory. And there are Druze activists in the Golan Heights as well who are part of this, because I think this jobs program that they're doing right now was initiated by a Druze leader in Golan, because he wants to, I think in some cases it's assisting family members, like people who have distant relatives, or otherwise just fellow Druze people who would rather be in Israel. But Jelani, more than any other leader, seems to be willing to actually work this out over the table. Like, yeah, if there are people in Syria who are Druze who would rather live in Israel, then they can go there. And because clearly it's not going to be all of them. If they could work out that because that DMZ, that 74 agreement, that was worked out. That was worked out after Assad had tried to attack Israel, after Hafez had tried to attack Israel. So Jelani hasn't attacked them, so they can work out something. It's just, but obviously Netanyahu, being the fucking bull cunt that he is just trying to, he probably will do that eventually, but he just wants to advance his position first. He wants to embolden his negotiating position before he does it. But now the problem is that after Israel has taken territory, is starting to hustle Druze people over into Israel to work and is bombing the shit out of them, then if Jelani does enter into agreement with Israel, then his domestic support is fucked, because that's not something you're supposed to do as an Arab country or as an Arab leader, especially like Jelani, okay? As an Islamist leader, especially when Israel's aggressing on you. So it's just, he's asking for trouble. That's my position. It's a really bad decision. And Trump is not saying shit about it. He's fine.
fire. They destroyed and killed tens of thousands of children. And now you're saying, oh my God, because I see one with my own eyes, that's Israel.
What do you think about this new wave of Israeli expansionism? Do you think this will keep Israelis safe down the road or make them more of a target? More of a target to who? It feels like all the enemies that could have made them a target are gone. No, I think this is just, I think they're just taking what they can because they can. That's it. Like, I think Netanyahu's doing this because he can. Because the people, no one's going to stop him, right? He's obviously asking for problems in Syria because it makes Jelani look horrible. It makes Jelani look horrible, the fact that he's trying to interface with the rest of the world and the Western world as much as he can, but his incentives to interface with Israel just keep going down. And now if he interfaces with Israel in any kind of positive or amicable way, then he's obviously going to get like absolutely fucking mauled by local opinion. Like they might get overthrown. Is Israel unreasonable to not trust Jelani? They don't have to trust him. They never trusted Hafez after, but they came into an agreement with him, didn't they? With Hafez al-Assad and the Ba'ath Party, they made agreements with him over that DMZ in 74. You don't have to trust Jelani. Obviously, if Jelani starts, he doesn't even have a fucking military. Okay? If he starts to consolidate a Syrian army and they start building military installations and the rhetoric starts pumping up, then it's like, okay, then you can do something. Then you can say something or do something. But now, yes, I did see the Lavrov statement. No ceasefire, no peacekeepers. Yeah. He's not taking yes for an answer from Trump, which is probably good for Ukraine, but I don't know.
The Israeli lives are worth, what, 10,000 Palestinian children? 100,000 Palestinian? Is there any number of Palestinian children that you would have any sympathy for? So screw Hamas, but that does not justify Israel slaughter after slaughter after slaughter and go, oh yeah, Hamas made me do it. Hamas didn't make you do it. Israel is reveling in it. It is now a terrorist state. It's rolling tanks into the West Bank. They've taken Trump's ridiculous plan in Gaza as a green light. And of course, this was all arranged ahead of time. That's why Netanyahu supported Trump. That's why Trump got $337 million from the Adelson family. So now they're rolling tanks into the West Bank to slaughter more Palestinian children. So I hate that both sides are doing this. And I hate that Israel is doing it 15,000 times more, because that's how many more babies they've killed and children that they've killed than the one that the entire U.S. and Western media is focused on. Can we not see that when it's an Israeli baby, that the whole world is like, this is the most important thing in the world? But I don't mind that 1%. But then don't tell me that 15,000 Palestinian
How many parades were there in Israel celebrating the casualties in Gaza? I mean, how many parades?
He's going to talk about, he's going to talk by the government, by the IDF. He's going to talk about like men, like soldiers posing with fucking lingerie and shit. Like, yeah. He's going to say that that's the same as Hamas actually organizing this whole thing with a stage and everything. Yeah, okay.
Were there of Israelis celebrating
through the roof
dead
with more slaughter in Gaza.
All right, let me bring in Dave Smith. Let me bring in Dave.
Yeah, because I actually think, listen, but first off, let me just say, I almost, look.
Come on, let me guess. Okay, guys, you're all getting very hyped. Okay, come on, listen. Let the reasonable, educated man who has all the leaked WikiLeaks documents, let the adult in the room talk, guys. Okay, come on. The fucking tone.
That was sickening, that video, the reports of what was done to these hostages, and I don't know that all this evidence has actually been released, and we'll maybe find out at some point. But it's all sickening and horrible, and I hate to even use it to then try to win a political argument after it. I mean, look, there is no questioning. It is sickening to see like a big crowd celebrating these things. I do think, like Batya, you make a fair point. It's like, yeah, okay, we don't exactly see the same type of kind of primitive brutality on the Israeli side. There is this tremendous bias, though, I think, toward, I don't know exactly how to say this. It's like a more, an anti-barbaric bias. So if Hamas runs in and is just gunning down...
Oh, he's going to do the whole thing like they do it, like they do it with knives and their fists or gunshots to the head, and we do it with huge bombs. It's the same thing, yeah.
Random people. There's something where that triggers a certain reaction out of
He's
something.
He's going to do this incredibly like woke fucking Black Mirror shit about how it's all just ones and zeros and it's all done distant with like AI and shit from the Western side. It's like the same way like the systematized bureaucratic brutality. So actually Israel's more like the Nazis or some shit. That's what he thinks he's doing right now, yeah.
Whereas, collateral damage or targeted strikes don't trigger that same response from people. The thing is that, like, if it's your kid on the side of that collateral damage, it probably feels awfully similar. And so when you ask, like, oh, are there parades where, for, say, like, Israeli hostages or prisoners or whatever they want to call them? No. I have seen Israeli politicians, as well as American politicians, signing the bombs, including Nikki Haley, before they get launched into Gaza.
You think that small crowd of Hamas with the coffins don't get how it's a parade? Well, they're parading them. They're parading the bodies. Is comparable with the normalization of genocidal rhetoric in Israel. Are you fucking... Is that a joke? What? Is that... Why would you take these two different variables? There's genocidal rhetoric on the Hamas side as well as there's genocidal rhetoric on the Gazan side as well as the Israeli side. Those are 1-to-1. Both sides are fucking like want to destroy the other. If you're talking about well, should I not say parading? Shall we say flaunting the dead, making a fanfare, pomp out of the dead, making some ridiculous propaganda ceremony out of dead babies. Yeah, that's pretty unique to Hamas. Yeah, Israel didn't do that. There might be some crazy fucknut settlers who do shit like that, or the people who decorated Goldstein's grave or some shit. But it's not like Hamas is the government. They are the representatives of Gaza, right? They're not very elected ones. It's been a while since they had much of a vote, but they are the government. That's why it's different from like the state or the IDF doing it.
Gaza. I don't know. I mean, I find that pretty sickening also.
Yeah.
And like to Cenk's point, there is just like a certain, don't get me wrong, okay? I'm trying to like be as charitable to you as I can. I would...
It's not only that it was low, no allegiance. Do you know what is so... People forget this, okay? Do you know what is so disgusting about what Hamas is doing with those corpses and those hostages and those messages? Like putting all the messages in English so that the Western world can see it as well. Talking about how, like, some of those messages at those fanfare fucking events were praising Al-Aqsa flood, saying more of it's going to happen. What's really gross about what Hamas are doing is that after all of that destruction, and all of that loss of life and all of that families destroyed and all of those bodies, like even for the people who survived, all those bodies like mangled beyond repair, all those people who are never going to live the same again, people who have been permanently fucking ruined by malnutrition, because that's a thing. Hamas have seen all of that. And they're like, yeah, we're still going. We're still going to try to fuck you up. Yes, we're still going to try to destroy this country. That's the problem. That's what's so fucking gross about it. Okay? It's like, after all of that, Hamas have still said we are going to keep on trying to kill fucking Israelis, right? Like, we're going to keep firing rockets. We're going to, any chance we get, we're going to build tunnels again. Any chance we get, we're going to hop over the border again. Any material we get, we're going to paraglide over again, because we want to keep doing this. That's what was really gross about it to me. Like, the fact that they just failed so miserably and just gambled so horribly with the lives of their own people, and they're just like, yeah, it was based. It's fucking banger. Like, they're proud of it.
Rather be next door neighbors with like
and it really just confirms, unfortunately, such as I fucking hate the whole like total victory rhetoric, it does confirm that there's no future for Gaza as long as Hamas is in power. Because they'll just prepare for the next one. So yeah, that's what really makes me mad about it, you know?
IDF soldier than a Hamas militant. Okay, like there is a difference between the two. But when you're talking about the level of human suffering that Israel has inflicted on the people who were not members of Hamas, who were as probably more victims of Hamas than anyone in Israel was, on larger numbers at least. There is just like, I'm sorry, it does seem after a while, like a lot, as I say all the time, a lot of the people on the pro-Israel side just value Israeli life more than they do Palestinian life. And that is your right. That is your right. You know, I understand, I value my children's life more than I value other children's lives. That's okay, that's my right. It's not reasonable for me to require the law or politicians to value my children's life more than other children's lives.
Okay.
And
I
think that's the essence of
let me bring in. I want to ask General Kimmich.
Can I just respond
hang on.
here?
Well, very
briefly.
very quickly. Yeah, we're running out of time.
Very quickly, Dave. The whole of our civilization is based on the difference between barbaric physical violence inflicted by one human against another and the
what was that? Oh god, that 1 HP.
Violence on the difference between barbaric physical violence inflicted by one human against another and
is she crying? What the fuck?
Kind of collateral damage that tragically happens from justified warfare, as long as it is proportionate. Now, we could debate that. We have debated the question of proportion, but the entire Western civilization is based on that distinction.
I have Batia from the start of this war. Hang on one second. Hang on. I have said from the start of this war that there were two things that really concerned me.
Yeah, I think you know what? I just really want to see Israel have a fair trial on the proportionality question. I like to see them justifying that in like an impartial court would be very just like that would be very fascinating to me. I don't know how they would do it. Man.
One was proportionality, right? We know that 1,200 people were killed on October the 7th, and another.
That's not proportionality, you stupid pus-riddled fuck. Fuck me. Proportionality is not they killed 10 of your guys, so you have to kill 10 of their guys and then stop. What a stupid way to look at it. Okay.
7,000 were wounded, but 1,200 were killed, of whom a smallish.
By that logic, Ukraine should take a break for a while. By that logic, Ukraine should just take a break for a while and let Russia catch up, because I think a lot more Russian soldiers have died in this war than Ukrainian, no? Because of the invader. It's so stupid.
Relatively smallish number were children. What we've seen, and obviously 250 more were kidnapped, including horrendously a baby and other children, and that was all horrific. And anyone who thinks otherwise, I have no time for. But I always say one or two things. Well, what is proportionate? And it seemed to me about the middle of last year, I began to sense that this was just getting grotesquely disproportionate, but mainly because I didn't see that the end game was going to be successful. The end game was supposed to be the eradication of Hamas, a terror group. There is no sign that they are eradicated. And in fact, US intelligence, and I'll come to General Kimmich here about this.
He's gonna, don't do the numbers thing. Like, obviously, recruiting 10,000 people from a pile of rubble with no training and no equipment is not the same as what Hamas were doing before October 7th, when they had 500 kilometers of tunnels buried under Gaza, which everyone agrees on, by the way. Everyone agrees it was like something along those lines, 300 something miles of tunnels. Sinwar said it, the US said it, Israel said it. Like, people really disagrees with how much of this there was, how much infrastructure Hamas had before instigating. Obviously, your manpower, like your raw numbers, are not quite telling you the same story. It would be like fucking Japan after the 2 nukes were dropped, just recruiting a bunch of people who are wandering the streets, now unemployed because their city's been destroyed, and be like, I don't know, guys. The Japanese army is still the same size. Like, fuck off. Fuck. The Japanese army, I believe, if we're talking about total war, the Japanese army was technically bigger after their military was defeated in World War II. No, because they instigated total war after their navy, their air force, their ground military was fucking crushed, right? Yeah, they technically had more manpower. They had more kids who had fucking bombs attached to them, who are willing to lie down on the beaches and detonate themselves when a tank rolled over them. Like, but is that really manpower? Like, is that really the same thing as a full-scale army with training and equipment? No.
Intelligence reports about a week ago suggested that for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they've already been replaced by people with similar ideology. So my fear was always that a disproportionate response by Israel would actually fuel the ideology behind Hamas, make them more popular, not less. And that in the process, we've seen...
We don't know if that's true either. We don't know exactly, because we can only really go, like, actually, based on polling, it seems that Hamas have lost a lot of their popularity after October 7th.
As Cenk said, 15,000 children reported now to be killed. And that's just, whatever you try and say by justification, it is unjustified to kill that number of children. It just is, isn't it?
Well, I think we're having a little bit of historical myopia here. Maybe I'm just kind of old to remember the fact that we had 3,000 Americans killed on December 7th, 1941 by the Japanese. And by the end of the war, we dropped 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Shit.
And I suspect there were probably about 150 to 250,000 children that were incinerated in that attack alone. So I think that we are perhaps forgetting our own history and what we have done in a scenario of total war for the United States, for Great Britain, and for Western Europe. And candidly, I think it was the right thing to do, because it was total war to destroy the Japanese leadership and the Japanese empire. The Jewish state, Israel, believes they're at total war with those terrorist groups. But you're absolutely right, Piers. Not only was Hamas celebrating that, but remember, today, Hezbollah was celebrating the death of Hassan Nasrallah.
I don't believe they're even... That's not really... I don't think you would describe total war as what Hamas is doing in Gaza. Total... Let me double check. I'm pretty sure total war is when you mobilize, like, everyone. Absolutely everyone. Like, every cunt. Everyone who can pick up a stick and run towards the enemy. Which is kind of what they did in Japan.
It sure looked like there were a lot of Hezbollah operators still fighting. It's the terrorist calculus. Kill one, create two. But in terms of the notion of, number one...
He just said we killed way more babies in Hiroshima. Yeah, I know. I think the death toll from the nukes was that... Oh, God. How many people died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Was that like 140,000 or something? Or was it less? Between... Oh, no, it was more. It was 100 and something thousand for Hiroshima and just under 100,000 for Nagasaki. So, yeah, about 250. Oh, it's just, he's talking total people. 200 something thousand. Yeah, okay.
The Israeli response to the Hamas attack on October 7th, they see it as total war. They are fighting as if it is total war, the same way America did the same in 1941 to 1945 against the Japanese alone. We lost 3,000. They lost 1 million. We dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan.
This is one of the polls recently from... Why is it so shit? Okay. Who's this even from? Why would you give me this? Okay. Israel demonstrates that it has the ability to execute targeted strikes with maximum efficacy, but they chose not to do that in Gaza. Why? I don't think you can surgically strike with small munitions like tunnel infrastructure. Isn't that the point? The point of the heavier bombs is for bunkers and tunnels? And not to mention maybe even just some full buildings that were used for military purposes, but that's just me. Obviously, when they did the hospital raids, they didn't just fucking J-dam the entire building, like the entire ward. A small minority expect Hamas to stay in post-war power, 12.4%. Even fewer prefer the outcome, 6%. I don't know what this poll is, but I've seen similar ones. Anyway.
Yeah, you make very good points. Joe Walsh, final word to you.
I don't think so.
Okay, we've run out of time, sadly, but Joe, final word to you.
Just real quickly, I agree with Betya. The ideology, the hatred of Jews was there before October 7th. The belief that Israel does not have a right to exist was there before October 7th. It didn't need October 7th to go off the charts. There will never be peace in this region as long as the Palestinian people, Pierce, not just Hamas, do not believe Israel has a right to exist. Period.
But there will also never be.
It's just nonsense.
There will also
Palestine
never be.
Doesn't exist. When is it going to get through your thick heads that Palestine doesn't exist because of the murderous terrorist state of Israel? How many slaughtered children do you need before you say, oh, right, the Palestinians don't exist? And are the Palestinians in the middle of that slaughter as 15,000 of their children were lit on fire by Israel? Are they supposed to love Israel? Is that the ludicrous, insane demand? Oh, you don't love us enough, we're going to kill more of your children. No, this is all of that's just propaganda.
I think
why can't you just engage with the point? Ukraine doesn't love Russia, but they probably envision a future where Ukraine and Russia exist as countries side by side. Ukraine's not trying to abolish Russia. Okay.
The bottom line is
the Mongols killed
at the end of this,
800,000 people in Baghdad because it was all-out war. That doesn't mean Israel should do it. That doesn't mean the U.S. should do it today.
You only get to peace when the Palestinian people have the same rights, human rights, as everybody else around them. And that has been the running saw in this conflict. And you can make a great argument for both sides throughout the 75 years. But the one, to me, unarguable point is that Palestinians in Gaza in particular have been living with diminished human rights to their neighbors. And that cannot be allowed to continue going forward. And it's going to be incredibly difficult to get to any lasting peace, incredibly difficult to get to a two-state solution. Everybody knows that. But ultimately, you've got to afford the Palestinian people the same basic human rights that we all enjoy. And until that happens, I don't see this ever ending. Anyway, we've got to leave it there. Fascinating debate by all of you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask that only...
Okay. What a hype theme. Holy volume difference, yeah. What an incredibly depressing conversation. Ooh. What is this? Finkelstein. Trump, Mossad conspiracies in Israel and the dying left. Do I want to watch that? Oh no. I know you sent the source. The source of that poll was Institute for Okay, it was Institute for Progress with a 4. Take it or leave it. Finkel fuck. Oh no. Ugh. Really? People are dying of measles in the US. Good-o. Well, it's just like tradition. Groypers are fucking mad. Of my tweets. Hmm. Can't believe measles is back under Trump. Who'd have thunk? Well, yeah, we're going returning to tradition, no? We're returning to tradition. Interesting. What is this? Hmm. This is quite interesting because people are asking about correlations between immigration and crime rates. Crime quadrupled from 250 per 100,000 to in 1901 to 1,000 by 1950. Sharpest rise was in the 60s, the only decade in the century where crime doubled, continued to rise, but then it's lowered in the 20th century. 21st century, sorry. Where's the print here? Charts and tables. Ooh. Let's have a look. Wild. Hmm. Olympic Britain. Wow. Where's that chart? Hey, where's the fucking chart that I was just on? Dick? All right, here. No, that's the bank. What? Where's the crime rates? My heart goes out to Loner. Why? The lead crime hypothesis. Yeah, I know. Where was this thing about the 21st century? Begun to fall in the 21st century. Hmm. England crime rates 1990 to present. Let's see that. Give us. Ooh, macro trends. Banger. They declined in the 2000s. (2020) increase decline. Blah 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 blah. What's this? Oh, this is the same graph. So where's the one from the? I want to see from the 90s until today, because I don't think we've ever come back to 1990s crime rates, have we? That was like the peak. Oh, full fact. Hmm. My heart goes out to. Oh, that's Elon. Oh shit. Is that per capita? Of course, it's fucking per capita. If it's not, that's really annoying. Decline. Get the full spreadsheet. Yes, I love the full spreadsheet. I need it in my eyeballs, my soul. Is that per capita? Keep on asking me that. It makes me so happy. This is a raw number though, isn't it? Is it? Surely this would be per... It's not just a raw number. Why would you do that? Who would ever need that? May. What? Crimes reported. I guess if it peaks in... Wait, 11,000? That's the same numbers they're using. So at 10,000 crimes reported, we're at what? Yeah, we're at like... Okay. So it peaks at 11,000? No, this is higher. This 1990s one is 19,000. That's not helping you. Oh, God. Is this violent crime? Is that why? Where's the fucking 21st century, bro? Come on. This graph is shit. I hate it. I hate it so much. Is it per capita? Oh, what's this? Okay. Number of offenses. Yeah, this is the case with most countries, though, wasn't it? It peaks in the 90s. Okay. Um... Declining. It's the 20th. Sorry. Okay. Just fine with gripers. Sorry. Uh-oh. Hassan defended himself against Ethan Klein's content nuke on TikTok last night to Dean Withers and other liberal content creators. Keep in mind, Hassan claims he hasn't watched the nuke and despises liberals while doing this PR tour. Hassan supports all the terrorists, hates the liberals, gets to go on all the liberal shows and make friends with them anyway. Based.
They clip the part where I say, even if sexual or rape doesn't change the dynamic for me about what's going on at all, to make it seem like I'm saying, one, no rapes happen, and two...
No, you keep saying there was one about the person in captivity, and you just completely gloss over the fact that the UN said that there were several locations, at least 3, maybe even 5, where there were strong, like, good signs of sexual violence. Yeah. And you don't really take that on board, especially given that all this happened within the space of, like, less than 12 hours before the IDF arrived. And also you, like, snigger every time someone mentions that rapes happened on October 7th. So it's just, you know, whatever, lying cunt. Okay.
That I don't care if rapes happen. It's stuff like that. It's riddled with things like that. And claiming that I'm calling, like, all Jews inbred or whatever, and I'm talking about specifically the fucking terrorist group, like the JDL terrorist group destroying aid that was going into Gaza. And then I describe the context of the situation where I'm like, this is like, if I look at the longer clip from that same time frame, and it's like 30 seconds prior, I'm literally describing, like, this is a right-wing settler terrorist group comprised of a bunch of inbred fucking psychos that are going in to destroy aid going into Gaza. And then he cuts that part to be like, oh, he's calling all Jewish people inbred. It's stuff like that for the most part. That's basic stuff. If you say anything even remotely pro-Palestinian, you're going to get attacked that way all the time on the internet. I'm sure you guys, I mean, you guys live stream a lot, so I'm sure you're very familiar with the ways in which sometimes people clip you out of context.
It's ironic because the problem that they had with Ethan was that he said something that was remotely pro-Israel. Like, Hassan is not remotely pro-Palestinian. He wants Israel to get destroyed. He supports terrorist group. Oh, fuck me.
Thanks.
Waste of time.
The
Why
thing
am I wasting my time on this
to,
shit?
for the most part, was like the liberal Zionist Hasbara that took place, where he said a bunch of, like, incredibly ahistorical claims, like that
what?
were,
Name
I
one.
think, very insensitive and also demonstrably untrue. Saying that 1 million Jews were displaced from the surrounding Arab regions, like expelled forcibly, and he called the Nakba, like, the War of Independence or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what.
So he is watching clips from the video. What did he actually say? He said the war in which Israel gained its independence. He did not call it the Israeli War of Independence. He called it both. It is both. Israel did gain their independence. It was only 800,000, not a full million. Although it is a full million if you add up what happened over the next couple of decades. Yeah, Ethan acknowledges the Nakba. Yeah, Hassan's just a liar. He's a fucking liar. He's a snake cunt liar, stupid fuck. Yeah. He's just getting it piecemeal delivered to him. He's just getting it spoon-fed to him by other people. Again, he's a 55 IQ person getting his arguments spoon-fed to him by people with 60 IQ. Weren't they driven away in the same way Palestinian Nakba victims were for their homes? So you can do that pedantry, and he's going to say they weren't forcibly expelled. Well, okay. In the Nakba, again, like, forcible expulsion accounts for about 15%. The rest of them, it's fear, it's like whisper campaigns, it's like the advancing, like they know the IDF are coming, and they don't know if they're going to be safe or not. The Nakba was more of an expulsion than what happened to the Jews, but the Jews were pushed out. Like, the Jews in the Middle East were pushed out. There's a reason so few of them stayed. Okay. People are trying to say people left voluntarily during the Nakba. That's exactly what I said. Exactly. Just a random fucking holiday, bro. That's always what I've said, isn't it? Isn't that what I always say? Isn't that just like straight? Okay, sorry, I'm joking. Unadulterated facts. Pierce Morgan. The real reason so many people fled, or one of the real big reasons so many people fled in the Nakba as well, it wasn't just because of Deir Yassin and all that shit. It was also because the ALA, or the Arabs in Palestine, had already been so monumentally fucked and thrown into the back foot after the Arab revolt. I think it was like, what was the percentage of Palestinian men that were either killed or kicked out during the Arab revolt by the British? It was a fairly high percentage, and not to mention all the disarmament and the breaking up of all the militia groups. So like by the time of the Arab revolt, like they'd already lost any kind of war that they were going to have with the Haganah. But I don't know. Which is why their leadership just crumbled so quickly, among other reasons. What is this? Boris Johnson interview ends abruptly. What? Is that the quartering? There's no way the quartering got onto this. Dave Rubin versus Gary Stevenson. The economy.
I got paid millions of dollars a year.
Oh, the former stockbroker.
To bet on the collapse of your working class. As I want to tell the public, the American people,
this guy, I don't even know if anything this guy says is economically sound or not. He seems like he might be a bit of a kook, but in any case, he's a geezer. You know, he's got good geezer energy. I like him.
Gets worse.
Class warfare does not work and will ultimately lead to violence against these people. He wants to take other people's money.
The American middle class is dying, their wealth is being sucked away and is being owned by an international super rich elite.
You want to see higher tax rates for the rich, but you don't actually think you should be giving away any of your own.
Opinions are like arseholes. Everybody's got one.
Jesus, it turns out, is a black woman.
Oh my God. Thoughts? What a geezer. He just gives you this vibe of someone who just comes at you in the pub and just tells you what's what, even though you didn't ask. And it's probably bullshit. Like,
state in Ilford in Essex, sort of east of London for Americans. You rose to become Citibank's most profitable trader in the world, but you grew increasingly disgusted by what you saw as the blatant inequality of the system that you were gaming. You had a breakdown, and then you quit. And you're now an avid anti-inequality campaigner. You think there are fundamental changes required in the system.
How do you argue with that? What a fucking geezer story. What a banger. Apparently he was like really good at maths, some shit. And then he gets this job and becomes a really successful stockbroker, and now he's like a far left class warfare activist. And he's a geezer. Absolute geezer. That's what I like. We need more people like this.
Around redistribution of wealth and resource, or the whole thing will collapse. So, starting with you, how much did that resonate with you, what Bill Burr was saying?
Well, you know, I come from a poor background. I come from a poor background in East London.
Yeah.
My friends and my family still live in that background. So, you know, these stories of mum skipping meals so the kids can eat, people not being able to put the heating on in the winter, that's common. That's really, really, and I think it's important that we say that in spaces like these, because now I exist in these media spaces, and I've been to these fancy universities, I've worked in the banks. A lot of wealthy people don't see that's happening. You know, in this country, I'm talking to you right now, half the country struggles to simultaneously feed the kids and turn the heating on. That's the truth, and I know it's getting that way in America as well, so of course it resonates with me, you know. Of course it resonates with me. The poverty is out of control.
I mean, Dave, the argument will be, well, I'll let you espouse the argument you want to espouse, but one of the big arguments, of course, is that what billionaires like Elon Musk have done, for example, is they build tremendous businesses which generate tremendous amount of jobs for people to then
Who does he remind me of?
Good money and do exactly what a lot of people here can't afford to do. So therefore they can be a force for good albeit obviously you're going to get bad apples. How do you see it?
Sure. Well, first, let me jump to the part that I agree with.
Let's let Dave Rubin go first. Come on, let's go.
Which is that, of course, there is inequality. And would we all like to see poor people have more? And is it possible that some people have, quote unquote, too much? It's hard to agree what that might be.
Oh,
but
as long as Dave talks, okay, you guys have to guess. It's a crowd participation. Hey! The fucking goal ended. Oh my God, you guys are disgusting. What the fuck? Soy. Chat, there's a new goal. Get on it. Get me a couple of tequilas. Listen, you guys have to figure out who this English dude is reminding me of, okay?
I'm sympathetic to that argument for sure. And that's in my country and that's across the pond right here. That's number one. The question really is the method that is going to free the most people and free the markets and allow people to flourish. I believe in free market capitalism. I want there to be as much competition as possible. I don't have a problem with billionaires because generally speaking, billionaires have built things. I mean,
give us a hint. Geezer? Geezer? English geezer? Baldy? Skinhead more like. 2000s? I don't know.
The idea that Elon Musk is devoting this amount of time to working for the government to help make sure that the government is more efficient is pretty spectacular. If I could jump back to the Bill Burr clip for just a moment. I know Bill a little bit. We've traveled in some of the same circles. I mean, he's surrounded by all millionaires. It used to be that Bernie Sanders was always complaining about millionaires. Then Bernie Sanders became a millionaire and he started complaining about billionaires. The idea that if you just somehow magically took out, well, he also made a violent threat there, but let's put that aside for a moment. But if you somehow took these people out, or if you took 10 billionaires and you took all of Jeff Bezos' money and you took all of Peter Thiel's money and Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera, you took all of their money and you redistributed it throughout the system, that somehow 3 years later things would be better, I think is a completely faulty argument. There's way more things as it pertains to education and teaching people proper value of money and what economics really is that I think is way more important than just demonizing the billionaire class or any other class. Class warfare does not work and will ultimately lead to kind of...
JF Pose, thanks for £5. Danny Dyer does pop economics. Close, not Danny Dyer though, no.
What his bad joke was about, which was violence against these people.
Wow.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent.
No. I don't want gold or tin food.
I was a trader for a long time. And I worked with a much older trader.
Yeah.
In the book, he's called JB. He had a good quote about these kinds of opinions. He said, opinions are like arseholes. Everybody's got one.
Kidding me, bro. I know who it is. Look, it's this guy. No? It's this guy. Why is it not fucking play? Oh my God. It's this guy.
Set one of them sausages, Charlie.
5 minutes, turkeys.
It was 2 minutes, 5 minutes ago.
Now listen, I don't get paid to have opinions, okay? I was one of the best paid and most successful traders in the world, for one of the biggest banks in the world. I put bets, I place bets. And I've been betting for 14 years that the working class in my country and the working class in your country will collapse into desperate, worsening poverty year after year. I'm a multimillionaire from doing that, from betting on that. Traders message me every day. They say what's going to happen. I say it's going to get worse. I've been betting on it since the beginning of COVID. I've made millions on it. All the best traders know. Let me explain to you how economics works, all right? You guys work in media, all right? I work for Citibank. You call up Citibank and you say, I want an opinion on what's going to happen to the economy. They pay me £2 million a year. Do they give me the phone? No, they don't. Kids like me don't get the phone. We get the money, okay? I shouldn't be here. Doesn't make no sense for me to have a YouTube channel. Doesn't make no sense for me to be here. I got paid millions of dollars a year to bet on the collapse of your working class, okay? I've walked away to come here on this show for free because I want to tell the public, the American people, this gets worse. this
And
gets worse. Well, I'm not just saying it, I'm betting on it.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
So explain what you mean. So when you say you've been betting on it,
Okay,
or
right. So I started
explain to people who don't know the system.
I started working in 2008, which, as you'll know, is the.
Shall I see if shall I give Ellen DeGenerate an unban again? See how long he lasts. He's just asking for an unban again. I need to do an unban request as well. I got a fucking email and shit. But I don't know if they wanted me to read it out on stream. Two-Face. The reason for ban was Two-Face Snake. I don't remember what he did. He's been banned a few times. Let's just see how it goes. See how long he lasts. He was actually quite nice to me when he thought I was quitting. He was actually nice. Most people were, to be fair. It was like quite reassuring, you know, when people thought I was quitting, and like I think it was like 90% positive messages. A few people who were really happy at the thought of me working at McDonald's. Like, okay, thanks. But didn't expect that. Just saying.
The Lehman crisis,
right?
The collapse of the economy. And my job
too big to fail.
My job was betting on interest rates. As you'll know, in 2008, all the interest rates went to zero. Then my job is, when will the interest rates come back?
Fuck it. Hello, Spider. Spider.
Up, which is kind of a proxy for when will the economy recover. I'll give you a history lesson on it, right? In 2008, everybody said 2009. In 2009, they said 2010. In 2010, they said 2011. Every single year up until...
What? Hello? Yeah? What can I do for you? Gup.
Yo, what's up?
Hey.
What's your thoughts on the Trump administration doing like a 180?
On what?
On the Ukraine stuff.
Ukraine?
On
What are
the,
they?
Ukraine stuff.
What are they doing now? Oh, like betraying Zelensky. Like that 180.
Stuff like that.
It's fucking mental. It's not really a 180. It's more like you were kind of edging in this direction anyway, and people are like, "Oh, you actually went all the way. That's crazy." Yeah, not good. Not good at all. Very bad. It's good if you're Putin and Russia, but it's bad if you're everyone else. It's also good if you're Belarus. No, it's not even good if you're Belarus. Fuck.
I spoke to Dylan Burns.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do more debates than you. Pretty crazy. What's the word with what's the whole point with you like saying geezer? I get it, like you're like 30 now, but like damn.
It's a fucking British
Yeah,
word.
get some better jokes. All right.
Geezer. It's not a joke. It's just a word.
Geezer.
Geezer is just it's like a British guy, like a bloke, like a working class salt of the earth.
Bloke? Yeah. Okay. You're too
fellow.
Scottish, man.
Okay.
That's a terrible roast, man.
All
I'm
right.
supposed to say, "Hello, mate." Oh, geezer. Like what? Come on.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's
our
the
logo.
average American trying to emulate anything that's not from their own country. Well done, colonial fuck. Take care, buddy.
You did a fake Scottish accent. Come on, man.
Love you.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Take care.
Why is he? What's his fucking YouTube handle? Excuse me.
Until 2020, they said rates will recover next year. Until 2020, when they finally said rates will stay zero forever. We're bad at this. We're bad at this, okay? I'm fucking good at this, all right?
Wow.
Why did interest rates not recover after 2008? Because people weren't spending money. Zero interest rates are supposed to get people spending. Why did zero interest rates not get people spending?
In it.
I had the radical idea of going out and asking people, what do you think people say when I ask them, why aren't you spending more money? What do you think people say?
They're not spending more money because they probably don't have more money.
Yeah. And when I looked at their financial situations, what I saw, this is in early 2010s, I was in my mid-20s, I saw a generation of people, my parents' generation, who owned property, and another generation of people, their kids, my generation, who will never own property. The middle class are losing their homes, the middle class are losing their wealth. Where is that wealth going? Where is that wealth
And your
going?
argument is it's going just to the super rich.
Where else?
So they're getting. So Dave, I mean.
Well, I think it's important to make a distinction that first off, what's happening in your country and our country are not exactly the same, but largely over the last decade, until the last month where we now have Donald Trump, both of our countries have been going in the direction of more big government, more regulation, more of the middle management nonsense that Elon Musk is uncovering every day. So I would be for removing as much of that as possible, removing as much of the waste. I mean, we are now seeing with USAID and everything else that Elon is uncovering with Doge, that the amount of waste and absolute fraud, and I would say criminal negligence in the system is a huge root of it. So I agree.
Yeah. So the thing I don't get, like when you talk about disposable income and everything, isn't it why does this, okay. Is that really the case? What? I guess it's just because it hasn't really gone up that much. But yeah, it looks like real income since in the last 10 years, yeah, it's been not really, hasn't really done much, has it? Obviously, inflation's gone up a shitload since then, but since 2008, that's a little bit. Is that the problem? But no, that's what this is accounting for inflation. So it's flatlined. Real income is flatlined in the last 10 years. Pretty cringe, isn't it? Fuck. Not good. Not good at all.
So again, I agree with some of the symptoms you're talking about for sure. The question is the diagnosis. So how do you then say to the person that can't afford the house, how do you afford a house? Well, one way you might want to do it is I would, if I was in
Breeze, thanks for $10. Really appreciate that.
charge of your country or mine, I would lower taxes for everybody. I would do a flat tax for everybody. Make sure, so whether you're a billionaire or whether you make $100,000 or 75 grand, whatever it might be, you're going to pay whatever the number is. We can all agree on the number. Let's say it's 10%. The billionaire is still paying way more in taxes. But this type of class warfare that we've been caught up in, where the common phrase always is, well, they have to pay their fair share. Well, who decides what the fair share is? And guess what? Someone will always want more of your money.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't like opinions. I'm not really interested in opinions. I make predictions. What you've said you want is what you're going to get, right? Because this is the policy of the new government. Do you think living standards for your average working class American are going to improve?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, that's good. Put this on YouTube. Put this on YouTube because I'll call back.
Why are you convinced they won't?
Listen, I've got a video.
Jesus Trump in his first 3 years before the pandemic, that was happening.
Yes, absolutely it was.
He was on a similar trajectory to what was happening just before him as well. But his economic plans now are to tariff the fuck out of everything. Okay.
So why can't he do it again?
I've got a video, June 2020, beginning of COVID, right at the beginning of COVID, okay? What's the total US government deficit now since the beginning of COVID? Do you know?
He's moving for the deficit, okay.
It's $13 trillion, okay? That's $40,000 for every single man, woman, and child in the entire country of the United States of America. Every single man, even the babies, all right? So if you're out there watching and you're not $40,000 richer now, somebody's got your $40,000, okay? Who's got that money now? So the most amazing thing I've ever seen at the beginning of COVID, we all knew governments across the world were going to give these unbelievable, enormous amounts of money out. The UK number is just over £1 trillion, by the way. These enormous amounts of money being given out. Nobody asked the question, who's going to end up with that money? Nobody. This is $40,000 for every. Imagine if the government came and took $40,000 from everyone in the country. And gave it to somebody. Nobody did the analysis. I did the analysis.
Can you point, if you know your history, can you point to a period in UK history, for example, where massively punishing rich people by massively taxing them has actually benefited the country?
Listen,
because I can't really.
My dad was born in 57.
I mean, we had a pretty successful economic period when tax rates were really high post-war, didn't we? Post-World War II? People say 92% in America. I think our top margin in the UK was 96. It was really fucking high. But yeah, economic growth post-war was, I don't think it was because of taxes. People might dispute that because no one really paid the 90+% thing. But there was more government intervention in the economy was a big part of it. People were still taxed quite high though. The Beatles wrote a song about it. They were complaining about how high the tax rates were. Tax man and shit. What was the UK? I think economic growth post World War II, 50s, 60s was like 5 or 6%, wasn't it? It was quite high. And also debt reduction. Look at all this debt reduction. Boof. Smash. Percent of GDP, that is. Oh, yeah.
He worked for the post office, Royal Mail, 35 years, never once earned more than the average wage in the country. He was able to buy a house, support a family. My parents are retired now. They own their own property. They're financially secure. That's not possible now. He lived in an era where the top rate of tax was much, much, much higher. The 50s, the 60s, the 70s, in the UK, in the US, the top rate of tax on large estates was significantly higher. And in that time period, it's not a coincidence, ordinary people could afford to buy houses. They could afford to, listen, this is not normal, okay? Read your history, right? You read Charles Dickens? Charles Dickens? In this country we're talking right now, 150 years ago, ordinary men and women lived in desperate poverty, okay? That's going to happen again. That is what, it's not normal.
Hold on, but making the argument that 40 or 50 years ago the tax rates were higher and somehow that made things better. First off, times change. The giant middle bureaucratic state that Donald Trump is constantly fighting was not nearly as big 50 years ago. So again, I'm talking about this from an American perspective. As we're uncovering this waste, the idea that, only if we took...
Wait, so that doesn't make sense though, because post-war United States government intervention into the economy was also massively increased to what it was before, Dave Rubin. But okay. Actually, as a proportion of GDP, wasn't the federal budget wait. Defense was obviously higher, but the entire federal budget as a percentage of GDP in 2022 it was, it's about a quarter now. Was it higher back then? I don't know if the No, it wasn't. It wasn't far off. If we're talking about this economically successful period, first of all, it's like what? Goes up to 18, 19%, 80s, 20%, way down to, God, it actually, it changes a lot. God, this is obviously World War II economy. The New Deal was not compared to the World War II, the New Deal was not a massive increase in federal spending as a portion of GDP. No. People misconstrue that. It was World War II that led to the massive fucking like that, yeah. Comparatively, anyway.
10% more or 20% more from this person or that person, I don't think makes sense. As it pertains to COVID, I would say, yes, COVID was a giant wealth transfer from the poor to the rich. I was against lockdowns. I was against putting people out of work. I was against virtually all of the regulations after 2 weeks to slow the spread. So again, that's got giant government programs creating the conditions that create all of the economic and social and cultural problems that we have. So the solution to that, I think, is exactly what we have seen for the last month, which is let's deregulate, let's figure out where the fraud is, let's give people more of a chance. We can deregulate the banks so that they're willing to loan again, so that people can buy houses again. Let's stop printing money so interest rates go down and inflation goes down so that people can actually get loans, so that America loans right now are something
this motherfucker really thinks it's because of printing money that we got, oh my God. Are we gonna get the gold standard in as well?
Like 6-7%. It's very hard to buy a house at that rate. When I bought my house, only a couple of years ago, it was around 2.9%. Well, then it's valuable because, okay, you're gonna pay a little penalty and hopefully your house goes up over time. So just removing the government and the regulations and the waste, that to me is the answer, not just I need that guy's money and I really would like it.
Could I ask a question? You've accepted there that during COVID there was a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich, and all the statistics support that. After COVID, after lockdowns, after reopening, we know there's been a massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. We then saw a massive fall in living standards for the middle class and for the poor. Do you think those two things are connected?
From an American perspective, I would say those things are largely connected because they decided to print money relentlessly. That's what we did. We did the Inflation Reduction Act, which was actually an inflation increase act.
The average increase in US billionaires' wealth in the first year of COVID was more than 100%, doubling of wealth. What's the US GDP rate of growth? 3%, 4%?
Top of my head, I don't know.
At what rate does a billionaire's wealth increase? These guys doubled in 1 year.
But wasn't that mainly? But Gary, isn't that a bit disingenuous? Because the reason their wealth increased so exponentially in that period was just because stock prices flew up, right?
I don't think it's just that.
Wasn't that how they accrued the extra wealth?
I've got a video explaining exactly this, all right? Listen, you lock down the economy, okay? Ordinary family, my parents, how much their expenses decrease.
But are you arguing that the billionaires locked down the economy? I mean, I knew.
No, not all. I'm just trying to explain what happened, all right? You lock down the economy, okay? My parents, how much is their expenditure for? Basically nothing. Basically nothing, because their expenditure is entirely rent, mortgage, food, bills. Like, that's poor people's expenditure.
Right.
Whose expenditure falls during COVID?
The people.
This is a really interesting stat here, though. It's funny that they talk about Trump. Again, if Trump gets to see wage increases, like, you realize that this trajectory has already been happening under Biden, right? So this is 2019 to 23. Yeah, look at this. Like, real wages were going up in America, despite the pandemic. That's why people keep calling it a fucking vibe session, because the people who seem to have the highest real wage growth were the lowest percentile. But obviously this discounts. Maybe they need to readjust whatever index they use for what, like, average consumer spending to double the fucking Deliveroo contingent. That's what they need.
People who have normally would go out and spend a lot of money.
People who have a lot of luxury
they were spending,
non-essential
they were
spending,
accumulating more money.
So if you ban luxury spending and you replace it with, as you say, government printed money, what's going to happen? That printed money is going to go to people who work in the service sector. They're going to use it to pay their bills. It's going to go to the rich people who own the corporations, who own the houses, who own the debt, and they can't spend it. What you have is basically a massive cash injection from the government through the poor to the rich. Listen, we saw...
Wasn't this because lots of the very lowest earners dropped straight off the stats table? What, like they became unemployed? That's not what... Unemployment, I think, is still quite low in America, no? You mean they dropped off the... Okay.
Biggest and fastest ever...
Because people changed occupation, maybe? Okay.
Transfer of wealth and increase in inequality in the history of our nations, and it was immediately followed by an inflationary crisis and a collapsing cost of living. This is the clearest proof you will ever need. You don't need me, somebody who's made millions of pounds betting on this. The clearest proof you will ever need of the absolutely bloody obvious fact that if you massively increase inequality, you will decrease living standards for working people.
Well, it seems to me that the part we're agreeing on is that we all seem to agree that giant government spending and giant government control over the economy and over
let's
our
make it more libertarian. Let's go, Dave. That's not what he said at all, you fucking idiot.
Lives ultimately is bad. I don't blame...
Yeah, I don't really see the correlation between that reality, which we can all agree to, and the fact that it's the billionaires' fault for getting richer.
Exactly.
When actually a lot of that wealth was just accrued from...
Listen, I'm not Mahatma Gandhi. I'm not...
How much, okay, if you're this guy and you want to do the lefty thing, like how much do billionaires get subsidized? You know, Elon Musk keeps on talking about Doge and cutting out all the waste, but it's interesting that he says that even though he obviously has the clearest conflict of interest on earth because of how much his businesses are tied up in government contracts. Like, he's a fucking welfare queen.
I'm not a moral philosopher. I'm one of the best economists in the fucking world at this, okay? I'm here to tell you what's happening. If you massively increase inequality, these guys, they don't just sit on that $10 trillion. They don't just sit on it. They use that to buy assets. They buy the assets that ordinary American working families need. The reason why American families, their kids can't afford homes is because they're now competing with a billionaire class that is $10 trillion richer. $10 trillion, that's $40,000 for every American man, woman, and child.
Well, I would say that even if we were to take that premise as true, so I'll go with you on the premise, the fault would not lie within the billionaire doing something that is right. So if we're in agreement on that, I think that's positive.
But where does the poverty lie?
So then the issue really is, what would you want a competent government to do? And I think what you would want a competent government to do is make sure that there is as little waste as possible, that we're not spending money on trans comic books.
Yes, let's go. Victorian capitalism, where the state didn't intervene fuck all. Let's get rid of all of it. Let's get rid of labor regulations. Let's get rid of any kind of like state healthcare. Let's get rid of like fucking maintenance of like sanitation and shit. Yes, let's do it. Let's go back to the workhouses. No R&D for med. Come on. Put them in the mines. Stick your kid in a chimney. Ruben wants the chimneys. Monkey Man, thanks to the 10 Australian. Defend or attack, pick one. Whoa.
Peru, which is literally what we're finding out right now. And we're going to perhaps audit the Fed and find out where the trillions of dollars to Ukraine went and everything else. And if we have a
the trillions of dollars to Ukraine. God, you are such a dense, disgusting, Russia-funded piece of shit, Dave Rubin. Oh my God. What do you think you're going to find? You're probably going to find some numbers that you don't understand, and you're going to post a cherry-picked fucking screenshot on Twitter. Didn't these guys literally thought there was like a fucking epidemic of people who were 200 years old still getting social security payouts because they didn't understand how the system worked for logging people's data? He thought that just because there were people whose birthdays were listed as 1875, that meant they were still getting social security benefits, even though the fucking audit from the year earlier and the Inspector General found out that they were not getting paid. That they were just still in the database because of like data errors. Ugh. Show us how it's done, Dave. Get in the mine.
proper accounting, the same way you run your household and anyone would run their business, then we could probably address some of these issues. But I'm glad to hear that we're not really blaming the billionaires who are just playing the game as the game is set up.
Yeah, what you want to change is the system.
Yeah, look, I'm not here to blame nobody. Listen, I'm a rich person. You're a rich person. I just met you today, but you've got a very nice suit. I see you're doing all right.
It is a new suit.
Listen, I'll tell you what a competent government would do. A competent government would stop this massive, massive increase of inequality from accelerating out of all control.
How would you do it?
So do you agree with Donald Trump's policies on that? Because by lowering taxes, by lowering regulation, by getting rid of inefficiency, I mean, I'm with you on the premise.
How rich is Elon Musk? How rich is Elon Musk?
He's worth trillions, I don't know.
Okay, let's say he's worth $300 billion. Okay, what is his...
Dave is so retarded. Like, why does he keep saying trillions? Does this guy know how much a trillion is? Fuck. Okay.
Passive income going to be on $300 billion.
I understand. So you want him to
$15
be
billion a
taxed
year.
more.
$15 billion a year. Okay, what's $15 billion a year per week? We're talking about something like $300 million a week.
But what's your point?
Quick maths.
These guys have no choice but to buy up the assets. These guys will buy up all of the assets. If you allow these people to be extraordinarily rich, they're not bad people. Well, in some cases they might be, but I don't know these guys, right? They will buy up all the assets. And ordinary people will own nothing.
Let's take Musk as a good example, actually, because he's somebody who's created 5 companies now, or part created some of them and created others from scratch. And they're some of the most extraordinary companies in the world. Tesla is the #1 green energy car company in the Western world. And it's where people want to take cars because it doesn't gas guzzle the way that the conventional petrol cars do. You've got Neuralink, which is trying to help paraplegic people be able to communicate. You've got Starlink, which is part of his SpaceX thing, which is an extraordinary development. It's been used in war zones and disaster zones to save lives. You've got his taking over of X, which may not seem as important, but actually restoring genuine balance of free speech to let conservatives have a voice, I think has been really important.
You fucking kidding? Are you really? After what he's done on Twitter? Like, after that MAGA civil war over the H-1B visas, how many groypers he banned for disagreeing? He was banning right-wingers for disagreeing with him. People still really think that that's what he's doing on Twitter. Yeah.
Important to democratic discourse in America in particular. And he's got other things that he's done. And you put it all together and you think, what's this guy done? He's created these extraordinary things. He's now planning humanoid robots to take away a lot of the drudgery of our lives. He wants to colonize Mars because he thinks that one day we're going to need another planet. He's probably right about that. He's got a massive brain. He's got all this cash. And rather than sit there and kind of do what you think he's doing, which is just, all right, I need to spend billions on making myself even richer. He's gone to work for the government for free as an unelected guy just trying to stop the ridiculous overspend of the...
He's got the largest brain. He's got a big head, Pierce. He's a large face. This guy pretended to be a pro gamer. Can you imagine how miserable and insecure you have to be to lie about being a pro gamer? Where's the video?
Elon Musk is
Okay, let's watch this guy.
pretending
Who
to
knows?
be one of the best gamers.
Is there a better
on the
video than this one? Is there a better video about Elon Musk pretending to be a gamer? This guy's annoying already. Can't do it. First one to post it in stream suggestions. Give it to me. Quinn. Oh, yeah. That's your guy. Quinn69 Elon Gamer. Oh, yeah, this is the one I watched.
I have a lifetime of playing video games. At one point, I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
You're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
The Paragon board and the build, you're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I've played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are playing. To rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being.
Yeah.
There has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah.
Are you in the top 20 in the world or the top 20 Wow, in Diablo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shooting rockets into space, making e-vehicles, starting a new department of the government. I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien because
Wait, I thought Doge was Obama's project. I thought that's what we're saying. Is Doge not Obama's thing? Now it's Elon Musk's? Okay, good. Thank you.
No, there's just no way. Unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not.
Obviously.
So let's start off with some context. Elon Musk's character is currently level 97. aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode.
Whoa.
Trade League. Let me try to give you a quick understanding as to how hard it is to get to that level. 2 weeks into the league, when people are playing the game, literally they're staying up 40 to 50 hours without sleeping, only playing Path of Exile, and they are the most try-hard guys in the world. The highest ranked player on the hardcore Trade League was level 93. Okay, and you're thinking about yourself, that's kind of close to 97. Every time you level it up, it becomes exponentially harder to gain experience. A lot harder and a lot harder. Okay, so these players, to get to 97, have to be playing the game every day for the majority of their day. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has to be playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened. So right away, we see Elon zone into his hideout, which is the
I just
area...
want to know how much money Elon paid for this character. It would have been an insane
in-game content from. And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps, which immediately is a little bit of a red flag, because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but okay, he does that. Elon Musk didn't play Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 2, maps are actually called waystones. And he never actually refers to them as maps. He calls them...
Play another round here. This is a hard level, Waystone.
So it's just kind of weird that he's, again, called this tab Elon's Map. So almost like someone who's a Path of Exile 1 veteran, is kind of making that tab and be like, Elon, there's a tab there called Elon's Maps. Grab your map out there. I've rolled them all for you. They're nice and easy. He then proceeds to walk up to his map device and go to put a map in. The literal first thing you learn upon getting to the end game is how to operate this map device. You're going to start off at a node, and then from that node, you can go to adjacent connected maps. Now, Elon... He's trying to click.
Oh, he's trying to do the map that's not in the chain.
He's just clicking a map repeatedly, trying to access it. He was not eligible to enter that map.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
Anyone who's level 97 is, and we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like sitting there like some sort of geriatric old man clicking this node, expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while, and then realizes it's a mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're going to clear a map, you're going to loot the valuable items, you're going to go in, and you're going to take those items, and you're going to basically look through the good ones, keep the good ones, list them up for sale, and then truck away the trash ones. It's almost like he has no understanding as to like what items are or what you're even supposed to do with them. So now Elon zones into the map.
So what I'm doing here is just boosting my shield before battle by meditation. Meditation before battle is always good.
And he starts killing monsters. He starts obliterating monsters with his character. But what becomes obviously apparent...
Chaos Orb, no loot filter.
He's just running past Chaos Orbs! He just ran past the Chaos Orb!
Chaos Orbs are one of the most important currencies, and they're also really rare. I have about 140 exalts. I have like 9 Chaos Orbs, just so you guys understand.
So in Path of Exile, the devs are these evil guys, and they
just let a good Chaos Orb go to waste. Like, it's just fucking it's a massive brain.
Government. Rather than sit there and kind of do what you think he's doing, which is just, all right, I need to spend billions on making myself even richer. He's gone to work for the government for free as an unelected guy, just trying to stop the ridiculous overspend of the government.
Fucking hell, Pierce, you're a journalist. Have you seen these examples of what he's tried to do? Are these attacks that he did on Social Security because he didn't understand a fucking piece of data? Why is that part of your... He's an unelected guy. That's not good.
And in the process, he's employing several 100,000 people in America, and he's a South African immigrant to America, right? It's hard to think of a more positive story, and yet by your criteria, you would say, well, you know, sorry, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth, and I don't want to miscategorize you, but to sort of portray him as one of the bad guys, I think is probably very unfair.
I ain't here to call. I ain't never met Elon Musk.
Yeah.
I ain't never met the guy. He could be a nice. Have you met him?
I met him once last year for a couple of
if
hours.
he wants a copy of my book, I'll sign one for him. We can send it over, right? Look, listen. I'm not here to attack Elon Musk.
No, but you know my point.
I'm here to
He
protect.
can afford a copy.
I'm
He'll
here
buy
to
it.
protect my people's ability to feed and house their children, and they're losing that.
Right.
They're losing that. And listen,
but why is that Elon
we are
Musk's
not-
fault? Because he's
I ain't saying
employing
it's Elon
hundreds of
Musk's fault.
thousands of
This
people.
is because wealth inequality is rapidly increasing, and wealth is being sucked out
I
of the
hear
middle
you,
class.
I hear you, but why is, but what can he do about it?
I don't, listen, I don't expect Elon Musk to do anything.
Elon Musk literally like downsizes and fires people for arbitrary reasons. It's like a perfect example.
I'm not here to talk to Elon Musk. I'm here to talk to the American public and to tell them I get paid
He sacrificed the value of Twitter for power.
millions of pounds a year to watch your class.
So what's the answer? Give me your answer. If you're now,
It can only be taxed.
let me make you the treasurer.
With any of the things that Donald Trump's doing as per the economy or anything that we've seen in the last month,
I don't think that they're going to work. I don't think because I am somebody who has made millions of pounds betting that growing inequality will reduce living standards, and he's cutting taxes on the rich. Listen, let me ask you a question, Mike. You've already accepted.
Oh, there's a recent thing they did there. It was yesterday, wasn't it? Or is this more like today? They celebrated a bunch of major savings, but they've deleted them from their website just recently. I'm guessing this is because there's probably like a very competent civil service involved to maybe just convince them that the country might collapse without these programs. I don't know. Let's see. The cuts highlighted an earlier version of the wall of receipts posted by Musk's team contained mistakes that vastly inflated the amount of money saved. Oh. Musk's government cost-slash initiative, which he calls the Department of Government Efficiency, posted an online wall of receipts celebrating how much it had saved by canceling federal contracts. Now the organization, which is known as the US Doge Service, has deleted all of the 5 biggest savings on that original list. Riddled with errors, okay, after they were pointed out, okay. The last of the original top 5 disappeared from the site in the early hours of Tuesday, even as the group claimed in its latest update that its savings to date had increased to $65 billion. The website offered no explanation for why it had removed some items or how it had arrived at the higher total. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, sent a written statement that did not address the deletions but provided a broader defense of the cost-cutting initiative, saying it has already identified billions of dollars in savings. The wall of receipts is the only public ledger the organization has produced to document its work. Scale of that ledger's errors and the misunderstanding of poor quality control that seem to underlie them has raised questions about the effort's broader work, which has led to mass firings and cutbacks across the federal government. The original savings, $8 billion cut in immigration and customs enforcement. The actual contract in question was worth $8 million. He's got a massive brain. He just confused $1 million for $1 billion. Big deal. I guess that's Dave Rubin. You know, he thinks $1 billion is $1 trillion, so he's on the same. He's in the same boat. Thank God the adults in the room in charge of the fucking federal budget don't actually do this, right? The mistake seemed to stem from an earlier erroneous. Well, you could say that in the past. The mistake seemed to stem from an earlier erroneous entry in a federal contracting database, but contracting experts said that the service should have known better. ICE's entire budget is about $8 billion, making it implausible that one contract could be so large. Oh. $655 million cuts on the U.S. Agency for International Development. Oh, this is USAID. It was a single cut that was announced 3 times. Misunderstanding of the way contracts work. They sometimes have ceiling values far in excess of what will actually be spent. Experts said this cancellation was unlikely to produce anything close to 655 million in savings even once. Now the site lists a much smaller saving for these 3 cancellations, 18 million in total. It's kind of embarrassing. A 232 million cut the Social Security Administration. Here, Mr. Musk's organization appeared to have mistakenly believed that the agency had cancelled a huge information technology contract with the defense contracting giant Leidos. Instead, as reported by The Intercept, hey, it's those guys, it had cancelled only a tiny... Oh, but Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Cunt are gone, aren't they? From The Intercept. It had cancelled only a tiny piece of... I don't know if they're still there, actually, but I think they were, because they started that drop site, or what it was called. They only cancelled a tiny piece of it. $560,000 project to let users mark their genders as X. Okay. The Doge site now shows the small cut instead. The largest saving on the latest version of the list is 1.9 billion cut at the Treasury Department, but the Times reported last week that this contract was cancelled last fall when Biden was president. Oh. Can someone get me a soundbite of the his massive brain? Can I just get a tiny little MP3 of that of that quote from this? I'll even link you the video, okay? Work so I don't have to, okay? Come on, chat. Also, there's a sub goal, 2 out of 10. Don't make me cry. I will cry. You're gonna make me do fucking drama content again, okay? If you guys don't reward this behavior, I'm gonna go back to drama, okay? I will scrutinize every single fucking sentence in Destiny's Manifesto and ruin everything for everyone and escalate the situation to such a fucking disgusting apocalyptic stage. If you guys don't help me with this sub goal, okay? That's your incentive. Based? I will deny every... I'll do rape reviews and say that they're all fake, apart from the Destiny allegations. That's what I'll do.
If we massively increase inequality, that can decrease living standards. If we massively decrease tax on the rich, people who make passive income of $100, $200 million a year, do you think that will affect living standards of the middle class?
I don't know.
If they increase their ownership of wealth, if they increase their consumption of goods and services, where does it fucking come from? Listen, we have sat here in the last 5 years. We've watched the biggest ever increase in millionaire and billionaire wealth in the history of this planet, immediately followed by a collapse in living standards of the middle class, a complete collapse in the ability of ordinary people to own assets, and nobody's drawing the connection.
Gary, let me ask you a hard question. Can you point to a country in the last century where socialism has worked?
I will point to a country where taxing the rich at a fair rate led to good living standards for working people, United States, 1955.
Dave?
Well, I would say, again, in light of the fraud and criminal negligence that has been exposed, that is being exposed literally the second as we are recording this, the idea that we would be going in right now and saying to certain people, you should give the government more money and the government will be a good steward of those dollars, I think is completely ridiculous.
We could go to fucking Congo, you Russian-funded cunt. Fuck off. Yeah, it's easy to say that when you're bankrolled by the taxpayers of a fucking adversary that's invading Ukraine because they care more about financing propaganda mouthpiece dipshits like you as opposed to helping their own people and taking care of their own society. Did Ruben get Russia money? Ruben got a lot of Russian money. Ruben got like $400,000 a month from Russia or some shit. He got a lot of money from them. Yeah. Yeah, he did. It's documented. He doesn't deny it. He says he's a victim because he was too stupid to look at that stupid CV of the guy, of a fake person claiming to be some kind of like philanthropist. He's a stooge. Look at him. he's the quintessential stooge. If you were in school and you were told from your imagination to draw a stooge, it would look like Dave Rubin. Upstate Trash and David Regner, thanks for tier 1 subs. And by the way, subs are not part of the goal, you guys. It's super chats. It's the super chats above $5. Hack Yering, thanks for the 20 knock. Thoughts on Matt Bruning? Don't know anything about him.
All agree about the waste, right? I mean, that's a given. But
sure, but
the principle of what Gary's talking about.
Well, I am for everyone keeping as much of their hard-earned money as possible. Piers, my guess is you have more money than me. I don't deserve your money, and I can't have it.
I got more Russian money though, Dave.
I hope I do, and no, you don't.
Exactly. And I don't deserve your money either. And I think that the overall concept here, which is that somehow if we can just take from these people, it's not to say that the system is perfect.
I'm not trying to take from the rich. I'm not trying to take from the rich.
But you just said you wanted to get us back to 1950s rates of tax.
I am trying to stop the redistribution. I am trying to stop the redistribution that is happening in front of our eyes. The American middle class, the British middle class is dying. Their wealth is being sucked away and is being owned by an international super rich elite who pay no tax. While the people watching this show pay 40%, 50%, while billionaires pay nothing.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
But I don't understand.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
You know what is really curious about this is I feel like if you're a Trump supporter, would you not prefer the? I feel like there's probably a not insignificant amount of Trump supporters who would probably prefer Gary to Dave. Because Gary keeps on talking about the elites and the ultra wealthy and the people who are exploiting the common man, whereas Dave is giving very like pre-populist sort of basic 2000s conservative views on wealth distribution and taxes and like I don't know. Might read the comments. I don't know. We'll see.
Billionaires pay nothing.
No,
they pay all sorts of taxes.
I've got a difficult question, which is. There are a lot of people watching this agreeing, and obviously people disagreeing as well. Yeah. But 2 questions. How much money have you made in your life? Yeah. And how much have you given away?
I'll give you an excellent answer to that. If you want to know how much money I've made in my life, it is exactly there in my book, The Trading Game.
We'll go
right here today. And you'll see it's exactly
how much is it?
You've got to read the book.
Well, I'm not trying to read it right now.
Hey, come on. You're supposed to be a commoner. You're supposed to be like a... Don't try to sell your book to tell people how much money you've made. Fuck me.
You not read the book?
No.
Well, he's a hustler. The hustler never dies.
Listen, I made a lot of money, enough to quit running a YouTube channel.
How much? Just give it to me straight. Enough, in the book, tell me.
Enough to quit, run a YouTube channel and have a family. That's enough.
30 million, 50 million?
Listen, do you have a spreadsheet? Do you have a spreadsheet?
No.
I don't have a fucking spreadsheet. All I know is it's enough. I can go to Nando's.
You said you put it in the book, though, how much it is.
Yeah, but I didn't add it all up. You read the book and add it up.
Well, how much is it?
I don't fucking know. Listen.
What, 10, 50, 100 million?
It's enough for me to live the rest of my life.
I'm not trying to trap you.
No, it's the 10, 50, 100 million. It's enough. Enough for an ordinary person to live the rest of their life.
How much is that?
Family. The number I had in my head when I went into banking, was £2 million.
2 million?
And it was enough. For me, that's enough.
You've made more than 2 million. You were Citibank's top guy.
I don't add this stuff up. For me, it's enough. I've got enough money. I've got enough to do the work that I do.
You give a little bit
just say you'll answer as soon as Dave tells you how much money he got from Russia. Like, come on.
People.
Do you redistribute your own wealth?
That is the money that funds my YouTube channel. Listen.
Well, do you
tell me this now, right?
When you sell a book, do you keep the money for the book?
If I give the money away, who does the fucking YouTube channel, Piers? Who pays you?
I'm not accusing you. I'm just asking you.
Listen.
Do you give any money away?
Who pays you? Who pays you? Listen, you and I both know there's 2 ways to
The reason I'm asking you is only because your position is that there should be more redistribution to poorer people from the rich, right? And you're a rich guy who's made millions, won't say exactly how many millions. I'll work it out when I read the book.
The viewers should also work out by reading the book.
Yeah, but you know, I don't think it's. I don't think it's.
What if I'm poor though? Like all my wealth is getting sapped by the ultra rich billionaires who are in this chat right now and not supporting the super chat goal. Soy. I can't afford your fucking book, bro. Just tell me. You're really betraying your roots here, buddy. Shit.
I don't think it's unfair to ask you.
Of course I want people
to unfair to ask you how much you've given away.
Listen, this is the money. Who's going to pay for my kids?
What percentage?
I've quit my job to run a YouTube channel. That's the money that's going to send my kids to school, Piers. That's the money.
But that does sound quite selfish.
Look, I've told you before, I'm not Mahatma Gandhi. I never pretended to be a good person. I was the best trader in the fucking world, one of the biggest banks in the world, and I made that money by betting the American middle class would be destroyed.
I get it.
I ain't here to be Mahatma Gandhi. I ain't Nelson Mandela like you, boss. I'm here to tell the American public what's happening.
But do you think you practice what you're preaching?
What I preach is to raise taxes and reduce the growing inequality. That's what I preach. Listen, I ain't here telling people. I didn't tell you to give your money away. I didn't tell you to give your money away.
You want the power, but you are, because you want the power of the state, which has the guns, to say to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Mark Zuckerberg, we're going to take your money. We're just going to pick a number and decide how much to take. Do you give more than 1% of your money to charity?
I want the state.
You can voluntarily do
people
it.
from the rich.
But do you do any of that yourself?
Oh my God!
Listen, I'm not here to.
And now the guy who takes fucking Russian money without realizing he's getting Russian money because he's a stooge is getting a W over it. It's so dumb. Fuck this guy. Fuck both. Fuck all the alt media, man. It's just sickening. It's so sickening. Never let me turn into one of these people, please. Dilute me all thanks to $5. Big beautiful billions by Orange Man. Yeah, true. Where's the goddamn transparency? Ugh. I'll tell you guys straight up. I think in January, because of my time off. No, wait, I was still streaming in January. So it's going to be the last 28 days. Yes, in the last 28 days. I've earned maybe about £2,000 less, or a bit more, maybe £2,500 less than what I'd usually be getting in the last 6 months. That was the cost of my time off. Is that not? Why is it? What's okay with being transparent about that? Because usually, like in the last 6 months, it was the YouTube channel, like the live channel, would make what's this, like 4.5K, 5.5K, 4K, 5K, yeah, and then this one's 2, yeah. What's wrong with that? Like, why do people have such a hard time being transparent? Especially when you're trying to sell something. You're trying to sell this fucking book. That's decent money, my guy. Yeah, it's not bad. Mate, given where I live, I would... if I remember thinking very, very clearly, like when I was in my 20s, like from music as well. I remember if I was ever earning like £2,000 a month to do a job that was like something that I cared about and was passionate about, I'd feel like I'd be on top of the world. So yeah, still sticking true to that. That's a lot of weight. Nice one. But in America, you need to earn a lot more to survive, apparently, because America's fucking ridiculous. Scam country. Land of the spiv. Oh, and the far right are back. The far right are back in the... Oh no. What do you think of Best D Marks? Probably cringe. I don't know. I haven't watched them. Maybe they're amazing. He has good bits of knowledge. Yeah, he's an interesting character. It's just, I don't know why you can't just answer that question. When is the Syria compilation being released? It should be any day now. Just waiting on the final shebang. My DoorDash won't pay for itself. True. Yeah, because that's been a thing I need to catch up on. I haven't done uploads in a while, and it's a problem. We definitely need to do that. Is Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively still going?
Thoughts on the match?
Whoa! Oh, the Ethan Klein video. Wait, he actually talks about it on his podcast? Oh. Hassan's tweets. Oh no. Not Hassan's tweets. More essay content. It's a nice money hole. It would be a money hole. Yeah.
Bait?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
All right. Is anyone still watching?
Say what? There are people still watching. Okay, woo.
There are some people. Went around the restroom real quick.
All right, let's talk about some shit. Get a load of this fucking dipshit. This guy's subtweeting me. What a coward. Oh my goodness. This man's straight up doing Drake-style sneak dissing.
Oh, we read this.
Do you know what
right?
I'm saying?
How could this sentence ever leave your face? Just admit you love Israel and its genocide. It's just a strange fucking thing to come out with.
On Pi KKK.
You know who sneak disses like this? Cowards. Lamos. Once a lame, always a lame, right, Nate?
That's right.
Oh no.
I love you say that so official.
I'm shooting ropes, bro.
He said this. I guess. Yeah, in response to me and Ela. For 60 months, there's been a genocide going on in Gaza. Israel has the same ambition for the West Bank, which has been under apartheid occupation rule since 1967. If your, quote, advocacy is slandering and deplatforming pro-Palestinian voices, just admit you love Israel and its genocide. We know. What a pathetic take. We literally made a joke about this in the content nuke. He's actually pulling the genocide card. Is anyone actually believing that just by the nature of being pro-Palestine that you are beyond criticism? Like that somehow absolves you of any credit? What is this point? And also admit that you love genocide? Like, bro, what? You're not being on. Why are you being so fucking ridiculous? We know. I'm still waiting for someone to point out the pro-genocide quote, clip, anything.
Oh, we have
anything
one, don't we?
to substantiate that pro-genocide. There's probably more pro-genocide Hassan quotes at this point. Well, there are because I have zero. He has a few.
I was shown one. Look at this.
Genocide your taste buds with this.
Look at this. Remember this fucking idiot. Disinformation tracker. This fucking nutter. Ethan Klein asks, can anyone explain these pro-genocide opinions I have? A single quote or clip. Sure, how about the pro-genocide jam session you did with your new genocide-denying buddy Lonerva? Genocide, 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 genocide! Say more. So where is it? This is the pro-genocide clip, is it?
Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight. Like what does the IDF do from the Israeli perspective? You know what I mean? I'm curious.
I mean, I'll bite the difficult bullet. Like I think that after October 7th, there was always going to be some level of IDF incursion into Gaza. That was always going to happen. You can't just let an attack like that happen onto a sovereign country and not respond to it.
Their bases are.
Oh, there it is. That's the. This is the pro-genocide clip from the disinformation tracker. The facts-based, cold hard analysis. Everything in that fucking clip is true. What the fuck? None of that is pro-genocide. This is from the same podcast where we both described Netanyahu as a war criminal and the IDF's actions in Gaza as war crimes. Unbelievable.
Avocado on toast. Probably not a good slogan.
Base? Base?
Yeah, what a fucking piece of shit. I snapped on him. Where's my response to him? Oh, here, I said, nice try playing the genocide card, scumbag. You can't hide behind your advocacy. Being pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you of shit. If you actually cared about Palestine, you stop exploiting it as a shield to protect yourself from criticism. You use your activism like a get-out-of-jail-free card. You can't play that card forever. This isn't Monopoly, bitch.
Bitch.
And if it was, I'd have hotels on your ass. That's right.
Big talk.
So yeah, that's the scumbag take. Say that again?
Oh, because Trump is trying to build hotels in Gaza.
I was saying
Yeah, I know that. I was very specific. I'm building hotels on his ass.
Right, in Monopoly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. No.
I did
see the landmine there, though.
I was very specific. We are not building hotels in Gaza.
I was just coming up the stairs, so I just, yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. That's not the joke. I don't even know what this clip is, but I'm sure it's really good. Ethan, quote, not Zionist Klein, talks about how free the apartheid state of Israel feels. Before he calls me a liar. I wish I was lying. Bro, yeah.
Yes, I saw the Gaza post. Yes, I saw the fucking meme. It's not a Truth Social, the AI video. Yeah, I saw it. Or has he done a new one? If this isn't something that happened whilst I was streaming, I'm going to ask you nicely, very politely, to watch through the VOD before asking me if I've covered the very obvious thing. Okay.
I said I'm going to Israel. I can't wait to show you guys how I see it. Have you been to Israel? Like, have any of these people actually been to Israel? You know, one of the freed prisoners.
I'm just curious. I asked you nicely. Settle down.
The recent exchange was an Arab Israeli that they held hostage for 10 years.
Wow.
And such inhumane conditions that now that he's back with his family, he doesn't talk. He whispers and he doesn't make sense. He mumbles. He's like completely dysfunctional as a human being. That's how they treat Israeli Arabs, by the way. And that's how Hamas treats Israeli Arabs.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Nobody actually mentions that. It's pretty crazy. Here's the clip, I guess, that's going crazy. I don't really check Twitter that much anymore. 1.7 million views? Wait, how's that possible? It has 3.3 thousand likes. 1.7 million views? That seems odd, doesn't it? I guess it's probably tweeted by someone else, too. I don't know. What is this? Explain this. Yeah, explain this post, please. Oh, is this the Grunk stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, this is Gronk.
Oh, I
we
see
saw
it.
this
I'm
one.
out. In Jerusalem and Haifa, and just like
he explains it. Okay. So.
Crazy, like Jim Crow style of society.
He's just gonna say that Israel is not like Israel proper is not what they make it out to be, because you go to fucking Tel Aviv or Haifa or Jaffa and people will still accuse you of doing like zone of interest shit. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah. Okay.
Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been. Yeah, I can't wait to show you guys. I stand by everything I said there. The fact is, like, is there apartheid-like conditions in, like, the West Bank and Gaza? Absolutely.
Okay.
No question about it. Do the Arab...
Oh, well, that's cleared up pretty quickly. Jeez.
Living in Israel have the full rights as this people in... All the Jews living in Israel? They do. They have the full same amount of rights. 2 million of them living in harmony in Israel with Jewish people, coexisting together, working together besides each other, serving in government, serving in public office, sitting on the Senate, like...
Do it. An Arab judge. An Arab judge. The fucking Yosef Haddad shit. An Arab judge sentenced a Jewish prime minister. Do it. Do it.
This idea that they're just walking around like second-class citizens in like Tel Aviv or something is just It's just ridiculous, and I look forward to sharing that with you guys. Now, again, that's not a defense of.
Hello. Oh, hi.
Hello. I just want to say about the free speech part. Equal rights. The Arab comedian that was just recently arrested. He got arrested for making a joke about the hostage exchange.
Yeah.
Where he was. I don't think he was making fun of the hostages, but he was just making fun of how Israel puts emphasis or care about the hostages, or how Hamas treats the hostages. About how he made a joke about how the Thai workers just get released for nobody.
Yeah.
They're just like added, but like the way he said it's like, okay, here's the 6 hostages Israel gets, and we get all these prisoners out. You can have 6
Thai
Thai
ones for free. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Okay.
made that joke. That's the clip I saw. Apparently, some people said the entire set was like jokes about the hostage deal. I did not see the entire set. I only saw that clip, and that's the clip that like went viral. So could have been it that got him arrested.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like everyone, no one. I don't. If you pushed Ethan on it, I don't think he would disagree that there's like inequalities and whatever do you call it? Fuck. Discrimination and shit like that. Yeah, no one would disagree. I don't think people would disagree with that.
Shaggy, hold on, Shaggy. If you could find a clip of that, sure. I have not seen. If there was a clip of that, that would have been blasted everywhere. And also, he would have not been released afterwards if that was the fucking case. So he said, someone was saying that he was saying what Hamas did was good without making any jokes.
Yeah.
Which I fucking highly doubt.
That would be a bit different, wouldn't it?
I highly doubt he said that because he wouldn't have been released.
But even then, like there have been Israelis who have said worse and not had been arrested for it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like the free speech thing. It's fucking iffy as fuck. It's like, oh my god, Arabs, borderline incitement, you get arrested. It's like they consider most of this the shit. You can't say maybe I'm wrong after making a claim like that, Shaq. What the fuck?
Sorry, go on. I didn't realize that you would hear the test. Sorry.
What test?
I was testing. Oh no, you didn't hear it. Okay, sorry. Go on.
No, I wasn't here. I was talking about Shaggy because he said I will look for it. Maybe I'm wrong after saying he said what Hamas did was good. You can't make a claim like that without you being sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's a bit of a like
sure,
you basically justified his arrest without knowing if you're 100% right or not.
Someone in chat is saying that B'Tselem calls Israel proper apartheid as well. Yeah, B'Tselem also interviewed me and Destiny, and said that when they call it apartheid, is like they're not trying to make a South African comparison, and they're not trying to do a legal analysis either. And it's like, okay.
So which one are you trying to do? Like, why are you calling it apartheid then?
You can also just disagree. Like if you want to call it that, then just say that all of fucking then like if the way that Palestinians and Israel are treated is apartheid, then basically every Middle Eastern country is apartheid to some group, right? Like Shiites in Lebanon are under apartheid. Palestinian refugees in Lebanon are definitely under apartheid. Probably at some point for a while the Shiites in Iraq were under apartheid, even though they were the majority, right? Yeah, there's obviously.
But Addy, Addy, like even if he said that, he apparently said that female hostages looked like they finished a Pilates course. That is a distasteful joke, not warranting fucking arrest. Like I don't think I don't know. Would you think there's a joke he could have made that would have warranted? Like I'm talking about incitement. If you do some sort of incitement, yeah, you should be arrested. But like jokes about how the hostages looks,
yeah, it's dumb.
Anyway. I don't think you should do it. And then also we've had other fucking dumb cases where a teacher that danced on the morning of October 7th without knowing what's going on.
It was like last year you did this video, when she was dancing before the news broke out. Yeah, stupid.
And then, it's fucking dumb. But yeah. That's the free speech shit is iffy, and I highly doubt Ethan knows about how like weird the arrests can be, or like how weird the law treats like an Arab from a Jew.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty specific. But like I said before, like the social repercussions are usually a lot more dramatic than the legal ones. You know, like getting fired from your job,
Yeah.
probably getting, if you live in a Jewish area, you probably get fucking kicked out, probably harassed, shit like
Yeah,
that.
harder
would
to buy
probably have-
property, harder to get building permits for. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna go back to
Enjoy.
this. Let's go.
What's happening in the West Bank and in Gaza, which is absolutely under apartheid-like conditions there, with checkpoints and walls and security points just to travel in their own area to get into Israel if they need to work or visit someone is like extremely onerous military checkpoints. So yeah, in that case, it is fucked for sure. In that case, but I do feel that people have a total misconception of what life is like in like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and Haifa and just like Israel at large.
Just out of curiosity, do Arab Israelis, do they serve in the army as well?
They can. They're not forced to, but they can.
Okay.
A lot do. They give them the option.
Is it a lot? Like, because you're volunteering. It's not a lot. It's like there's about 1,500 Bedouin. Do you know how many Muslim Arabs volunteered in 2020? 600. It's not many. It's not many at all.
0.01%.
Yeah, it's fuck all. Yeah, okay. It's not a lot.
It's nothing. It's literally.
God, I'd be
fucking
such a guy. You should get me on these fucking left wing debunk Ethan because I'll actually say things that are true to correct him. Druze people, they
I
join
highly,
the army, yeah.
hold on. I highly fucking doubt one of those weird leftists are not gonna jump in or like try to correct him on this because they'll look for shit he'll be wrong about. He'll look like they're gonna look for statements where some organization they're gonna quote B'Tselem, for example, saying Israel's an apartheid while watching this video. They're gonna point out that only a fraction of the Arabs that live in Israel serve in the army. It's like they're all gonna point out the shit you're gonna point out. It's just like when it's the other way around, where it's like against Hamas, you would probably be the one to point that shit out, and they would never point shit out.
If people want to extend apartheid to mean the way Arab Israelis are treated with Palestinian Israelis, then they can do that. Then it's just, but you'd have to apply it to like so many Middle Eastern countries. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you would have to apply to all Middle Eastern countries.
Wait, Sev, could like a Arab like serve the IDF and like get like Israeli citizenship?
well, they already have citizenship.
No,
If you're
they
joining
all
the
already-
IDF, you're already a citizen. Yeah.
Are you talking about like Palestinians from the West Bank serving the IDF?
Yeah, Palestinians from the West Bank or like from like.
You can't get into the IDF if you're in.
Yeah.
Unless
You
you're
can't?
like a
Yeah.
mole. Maybe but they're not in the IDF. But yeah, they'd be the collaborators. They're not in the IDF.
Yeah, they'll never serve as an actual soldier.
What
Bro,
about like
Israel-
international like what about like
And
other
you have to
countries?
be you have to be Jewish.
You know what?
As far
Mine's
as
one point.
no, it's not about 1 point. Your mom has to be Jewish, and you have to prove that her mom was Jewish. At least two maternal sides have to be Jewish.
It's kind of cringe. Okay.
Someone's asking which Middle Eastern country has martial law aimed at one subset of the population. Well, not Israel. Not since the 60s, Bub. Are Palestinian Israelis still under martial law? No, they're not.
No. Can you move to Israel, serve in the IDF, get citizenship? I highly doubt that.
The answer is 0. Oh, okay.
What?
I can probably think. I heard the fucking treatment of Coptics is pretty bad in Egypt.
Of who?
Of Coptics.
Oh.
They're like Christian Egyptians, and they're treated I would say treated worse than we are by Israel. As far as I know, I don't know much about them. I never researched it. I just fucking seen one article or so.
And if you're in Yemen under Houthi rule and you're a Christian, you're probably quite fucked. If you're a Shiite in Lebanon, still quite fucked. if you're in
Hold on,
Syria under
I have
Assad
a
and you're a Sunni, yeah, fuck
I
it.
have I have a great talking point, an Israeli talking point.
Hmm.
Was it Dante that said it? The answer is 0. Well, the answer is 0 because there's no Jews left to be under martial law.
Hello,
I
Hangnails.
just wanted to say that there's like a subset of like crazy American Jews who do go serve in the IDF for like a year or whatever instead of doing like a gap year. Very strange.
Wait, like
Are you sick? Why is your
American
voice
Jews?
lower?
Why are you?
Yeah, I'm sick.
Okay.
Get better.
Are you saying American Jews?
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
primarily.
I
I mean,
was-
I guess like other diasporoids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like from other countries, it's always usually, well, it's almost always a Jew that comes into Israel and serves. I don't think I've ever heard of
Why
like
would
a
a
non-Jew.
Why would a non-Jew do that?
I don't know. Maybe
Get
they're
some,
like. I've heard about what's it called? What are they called? Black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, but they're not Jewish.
Christian Zionist wasn't the whole guy that came up with the idea of like disproportionate response to Arab terrorism was like a Scottish dude, wasn't he?
Was he an IDF soldier?
He wasn't in the. They had a nickname for him. What was
But
he
like the
called?
thing is that like Christian Zionists would never actually die for Jewish people.
This guy was
That's not part of the.
This guy was a nutter. I don't know if this guy would have. This guy might have died for Edom Willing. What's his name? Fuck, can't remember.
Wait, Hangnails, is the Jews with the furry hat, are they called like Orthodox Jews or what? That's what the furry hats.
The Orthodox. Those are like ultra Orthodox Jews who
Are
do
they
that, but they
are they
would
like
just have some.
could they be like
Shabbat.
exempt from like serving the IDF as well, or?
Yeah, that's a. I don't want to speak out of turn, but that's a big problem in Israeli society. Is that like the ultra Orthodox? There's a ton of them, and they don't serve in the army. But like, someone can correct me if I'm wrong on
They
that.
don't.
You have to be Jewish
But
to get the hat or what?
Yeah, you just have to get a hat.
I mean, I guess you could probably buy it if you really, really want the hat.
It's kind of drippy, lucky.
Oh, this guy, Ord Wingate. That's the guy.
What?
I love how you always.
This was the Scottish dude, the Scottish Christian fucking fanatic who. Oh, there was some mad shit that this guy said, but I can't find the passage on him. Yeah, he was basically the one that helped the Haganah come up with this idea of raiding these villages that where attacks came from, but being like very disproportionate as a way to sort of send a message that they couldn't do it again. Yeah, that it would be everyone's problem, not just the person who did the attack.
Did he even
Whenever I
fucking?
think of-
Did he join the army afterwards? Then, like after Israel was formed?
I don't know what he did actually. No, I don't think he did.
Then why the fuck is he breaking him up? I was talking about like non-Jews that joined the army, and you brought him
Well,
up.
actually, because he died he died in the 40s. He was in a plane accident.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this guy?
Yeah.
When I think of Christian Zionists, the only thing I can really think of is that I think it was a Louis Theroux documentary of like this like group of American evangelicals who like go to Israel and like volunteer on like a vineyard outside of Jerusalem or something. And they like show the like and it's essentially just free labor for like some vineyard owner, but like they
No, this guy
they
actually
pretend like
this guy sorry, go on.
But it's like but they pretend it's like a spiritual like they're giving back to the Holy Land or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, no, this guy actually volunteered though. He got involved in operations. This guy, because he set up the he was given authorization by the Brits to set up the night squads that would do these raids on villages, basically to collectively punish villagers if an attack came from them. So yeah, he would join them on the ambushes on the village and raid the villages. Yeah, if they were being used as bases. And This is an Israeli historian talking about him. He said, the operations came more frequently and became more ruthless. The Arabs complained to the British about Wingate's brutality and harsh punitive methods. Even members of the field squads complained that during the raids on Bedouin encampments, Wingate would behave with extreme viciousness and fire mercilessly. Wingate believed in the principle of surprise in punishment, which was designed to confine the gangs to their villages. More than once, he had lined rioters up in a row and shot them in cold blood. Wingate did not try to justify himself. Weapons and war cannot be pure. Yeah, this is the guy. He trained Palmach fighters and shit, yeah. Tortured people. I think he believed that he was going to be raising some kind of like post-apocalyptic Jewish army or some shit. Yeah.
What?
Well, from Trump's presidency, I think we're getting there.
Scottish dude, man.
Scottish. She's Scottish.
Seb, what would it take you to take up arms for the Israeli cause?
That's a good question.
You should be asking what it would take for me to take up arms against Israel.
That Scottish guy's pretty crazy.
Do you think you would take up? Wait, do you think you would take up arms against Israel before you would for them?
You're gonna get him arrested.
Depends actually who is like fucking invading.
But based on what the world's looking like right now,
I don't know. If Iran invaded, I would fucking like probably side with Israel.
Yeah.
If it's like Palestinians fighting, I would definitely not side with Israel.
Wouldn't the Iranians and the Palestinians be allies in this case scenario?
wait, what if Hamas wins in this West Bank battle somehow and they start fucking besieging Kfar Qasim?
The red line is Kfar Qasim. Hamas guys gets the knife.
Okay.
That's a red line, bro. We didn't leave when the Jews slaughtered. Do you think we're gonna leave when Hamas died? Definitely not.
Yeah, well. So you wouldn't let Hamas liberate Kfar Qasim from the occupation? Because they call Hamas calls like you live in occupied territory according to Hamas, right?
Yeah.
So if Hamas came to liberate Kfar Qasim,
I got told by a diaspora that I live in a settlement.
yeah. So if Hamas comes to liberate Kfar Qasim, would you?
I definitely would. I'm pretty sure most of the fucking time we like step aside and not involve ourselves.
Wow.
Is
Unless they
is
start
Kfar
like,
Qasim in the like
unless they start killing people from town, then you would probably see like.
Listen, I got one thing to say to that. Okay.
What is that?
Base?
I don't know. Oh.
Okay.
Who the fuck said that? Wait, where is that sound from?
It's Frogan
It's
reacting to
from the
herself.
Rogan.
She got cancelled she got called out for saying that she wants soldiers to get PTSD if they're from the American army.
Bruh.
Base?
Wait, is Kfar Qasim like near like the West Bank or what?
It's right on the border.
It's literally on the
shit.
line.
Bro, why can't Israel Palestinians get along, man?
Because they hate each other, Spider.
Wow. Good one.
Or some
He's
like
got a
religion
massive
bullshit,
brain.
bro.
Are you using a soundboard?
Yeah.
Here, box, yeah.
Did we get new ones?
I got some new ones. Yeah.
Okay, I can't use any of the ones I have.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
can't use it. Yeah.
The ones I have are pretty bad.
All right.
Discord Nitro.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go back to this thing. Take care, guys.
Okay. Bye.
All right, Shabbat Shalom.
All right. Shalom.
But yeah, a lot of them do. And there's lots of Arab Israelis who are high up in the military. Generals.
I don't know why he would. Is that true? Is he? I think they're quite accomplished in medicine in Israel, the Arabs. And there is that judge who's sentenced. He's mixing up Druze, maybe. Yeah. And maybe some Bedouin, because there's like 1,500 Bedouin in the... Is there... Okay. Is this guy? There are apparently 6. Like officers. There are 6 Arabs who have had Medal of Distinguished Service, which is the 3rd highest decoration you can get. Druze are Arabs. Do Druze consider themselves Arab? Some do. Majority don't. I wouldn't have thought they all do, no. Druze are, I mean, they're like a spin-off of Shiite, but like, no, I wouldn't have thought they would generally call themselves Arab. Anyway, fuck.
You know, it's the thing. People don't really, you know. And it's crazy because, like I said, the Hamas and these terrorists, they fucking hate. You know, on October 7th, they were killing the Arabs too, the Arab Israelis. There was an Arab like security guard that was going to help everyone to try to fight off Hamas. He was murdered. There's a bunch of Arabs that lived there that were murdered. This guy who was kidnapped, held hostage for 10 years and kept in such inhumane conditions that he came back to Israel nonverbal. You know? Like they don't like the Arabs that live in Israel either. So yeah. He said, no way. The guy who ended his podcast over disagreements on Israel's genocide, who spent last year trying to get every pro-Palestinian voice banned, is visiting Israel like Michael Rappaport. He's going to show us all there's no apartheid. That's fucking awesome, bro. Also, what, like Michael Rappaport? Like, what do you mean? Like, my family lives there.
Yeah, Michael Rappaport literally stood on a hill and was like, that's the river, that's the sea, and you ain't getting none of it. That's exactly what Ethan's going to do, isn't he? He's just overlooking the entire West Bank. He's like, you ain't getting none of it. Michael Rappaport is fucking insane. He's like a messianic fucking lunatic. What? It's funny that like everything Hassan accuses Ethan of, like, oh, even if you say the slightest sympathetic to the Palestinians or whatever, you'll attack us. But he's doing the exact same thing for Ethan's like slight sympathy for Israel. Now you're Michael Rappaport. What a fucking prick.
I'm assuming Michael Rappaport is just like a super inflammatory, like pro-Israel voice. I don't know.
Yeah, he is very pro-Israel on Twitter.
He always does this. He goes, he's visiting Israel like Michael Rappaport. It's like, well, my family lives there. And then he goes, Ethan has the same talking points as Ben Shapiro. And it's like, well, you have the same talking points as terrorists. Like a lot of them. You know, it doesn't like, me and Ben Shapiro probably agree on a lot of things. For example, like that, you know, Shawshank Redemption's a good movie. Or we're both two-state, probably. I think he probably is. Maybe he's worse than that. Maybe he's like a zero.
Shapiro? No. Wait, are you talking about Shapiro? Shapiro's not two-state. Hell no.
State, I don't know. But
Nor
most
is
people are two-state, you
Rappaport.
know? Does that make me like pro-genocide? Just because like we shared these opinions? No, obviously not. If it did, it would make Hassan a full-blown terrorist.
Wow.
If it did, Hassan would be in prison for fucking terrorism. Can we fucking please acknowledge how cringy this photo is? Why are we letting him get away with this? This man is posing in his avatar, showing his fucking armpit hair like some kind of weird, some kind of thirst trap. It is so cringe, bro. How are we just pretending like this isn't his avatar? We're all walking around, living our day, pretending that this is not Hassan's avatar.
I get him laid all
I'm
the time.
fucking dying inside. Please, dude. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Let's stop pretending, guys. Okay?
Base?
Yeah, I know you like it. Although I don't think you criticize him for anything. Ironically, at the time, I didn't think Ethan was a hardcore Zionist. What have I ever said that indicates I'm a hardcore Zionist? Please, I'm begging you. A famous clip of me telling directly to his face, there's only so much you can do about moderation when you're coming across like you're defending Israel, It is famous, although probably not for the reason he thinks, because it's ironic considering he's begged other people to moderate their chat. Is from an argument where he called Jewish Voices for Peace capos, which is funny about that. And one of the reasons I called him a piece of shit during the interview is he said that. I never said they were capos. He's the one that fucking said that and put those words in my mouth. And I was immediate like, fuck you for saying that, bro. That's not what I said. That wasn't my point.
I remember that. I was there.
And he lives by this thing of Jewish Voices for Peace are capos. Ethan said that. I see that everywhere all the time. Those words have never left my mouth. But okay. Even if I think they're capos, right? How does that make
My son
me
doesn't remember that because he's almost 70. Well done.
a Zionist? Let's say I believe that's true. That I think Jewish Voices for Peace are capos. How does that make me a hardcore Zionist? Like even
No, it's really ignorant to call Jewish Voice for Peace capos, because being a capo implies you're Jewish. Fuck you, Scarlett, for saying that joke as I was saying it.
even if that's true, what are you talking about? Show me actually saying that I support like that I think like believe in Jewish supremacy, where Jews are entitled to the land, or that like we need to get rid of the Arabs. Like I don't know what being a hardcore Zionist means exactly to him. I'm not drawn. In which video does Ethan? In which? They quote tweeted what I said to Hassan about playing the genocide card. This guy says, in which Ethan Klein doesn't deny loving Israel or genocide. Why would I need to? First of all, I do love Israel. But why would I love genocide?
Oh, no, what did
I
he
was
just
literally
say?
calling him out for being a scumbag and, avoiding
What
accountability
did he say?
by just saying that he's pro-Palestine. Anyone with a functioning brain knows how dishonest of an argument that is. Everyone.
What did he say?
I love Israel. I love Israel. Gone. Gone. I love Israel. Israel.
Okay.
Why would I need to deny that I'm against genocide? Like, it's just fucking dumb. Can you show me a single bit of evidence that I'm pro-genocide? I'm still waiting. But yes, I love Israel. Does that make me a bad person? What's wrong with loving the place that you live, that your family's from, that your wife grew up in? What do you mean? Loving Israel? What do you mean? What's wrong with loving Israel?
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Is that inherently an evil thing?
Yeah.
Seems fucking insane. An
Yeah.
insane statement.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not a drama content creator. Well, that's a stretch. I've stayed silent on Ethan. That's a big fucking stretch. Since I said I'd rather talk in person, he can't handle it back and forth. Bro, please, you're a... It's so crazy how this guy spent his whole life talking about debate perverts are like the worst people alive. It's like the worst thing you can be. And here he is exhibiting like full debate necrophilia.
Oh, no. What's this whole debate necrophilia? Where did you get that one from? I thought that was mine. Where is this? Is there really like a... Is there really like a shift now? Is the public now against Blake Lively and in favor of Justin Baldoni, or is that just all these fucking bro tubers? I don't know who to trust on this. I thought Baldoni was cooked. To be fair, Baldoni was cooked before any of this happened because of the fucking proposal video. But what's changed? Do I care? Who cares? What do you want me to talk about?
He is a debate pedophile, a necrophiliac.
Wow.
He can't handle it back and forth. It's like, that's really what you think is happening? That's why he only cries on IG stories where you can't see replies. You mean that I don't go on the platform owned by an actual white supremacist Nazi saluter? That's why he deletes comments and bans subs and tries to dox Redditors. Coward. What are you even on about, bro? Can you actually just respond to any of the... Do you see how hard he tries to avoid any fucking criticism? What are you even talking about, man? And then this is the coup d'etat. This is when...
Learnerbox come to Sarajevo. Why would I ever... No, wait, I was thinking of... That's in Bosnia. Okay, yeah, I'd go there. I thought What's the capital of Belgrade? Sorry, I always get. I bet you don't mind that I got those two mixed up. You know, it's an honest. Anyone could do that. Doesn't really. It's a pretty inconsequential mistake.
Hassan maybe looked in the mirror and said, "Wait, am I the baddie?" Myron Gaines comes in. This is where we agree. Oh, cursed, the most cursed phrase you could hear from Myron Gaines. Ethan is a pro-censorship crybaby, coward that can't handle real confrontation. Bro, when you came on the show, you bitched out. You clocked
Yeah,
up.
that's a fucking insane take from him in
Like,
particular, considering you directly confronted him about his anti-Semitism.
I've been in a bit more confrontational to the point where you locked up.
Yeah.
You just turned into like a fucking, like a Helen Keller. All of a sudden, you forgot how to talk and see. He was terrified to do it.
You've got an MP3 of the Pierce Morgan brain clip. Oh, don't worry. I've already got a community member who sorted that out for me.
He's got a massive brain.
Debate in person for obvious what is this fucking insane retelling?
For obvious reasons.
What is the
What is the obvious?
Anyway, I'm a liberal pussy. I love that he agrees with you though, Hassan.
Oh, the obvious reason is he's a Jew.
Does that, by the way,
this is so funny, man. It's like, this is now that I see it, now that I see the way that Hassan's fucking community and his mods have like started dominating all these fucking Reddits, these subreddits. He's there's this post of me being like, "Oh, Lonerbox is totally unconvinced, by Destiny's Pixie Manifesto," and it's like it's the first time I've ever been upvoted on this subreddit, and I look down. And they're just like, "Oh yeah, he's right, but also fuck this guy, smarmy ass." Cuckbox turning on him. Probably knowing all along. Oh, probably. Despite 100% probably. How the fuck do you get upvotes? How the fuck do you get people seeing you talk like that? 100% brackets, I'm just making this the fuck up. And I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Wow. Okay. Based. Has he actually put a fucking watermark on? Okay. The other subject of these guys I love it. These guys just make it the fuck up. They'll just say whatever.
Oh, he has the same opinions as Myron. He's saying the same shit that Myron Gaines would say. How are people supposed to think about Hassan? Obviously, he's anti-Semitic. If he has the same opinions as Myron Gaines.
Myron Gaines.
Of course, that's an illogical
Myron.
fallacy. But it's one that him and his audience use all the time to say, you have opinions that Ben Shapiro has. Of course people are going to think you're pro-genocide. Can we use our brains, please? Stop this stupid fucking nonsense. So this is what's happening. This is the, I think Hassan is...
Oh, this is what's happening. He's catching them while they're young. Look at this. Remember what they said. Catch them while they're young. Radicalize the libs. Now moderate everything. All I was saying was that Palestinians deserve to live. Fuck me.
He's feeling it. I think he's feeling the squeeze, man. You know?
Gaslighting. Are they really, is the H3 subreddit now just become a, to be fair, I need to get my Hassan clip farm from somewhere.
I think one of the craziest things about this is that if Ethan had like charitably listened to what I was trying to explain to him at the time in November 2023,
obviously,
he probably would have spared himself so much heartache and an entire year of like losing his mind as to why his fan base did not like these guys and had sympathies for these children. Okay.
What?
That's what's like it, because I was trying to explain to him to the best of my ability, and he was just like,
if only he listened. Like when that time when Ethan said that Israel in the 48 war got arms from Czechoslovakia, and that was it. That they weren't really backed militarily by anyone else. And Hassan being like, I don't know if that one's. It was true. Yeah. If only he'd listened to this learned geezer.
la la la, I can't hear you. In certain circumstances, he literally did do that.
Yeah.
Oh. Like this isn't some fucking internet drama or beef or whatever.
Why is he so mad?
I don't think he's getting away with it much longer. Here's a reply to Hassan. You do not have to promote anger, Hassan. To be a leading voice for Palestinians, you should promote understanding, reason, and love. You have not done that since you started, unfortunately. Here's what Ethan said about Palestine on February 21st. I'll acknowledge all the time, every day, that the unspeakable tragedy and loss of children, the mass loss of life of children in Gaza, and the absolute unforgivable tragedy that is. Why can't you do the same about Israeli victims? Right.
Do you think Hassan will ever be happy? Yeah, I think if Steven kills himself, if Destiny kills himself, Hassan will be happy for a day. But then the next day, he'll realize that people still don't like him and he'll get confused and then he'll get angry again. That's probably what'll happen. Ben, thanks for the 25 PLN.
It seems to be an appeal for decency was too much for Hassan. That's it. That's literally the rub on it. It's just an appeal to decency. And to them, that's being pro-genocide. I mean, do the math on that. You know what I mean? I think he's feeling exposed. I think he's trying to. I think he might need to take a break from the internet. He seems to be doing like he seems to be crashing out, or something's clearly wrong with him the way he's ranting on Twitter. I think he just needs to take a break. You know.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 40-year-old man without a family or kids, and he's spending all day on Twitter. You know, like get drama farming.
Yes, you've been calling him 40 now. Uriel, thanks for the $4.99. Appreciate it.
And it's really getting a little pathetic, man. And, you know, we're all worried about you. Your fans, us, who we used to care about you. I mean, me and my audience. We really care about you, you know, and we just think that it's time to take a break. You've been streaming for 8 hours every day, which is already like a bit much. It's a little insecure. Nobody streams that much because they have lives. It's already symptomatic of something being deeply wrong in your personal life.
Your fault.
It takes some time, you know. Take your girlfriend, go smell some flowers, some roses, spend some time together. Hold her hand, give her a kiss. Like Will Smith said, feel that passion for the first time. Go stand on a rock and film yourself singing a video in slow motion.
How come you don't want me, man?
You don't appreciate the things in life, man. Think about going to Gaza. Go spend some time thinking about going to
This was unbelievable, the fucking Will Smith thing.
Gaza. This could be you, man. It's what Will's singing about. He can't feel anymore.
What was this? I remember seeing this. What the fuck is he doing?
Hassan has actually watched this.
Is that AI? I don't think it is AI. Is it?
Because it hit home so hard.
No, he posted on his Instagram. Well, he could have posted his own AI, I guess.
Damn.
But honestly, on a serious note, I do think I don't know if he's in therapy or if he's on any kind of psychiatric drugs. I think that he should look into that, just because it's helped me a lot, you know. And I just think
Apparently he's molding right now. Oh no. Hopefully not.
Is two incredibly insane things. I think everyone is going crazy over the AI Gaza video. I will talk about it. Yes, of course I will talk about it. Calm down. We're gonna get there. As in the criminal, I'll be free in a different country so they don't care. Yeah, but they don't understand that that's not how that works. Okay? This is what, that's not how this works. One, that person still has the capacity to come back into the United States of America illegally. That's number one. Number two, what do you mean they should get to roam free after doing a crime? That's just, you're doing harm to the victims in that situation.
What are we talking about here?
It don't make no dang sense. Okay. Anyway, this is when I didn't understand what the number was above my head.
So that number above your head is $200.
Yeah.
Bro, why are you guys giving money to a millionaire? What the fuck's wrong with you?
That's crazy.
That's good.
Okay.
I think his crew, I think his friends and family need to intervene, actually. I think it's time for Cutie Cinderella and Ludwig and Austin and Will. I think it's time to have an intervention with Hassan. He is not doing well. These people who, by the way, and Hassan, who's so eager to talk about everything I say about him, hasn't said a single word about the housekeeper. As anybody knows, his peculiar silence on the housekeeper issue. Peculiar. Based?
Based.
That's all I have to say about that. Azealia Banks says Grimes told her Elon has a botched penis implant. Is that a thing? Penis? Can you get a penis extension?
Yeah. I think there's some like horrific surgery options that are out there.
A botched penis implant?
Take it with a grain of salt. She says a lot of things.
Yeah,
but,
she's insane.
But that said, I choose to believe her on this one.
What does a botched penis implant look like? I can only imagine.
I don't want to know.
It probably looks like a cantaloupe.
It's used to help with ED.
A cantaloupe?
I don't know.
What is that?
Well, how else
It's round?
I
Like
think
a
that's
sphere?
That's what a botched penis might look
Do you
like.
mean like the textures, like the cantaloupe, like the outside?
Stop! I hate this.
You know what? I'm going to do something on my own screen, and I'm going to type botched penis implant.
Oh boy.
Think of a burst sausage. God. Like when you stick it in the oven before piercing it. And if you don't pierce it, it just explodes and leaves a huge Mariner Valley. The Mariner Valley, the huge fucking chasm. It's on Mars, so it's like whatever, 10 billion times deeper than the Grand Canyon and 400 times longer. This kind of shit.
Boy.
Results.
I've been having a good time going to the gym lately because unfortunately my fucking heel, the top part of my Achilles tendon is still fucked. So I still can't really do all that much for legs. So but then I remember, you guys don't see my lower half, like ever. You never see my lower half. Even if I'm up like this. So I don't really need to invest that much in my legs. People worry about chicken legs and shit like that, but at the end of the day, I'm not monetizing my legs, am I? At all. I could monetize my upper half if I want to. You know, if I want to widen the camera angle, step back a bit. So what I should really do is just invest everything in my upper half, particularly like shoulders and arms and chest. I don't even need to work my back. I can just hunch and live in pain for my entire life, have bad posture and everything. You might see my back if I go to get food, though. So I will do the back as well. Yeah. And back also kind of does your biceps. So. But how far could I go on that? What if I like, do you think you could take, because I don't need these leg muscles. Leg muscles are fucking huge. and I haven't been able to work them that much recently, but they're taking up too much space. I know that when I eat protein, some of it's going to my legs. So I'm like, shit, maybe I should, shouldn't I go farther? Like, could I like chop bits off of my quads and graft them onto my top half for the ultimate efficiency as a streamer? Maybe? Have you done creatine? I've had it before, yeah. Do you take pre-workout plus your ADHD meds? I don't take ADHD meds before going to the gym. If I'm going to the gym in the morning, I'll have my ADHD meds afterwards. Can you train only one leg? If you want. I'm missing parts of my quad, would not recommend. Yeah, but did you graft it onto your upper half? If you could get a quad, right? If you got a big piece of your quad onto your bicep, right? Like that would be incredible. Do you know how big a quad is? And you could also go over it with our fucking rolling pin and put it on your chest as well and give yourself like the massive pecs. Shit.
Here's a New York Post article about it. Penis enhancement surgeries are leaving some with lifetime of pain and regret.
Uh-oh.
No.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I feel bad, but holy shit, don't mess around with your pee-pee.
Yeah.
Don't mess around with your wee-wah,
Drake
dude.
has one? I don't know about that.
Urologists in Spain took ultrasound. Oh, about 1/4 of men were growers. Growers tend to start out small. Wait, these are people that just want to look better flaccid?
Oh.
You would get a surgery for that?
What?
What does that matter?
Showers have larger limp penises. As for shrinkers...
Shrinkers?
Oh, I saw the guy that behind you. Oh my god.
Oh, hey, Kai. Love that. The results... Okay, whatever. So...
The guy.
Let me go look at images.
Yeah, that's what we were actually.
Ooh! Fuck. What the fuck?
Oh, no. Keep that on your screen. I don't...
Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know. It just looks like a mangled penis. What?
I don't know, man.
Trump cabinet meeting. Trump's gross Gaza AI video.
Uh-oh. Do you think, shouldn't they caption this, the AI video and call it Gaza is speaking?
Hold on.
Shouldn't they call it that?
Let's turn the freaking music back on.
I thought these guys were okay with that, wouldn't they?
Trump's gross Gaza AI video. Monk discovers TikTok live, gone sexual. Yes.
Okay.
In God's fucking name, bro. Just if you ever thinking about it, just Google this and you'll not do it.
I didn't think you could break a penis.
Yeah, show them bombing Syria and the US president saying absolutely nothing. Like, show them unprompted, unprovoked, bombing Syria and just being like, the American president's busy trying to hustle Ukraine, trying to fleece Ukraine for fucking mineral money.
Yeah.
Holy Toledo, Batman.
That's a new one.
Holy Toledo, Batman. I don't know.
Robin would say, holy whatever.
That's so
constantly in the old
scary.
Show. It's a boomer thing.
Like, nah, I'm scared.
Only
Which
Ethan and
Batman
I
we
would get it.
talking, Adam West?
Yeah, it's the Adam West
Oh, wow.
Batman.
Oh, I'm sorry, but this made me giggle, and I think you guys will appreciate it. Hassan says he can make a content nuke about me, but he won't because he doesn't engage in
Jeez.
drama. This man, I don't think, could even edit
Yeah.
a video, let alone make a content nuke. I don't even know if he knows how to download a YouTube video, frankly.
Has he
I
not?
don't think he has any discernible skills.
Did he have an editor when he did all those like TYT adjacent videos? Because he would film himself with a white background talking shit and then have a thing go and the thing comes up on the screen like the headline. Even back then it was just like dumb fuck alt media clickbait nonsense, but yeah.
love this opportunity to duke it out. Okay,
Duke 'em
there
out.
are
Smoke 'em out.
there are YouTube video compilations. If you think that people are aggressively anti-me and that actually helps in the algorithm, I promise you, yes, I have drama in the title because it's a bait, okay?
By the way, he goes, I'm not a drama YouTuber. The title of his stream is drama, exclamation, 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 exclamation. Wish I could, oh God. I wonder if the VOD is there. Hassanabi, Twitch. He has his VODs here, I think. Let's see. Let's see. How do I look at his VODs here?
Dan Swordlove 2 says that they got a penis extension. I think that was
Dan
where the
Swordlove
confusion
2?
came. Yeah.
Did he have an editor for the professional shit, did he?
Rocking a solid 13.5 inches, they say.
Oh my god.
Here it is.
Wow.
Here's the stream title, in which he said he's not a drama farmer and that's why he won't respond. Do you notice anything funny? Drama! Do you think that's a little ironic? All right.
And it's stupid.
What a dumbass.
I hope you understand.
Marcus, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. My.
There are a lot of people that have made a lot of money shitting on my former podcast co-host.
Correct.
Some of it is for valid reasons that I suspected he changed from, okay?
Not sure.
And some of it is not.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. What matters is if you're exclusively interested in the drama of it all.
Is he like trying to threaten me or something? I could do a major expose on you, bro, if I wanted to. It's like, get in line, dude. You can make the 100th Ethan Klein expose video. Go for it. Let's see if you can actually make it interesting.
There is a million things that he has in his background that people have fucking regularly garnered millions of views over.
It is kind of funny that he accused Ethan of having his video ghostwritten for him by other people. But all of Hassan's responses to Ethan are ghostwritten. He watches other people. All of his responses to all of his critics are ghostwritten, except it's not ghostwritten because the ghost comes into the room and just does the talking while Hassan goes, yeah, yeah, yeah. Even when it's fucking Willie Mack, he needs to. Anyway, that's funny. Projection. Anyway, don't care. I'll care again tomorrow. That's crazy. Blackburn, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. These people are so fucking angry. Show us video then. I'm sure we will see some pretty noticeable differences. Hey, wait, is this true? I wonder if this was urban myth now, because I'm needing to remember that all the things that I was told by college teachers and university teachers might actually be bullshit. Like these.
Don't forget the goal, people.
Thanks for the $10, Honkler. I really appreciate that. The goal's a long way away. I don't know. There's a cost of living crisis in the chat. Wait, why did that not add to the goal? The goal was at 3, but it's been 3 for a while, even though people have donated more than. Did the goal get fucked? Did the goal fuck itself? It's still going. The timer's still on. The goal actually got fucked. I need to do another one. I'll just do for 5. Yeah, let's just do 5. That'll be fair. Okay. That should be fine now. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, is it true, Thames? Is the goal there now? Is it true that in the Industrial Revolution, the Thames was so polluted that you could walk over it? It was so full of shit that you could just walk across it. Is that true? Or is that urban myth? I know it was like fucking rotten at one point. Like it was uninhabitable because it was so full of shit. But I don't know if people were walking over it in London. Yeah. Maybe during winter. What? Because it had frozen? No, it's a myth. Yeah. It caused chemical burns on contact. Shut up. It was so contaminated that government offices that were next to it had to close. The Great Stink, it was called. The problem had been mounting for some years. Disguise the smell of the Thames by soaking curtains with lime chloride. Wow. Thoughts on Muslims blocking the streets with prayer? Probably shouldn't block the streets. Okay. Um, hmm. Is this is this Canterbury today? It looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
With the big job.
Yeah. It's okay. I just love arguing with these people. There are so many of these examples you can bring up. Jeffrey Scott Davis. He's not even fucking British. He's not even fucking British, man. This guy's never left the United States. This guy's never left the United States. What the fuck? What does he think Canterbury looks like right now? Who is the, is he, wait, is this guy a foreign asset? Is that what he is? Christian veteran, husband, father. The Conservative Party. What? Why is he calling it the Conservative Party? It's the Republican Party. What? Clean up the Republican Party. Okay, get rid of the rhinos, although everyone who opposes Trump. Trump and Musk are doing great things, but they're not conservatives. Oh, okay. Oh. Because of LGBT for Trump. Is this guy a bot? No, he's not a bot. This guy's real, okay? This is a real face. You're full of shit. You can't fake this, okay? He could be a Russian person. Count the stars on the flag. There you go. Find out for yourselves. From the Maryland Oblast. A bot can steal a face. Reverse. I'm not fucking doxing the guy on stream. I mean, he's given his full name, so it's not really doxing, but whatever. This is it now. Canterbury after the Muslim conquest. After the Arab hordes. Okay. I've been streaming for too long, man. What has this stream been about? Well, we did Trump's betrayal of Ukraine and him trying to fleece them for mineral cash. We've done Israel bombing Syria. We've done Pierce content. And we've done some Ethan Hassan drama. And we've also done arguing with brain dead return to tradition people on Twitter. Is that okay? What? Would you like more direction in the content? Or would you like more? Oh, we did Callum? Yeah, the grumpy ass fucking the grumpy hobbit. No, I think we're good. You guys are complaining. Yeah, we did it. Trump fleeces Ukraine, Israel bombs Syria. That was what he promised. And we did memes. And we did minerals. You missed Callum. Yes, you did. I mean, I tweeted at him. Okay. Oh, I told someone I was maybe going to go to the gym tonight, but it's going to close soon. We didn't do music. What music? I still need to practice Pathétique third movement, but I'm getting there. There were a combination of push and pull factors for the emigration of Arab Jews. Yeah, I know. That's also a little bit true for the Nakba as well. Less so. There's more push than pull in their case, obviously. I guess the difference was that the option to flee was a lot more available to Arabs in the 48 war than it was for the Jews who lived in historic Palestine, because the ones who lived in historic Palestine didn't have any other country to run away to. But, you know, so they just had to kind of dig in and scrap. Did you ever get that rogue to 60? Nope. I didn't actually stop leveling it. I didn't go back to it. No, I didn't go back to it. So it's still there. It's still exactly where I left it. Maybe when I'm just streaming a bit more often, I can, when I'm streaming a bit more often, I can just do it in evenings or something. What is this? Amaranth.
You could 9 times out of 10 figure out exactly why they're saying what they're saying.
Give the crazies all of California. It's already land of fruits and nuts. Yeah, we can give them California. I'm fine with that. They can live in LA. That's fine.
What's she talking about?
It has been 1 month since Southern California exploded in a fierce fire
They can have
tore through
that.
the Palisades and beyond. Just a few hours later, on the other side of LA County,
fine with me.
another deadly fire breaks out, the Eaton Fire. It raced across Altadena and Pasadena. The two fires charred more than 37,000
Right there.
acres.
They can all live.
destroyed
That sounds
over
like a lovely
16,000
community.
structures and cost 29 people their lives.
Too bad it didn't cause the right people their lives.
You could 9 times out of 10 figure out exactly why they're saying.
Okay. She was not that interesting at the election stream. Just a bit cringe. Dan and Amaranth. He wants to sue Pirate Software. Oh, this is the same room that I saw him in. Yeah. Okay. You're not convinced that Asmongold is a real person? He does have very programmed vibes, doesn't he? He does really behave like someone who has just been programmed with fairly simple with a fairly simple algorithm. I still need to I still need to cover some of his politics. Trump is consistent as fuck. What are you talking about? What? He disagreed with Trump on Russia. Well, Asmongold did. Interesting. He's a free thinker. I hope you mean he actually disagreed and not just that he watched a video of someone opposing Trump on Russia and went, yeah, yeah, there it is, yeah, because I don't know if that counts as him actually endorsing the position. That's just kind of, he just says that when he remembers to. Yup. Okay. I need to go. I'm hungry and cranky. Ugh. Thanks very much, chat. You may not like it, but it's true. True. Okay, why? I don't really watch that much of his political content, but I feel like I know it well. I'm familiar with it. Okay. So that was day 2 in a row of streaming. Okay, I think the return from break is okay. I think we'll survive, guys. Bit of a setback in February, all right. Maybe I'll regret not capitalizing on the drama. No, that was a good decision. Don't tell us on your back. No, I'm listen, I'd quit. I was done. But then I've unquitted because Hassan made me. That's the narrative, isn't it? I've unquit. And it's all because of Hassan. Why not? Okay. I will see you guys. Content nuke. No. I will see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. I'll do.
Base?
All right. Bye-bye. Bye. Are we daily again? We'll see. I'll devise a schedule for next week, and this week I'll just going to wing it. All right. Love you guys. Bye. Bye. Bye.